Windy Creek Romances, Book 1, Cowboy's Doorstep Baby, by Mary Sue Jackson and Leslie North. Chapter 1. We've got a lot riding on these next few rounds of camps. Losing Chef Calvin couldn't have come at a worse time. The ever-present vice around Sam Carden's temples tightened as he spoke the words. It felt like every aspect of the ranch functioned like the parts of a precision watch. If one got knocked out of whack, then it threw everything else out of alignment. "Sweetie, I know," Anne answered. "I'm going to miss his cooking. I think all of our campers will. But his back has been hassling him for years. He needs to get it taken care of once and for all. When does the new girl start?" "Today." He peered at his phone. "Any minute now, actually. Let's see if she's on time." Anne placed a stack of pancakes on the plate in front of him. "What's her name?" The smell of freshly cooked pancakes wafted up from the plate in front of him, and Sam was momentarily distracted from his worries. Anne cooked the fluffiest and most delicious pancakes his taste buds had ever encountered. She wasn't a blood relative, but she was the closest thing he had to family after taking care of him for so long. With their easy way around each other, people sometimes mistook them for mother and son, even though they didn't look at all similar. Anne, with her short, stout figure and sweet, round face, a contrast to Sam's height and sharp angles. She wasn't exactly a mother figure to him. She was more of a combination of favorite aunt and fairy godmother. But the affection and respect between them wasn't a fairy tale. "Brielle, I think." "Something like that. Honestly, I've been so busy that I can't remember. Otherwise, I never would have hired her sight unseen. Gotta admit, I'm a little worried." "Well, being referred by a friend has to help a little, right?" "Eh?" Sam waved his hand back and forth. "Nancy is a friendish. We went to high school together, and she dated one of my best friends. But sure, it helps that they worked together a while back." Nancy worked as a party planner in Boulder. When he'd seen her name as a reference on this chef's resume, it felt like fate for a second. Nancy had been happy to tell Sam all about the events that they worked on together and assured him that she was a great chef. It had been enough for him to arrange a phone interview. He wasn't about to admit it to Anne, but the truth was he'd liked the sound of the woman's voice. Of course, her resume was stellar, but he'd learned the hard way that words on a sheet of paper only went so far. He needed to feel a connection with the person. She'd had a warmth to her tone, and he could almost hear her smiling when she talked about her love of cooking. He'd had a gut feeling when he'd extended the offer to her, but with so much riding on the season ahead, he was feeling less way confident about his decision. "It's not like you have a lot of options this late," Anne pointed out pragmatically, then paused before saying, "Why is she available anyway?" "She's got some deal going on with a fancy chef in Vail at the end of the summer. Crap, what was that guy's name?" The name had gone in one ear and out the other during their conversation. "Welsh? She said she wants to use her downtime here to work on her recipes since she doesn't have access to a professional kitchen at home." Anne's eyebrows shot up as she flipped a pancake. "Chef Welsh, wow, he's the guy on that show." "Don't know him?" Sam shrugged as he polished off the last bite, then dragged his finger across the plate to get the last traces of butter and syrup. "That fancy crap isn't my thing." "Hey," Anne chided. "Watch your mouth, mister. You can't be talking like that once the kids show up, so don't get into the habit." "You know I won't." He lobbed his winning smile at her, the one that always coaxed a smile back from her. "Well, that's the last of 'em," Anne said as she placed a plate of pancakes on the table opposite Sam and sat down. "Waste not, want not," she said with a wink and dug in. "Now, what's the latest from Wallace?" Sam sighed. She was talking about Wallace Wagner, the man who held the keys to his future. Sam had been in talks with Wallace since the town's annual 4th of July fireworks celebration nearly a year ago. In the time since then, he had busted his butt to impress him enough to get the reclusive investor to agree to consider helping him. After Sam had outlined his growth plan for the cowboy camp attached to the Carden Ranch, Wallace agreed to a tentative deal to fund the expansion. If things went according to Sam's projections, Wallace was convinced they could franchise Sam's cowboy camp model and turn the project into a lifelong, steady revenue stream for both of them. In the short term, the fact was Sam desperately needed the infusion of cash that would come from the partnership. Ranch upkeep was expensive enough, but the spring fires had taken a hefty toll, and he was up to his eyeballs in debt from the rebuilding. Everything is riding on this season. Wallace set up automated surveys for all of the campers' parents, which will track every bit of their experience, from signing up online to saying goodbye. The scrutiny is going to kill me. Stop. You're ready, Anne said as she shoveled the final forkful of pancakes into her mouth. They were all used to eating fast, especially as the clock ticked down to opening day. Anne pushed away from the table and took both of their plates to the sink. I have a good feeling about everything, honey. Well, everything but the stack of linens waiting for me. When I sign that deal with Wallace, the first thing I'm doing is setting up a laundry service, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. Be still, my heart, she replied, holding her hand to her chest and closing her eyes. Anne walked over and gave Sam a kiss on the top of the head. You're too good to me. No such thing. Left alone in the kitchen, Sam pulled out his phone to look at his to-do list. Endless, as always. Anne was too busy with the laundry and housekeeping to help the new cook get acquainted with the kitchen layout, which meant it was up to him to give her the tour. As if he knew where everything was. Chef Calvin had been with him since his grandfather ran the ranch, and he knew his way around the kitchen with his eyes closed. It had always been a relief knowing that the kitchen was one area he didn't have to worry about, but now that Calvin was gone, Sam had a feeling he was going to get roped into meal debacles more than he wanted. Knowing the deal with Wallace was hanging in the balance, he needed seamless work from everyone on staff. He didn't have the time or inclination to worry about if they should have macaroni Mondays or pizza Fridays, not when he had a business to run, and more importantly, to grow. Sam heard wheels crunching on gravel and checked his phone again, 8:50. She was early. Sam walked to the window, spotted a sporty two-seater Nissan, and was shocked when the driver got out. His heart sank. She was the most un-chef-like chef he'd ever seen. Not that he'd met many, but still, he knew enough to understand that high heels, skin-tight jeans, and sparkly pink tank tops weren't usually part of the package. Sam wasn't one to make snap judgments, but he immediately knew that it wasn't going to work out. Cooking for the kids attending Cowboy camp was hard, dirty work, and someone who looked like that didn't seem likely to roll up her sleeves and put some elbow grease into getting things done. This was a disaster. Chapter 2. It's not a demotion, it's a stopover, a bridge, no biggie, so stop stressing. Ariel grabbed her purse and laptop from the passenger seat and tried to calm herself. This gig wasn't a big deal, so there was no reason to feel nervous. When she glanced at the main cabin, she was surprised to see a glamorous woman teetering on stilettos, holding a baby carrier with one hand and gesturing wildly with the other. Was it the wife of her boss-to-be? A friend? A camper's mom? Ariel could hear the woman's raised voice from a distance. She approached slowly to give her space to work through whatever issue had dragged her into a place that was clearly outside her comfort zone. It's called hair dye, Sam, the woman said in an angry voice. I was blonde before, now I'm a brunette, but I'm still the same person. You weren't that drunk. Do you need to see photos to refresh your memory? Ariel's ears perked up at the name. Sam was her new boss, the man who'd interviewed her by phone. Ariel peered at the man standing in the doorway, looking as if he was getting ready to slam the door in the woman's face. Of course my new boss is hot, just what I need in what's supposed to be a drama-free gig. He was tall and lean, wearing what looked to her like quintessential ranch gear, worn jeans and a chambray shirt with the sleeves rolled up. His hair was short on the sides, with what either was a bit of natural wave at the top or just the effects of hat head. She was too far away to make out the details of his face other than the frown that seemed to be deepening with each passing second. But that body? Wow. He towered over the woman standing in front of him even though she was in stilettos and his broad shoulders filled the doorway. He said something to the irate woman, but Ariel couldn't hear it. Exactly. One time, and sometimes that's all it takes, the woman huffed. She held up the baby carrier. Sam took a step backwards, hands held up in the stop gesture. Oh no, I'm walking into a soap opera. No, 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 this is supposed to be easy so I can focus on my future. The woman placed the carrier down with a thump, and her purse swung off her shoulder, almost whacking the baby in the face. Not that the woman noticed, caught up as she was in her temper tantrum. Ariel had to hold herself back from running up the porch stairs to snatch the baby away from her. She came from a big family, and she'd been so good at taking care of her two younger sisters when they were babies that she'd become the babysitter in her neighborhood. To her, caring for infants was as easy as preventing a soufflé from sinking. Everything she'd seen so far made it clear that the dolled-up woman had no idea what she was doing. The woman unsnapped the straps, pulled the baby from the carrier, and hoisted the infant onto her hip while she dug through her purse with her free hand. The baby lolled from side to side, and Ariel clenched her hands into fists to stop herself from intervening. This wasn't her battle to fight. "Here it is!" the woman shouted triumphantly as she pulled out a folded piece of paper and thrust it in front of Sam's face. "Signed, notarized, and official. I'm done." Sam took the sheet and glanced down at it, then back at her, his mouth hanging open in shock. The woman pushed the baby towards him, and he took another step back. "You better take her, or I'm going to leave her right here on the porch," she said in an overloud voice. "A baby abandoned on the doorstep isn't a good look for a guy who runs a kids' camp." Sam dropped the paperwork and took the baby from her as if he was accepting a sack of plutonium. He held the infant at arm's length for a moment, studying her little face, then grasped her awkwardly against his chest with one arm like a football. "That poor baby has had enough. I can't take it." Ariel set her purse, knife bag, and laptop down on the porch step and bounded up. "Hi there, can I help out?" "Who are you?" Sam and the woman demanded in unison. And wow, now that she could get a good look at her new boss's face, she could see that hot didn't begin to cover it, but she did her best to push that thought aside. "I'm Ariel, your new cook, but I'd be happy to hold on to that cutie while you two, sort things out." Sam didn't seem like he could process anything but the bewildered baby he was struggling to hold correctly. The woman looked Ariel up and down and smirked. "I've got Molly's stuff in my trunk. Let this chick deal with her and you come help me unload, Daddy." "But I... Sam looked utterly confused. "Fine, I'll leave it in the driveway." The woman turned on her heel and stomped down the steps. "Wait, you're really leaving?" Sam shot Ariel a grateful look and handed the baby to her, then bounded after the woman. "Monica, can we talk about this? Don't take off. You can't just leave her here." Ariel cradled the baby to her chest and watched as Monica opened her trunk and threw bag after bag onto the ground near her car. Ariel cooed softly in the baby's ear. "Your name is Molly?" "Hi, Miss Molly. You're going to be just fine. Don't you worry, little sweetheart." She was saying it as much for the baby's benefit as for her own, because nothing about what she'd just seen felt even close to fine. She'd hoped for a no-brainer job to keep her occupied until she took the biggest shot of her life, but instead, she'd walked into the middle of baby mama drama. Monica hopped into her car and sped off, leaving Sam standing amid a small pile of bags. He walked slowly back up the porch stairs with wide eyes. That was unexpected." "Wow. I'm sorry you had to see it." "I guess it would be weird to say, 'Congratulations,'" Ariel said as she handed the wiggly baby back to Sam. He struggled to mimic the way Ariel had been holding Molly. "Yeah, it would, and me saying welcome would be just as bad." They met one another's eyes and both seemed to realize at the exact same moment that they had no idea what they were getting into. Chapter 3. The wail came out of nowhere. 1 second, the baby was wobbling in Sam's arms and making gurgling noises, and the next, she threw her head back and screamed bloody murder. He looked helplessly at the young woman he now knew was Ariel. He'd barely had time to process everything that had happened in the past 15 minutes, but the fact that she was an absolute knockout hadn't escaped his notice. She was nearly as tall as he was, with a snow-white combination of dark hair and pale skin. "What did I do wrong? Why is she crying?" He tried to keep the panic from his voice, but it didn't work. "Ah, poor thing," Ariel said, crossing the great room with her arms outstretched. "She might be hungry, or confused, or wet. Maybe all of the above." Let me have her for a sec." Sam handed the baby over quickly, eager to put some distance between the screaming and his ears. He watched Ariel place a gentle hand along the seam of the baby's pink onesie, then lift it up to take a sniff. "Nothing in her diaper," she said with a nod. She repositioned the baby so that she was high on Ariel's chest and bounced rhythmically, patting Molly's back and making shh noises. The crying downshifted to hiccups, then quiet. "You should probably feed her soon." He took 2 steps backwards. "Me? But I don't know how to do that. I know nothing about babies. Kids, yes, babies, no." The loud knock on the door startled them both. "Oh, thank goodness she's back." "She reconsidered," Sam muttered as he crossed the room to the door. The large figure outlined in the frosted glass window suggested otherwise. "Shoot," Sam said under his breath. Sam opened the door and was greeted by Calvin's smiling face. "Well, hey there, boss. Surprise, I'm back." Calvin Washington had always radiated positivity, and even though everything in Sam's life was currently on fire, it felt like a good sign to see his grinning former employee. The man was a human teddy bear, always quick with a hug and positive word when things got tough. "Hey, are you okay? What are you doing here?" Sam didn't think he could take any more surprises, even if this particular one happened to be positive. "I'm great. Better than ever, kiddo," Calvin boomed as he walked into the cabin. "Modern medicine comes through with a last-minute save. Gotta love that cortisone. Doc gave me a shot, and I haven't felt this good in years. The effects won't last forever, though. I need to save up for surgery at the end of the summer. That's why I'm hoping to pick up my old gig and get some money in the bank." He placed his palms together. "That is, if you'll have old Chef Calvin back?" Molly made a cooing noise, and both Calvin and Sam turned to look at her. "Well, look at that little sweetheart," Calvin said with a smile. "What an angel you've got there, miss. What's her name?" "Oh, she's not mine," Ariel said, shifting Molly to her other hip. Sam couldn't miss the downturned mouth. "On the adult, not the baby." Clearly, she'd put 2 and 2 together to come up with the fact that he now had one cook too many. "Huh, a future camper, maybe?" Calvin was fishing. He'd always been a gossip. Anne's cheerful whistling echoed down the hallway, and Sam panicked. Once she saw the baby, he was going to have no choice but to explain exactly what was going on. "Well, look who it is," Anne said as she spotted Calvin. She strode into the room with an overfull laundry basket, taking in Ariel and the baby. Nothing got by her, and Sam could see her tallying up the weirdness in the room as she gave Calvin a side hug. "How are you feeling, hun? You back to cook for us for good?" "Excuse me?" Ariel interrupted the reunion, and everyone turned to her. "I was hired to be the cook for the season. I'm Ariel Rose. I've got a copy of my signed offer letter and my knife bag right over there." She pointed to a chair by the door. "It just needs your signature to make it official, Sam, but we made a firm verbal commitment on the phone. That's why I packed up and moved here." She gave him a pointed look, as if daring him to disagree, knowing he couldn't. "And you brought your baby with you?" Anne asked with a note of concern in her voice. "She's precious." Ariel strode to them and handed Molly back to Sam. "She's not mine. She's his." Anne gasped, and the room went pin-drop quiet. "What?" Anne asked. She turned to Sam, her eyes wide with shock. "You have a— How?" Calvin chuckled. "I suspect the usual way," he said under his breath. Sam wasn't sure how he was going to be able to put into words why he'd ended up clutching a baby he hadn't known existed until 10 minutes prior, but Anne and Calvin deserved to know the truth. Ariel hearing the whole embarrassing story too was just collateral damage. Besides, she'd probably figured out most of it from the confrontation she'd witnessed with Monica. He took a deep breath and looked down at the baby who was watching him with her huge brown eyes that looked just like his. This was happening. "I'm a little embarrassed." He cleared his throat and felt beads of sweat collecting on his brow. "I was in a bad place on the anniversary of the accident last year, and I went out and drank too much. A woman at the bar, Monica, offered to take me home since I couldn't drive myself and, well, nature took its course." He glanced at Ariel, knowing how bad the story was making him look. "And you had no idea she'd had a baby? Your baby?" Anne asked, the concern evident in her voice. She reached out and placed a gentle hand on the back of Molly's head. "No, of course not," Sam answered quickly. "I would have stepped up and done the right thing immediately, but up until today, she never called or reached out. And I know she had my number. I put it in her phone before she left the next day. I never heard from her again until, well, 10 minutes ago." Anne said, her eyes jumping from Sam to the baby and back again. "Well, I suppose this would be a bad time to tell you that Wallace wants to stop by later today." Sam's shoulders slumped. "Seriously?" His timing couldn't be worse. "I can't handle him right now." "Hey, don't be too sad. The good news is that Calvin's back," Calvin said, looking a little nervous now that he realized who Ariel was. "You know I'll keep that kitchen running slick as a whistle, just like I always have." Ariel cleared her throat and crossed her arms. Sam took a second to fully take her in. She was in a sleek, fitted black blouse, gray jeans, and a pair of chunky wedge boots. He couldn't tell how long her dark hair was since it was in a knot held in place with decorative chopsticks, but a few long tendrils spilled out and dusted her shoulders. If it weren't for the angry expression, he would have said she was the most naturally beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Monica, glammed up in her heavy makeup and ridiculous clothes, looked like the trying-too-hard version of what Ariel was naturally. It was hard not to be distracted by that, but he'd have to find a way. Because before he could figure out what he was doing with the baby, or Calvin, or Wallace, he had to deal with her. And based on how defensive she already seemed, he could tell it was probably going to get nasty. After all, she'd uprooted herself to come to the ranch for the summer, and now he was about to boot her out without a backup plan. Molly let out a test shriek that made Sam jump. "Oh, you little sweetheart," Anne cooed. "Can I hold her, please?" she asked, reaching out. "That would be a huge help," Sam said, handing the baby off. Anne immediately gave the infant a kiss on the forehead. "I always wanted a grandbaby. You'll do nicely." Sam ignored the comment. "Her mother left a stack of bags. They're on the porch. There might be food in one, or whatever babies eat, or drink." Anne laughed softly. "You mean formula. I'll check." "Calvin, do you mind stepping outside with Anne for a minute?" Sam asked, then glanced at Ariel again. Calvin shuffled for the door. "You got it, boss." The door clicked shut behind him too quickly. He needed more time to figure out what he was going to say to the distractingly pretty hired but fired cook. "That was awkward. I apologize you walked into it." She nodded. "Not a typical first day of work, that's for sure." She paused and narrowed her eyes at him. "It is my first day of work, right?" Sam frowned before he could stop himself. He needed to spin what he was going to say into something positive to keep this gorgeous, justifiably irked woman from freaking out on him, because the last thing he needed was another confrontation. "Yeah, about that," he said, forcing an apologetic smile onto his face. He wanted to gently ease his way into this. "This season is critical for me, and I need everything to go smoothly." "Off to a great start," she shot back. Sam took a breath. "Exactly. That's why I'm hoping for predictability going forward, everyone knowing their role and working together as one unit." "Of course. That's exactly why you hired me, isn't it? I'm an excellent cook, a team player, and I work hard. My references said as Ariel." He smiled tightly and rocked back and forth on his heels. "I'm so sorry, but this isn't going to work out." "Excuse me?" Her dark eyes flashed. "You're kidding me, right?" "I'm not. Here's the thing." He locked eyes with her, wanting to convey his sincerity. "I've got a potential partner who's fine-tooth combing the ranch financials and day-to-day procedures, so I'm not going to have time for anything outside my regular responsibilities. Given a choice, I'd rather have someone in the kitchen who already knows how we do things here, who can hit the ground running without needing my direction." He paused. "Calvin is that person." Her fists were clutched at her sides. "No." "No what?" Sam asked. "No, I'm not going." She said it quietly, as if she was trying to keep control of her emotions. Sam wasn't sure if she was going to break down and cry or come at him like a spider monkey. "Listen," Sam said soothingly. "There are other ranches in the area, and I personally know all of their owners. I bet I can get you a job at the Lucky Star under Sally Weston. It's a dude ranch and a great operation. Not to mention Sally's a fantastic chef." Ariel straightened her back. "That doesn't work for me. The whole reason I took this position was because it gave me my evenings free so I could practice for my audition. If I work for another chef in an on-call kitchen, I won't have the access to the space to practice in my downtime." She shook her head, and the silky tendrils swirled around her pretty face. That doesn't work for me." Sam felt his face grow hot with frustration. "I'm sorry. I know this isn't ideal, but you don't seem to understand what I'm saying here. If this partnership doesn't go through, I'm at risk of losing my ranch. And nothing is more important to me than this land. Nothing." She didn't say anything, and for a minute, Sam felt like she finally got it. "More important than your daughter?" His daughter. He still couldn't wrap his mind around the fact that he had a child. Sam struggled to respond. "Well, without this land, we'll have nowhere to live, and I'll have no way to support her. So, in a sense, yeah. It's the most important thing." Ariel shook her head and kept her eyes locked on his. "Your priorities are totally screwed up, you know that? And your word means nothing, Sam Carden. I'm glad I won't be working for someone like you." The impact of what she said almost made him stagger back. He'd always prided himself on his integrity. His family had been on this land for years. The Carden name meant something in this community, something he worked to maintain every day. She wasn't right, was she? Chapter 4. One Night. Letting Ariel stay for a night was the least he could do after firing her basically on sight. He'd give her some time to figure out her next steps, putting her in one of the faraway cabins in the hopes that their paths wouldn't cross again. He had enough on his plate to worry about. Ariel hadn't said a word, had barely even looked at him, as he escorted her to the cabin. Truthfully, he was glad for it. He didn't need to hear any more about what a crappy person he was. After he delivered her, he took 3 minutes to stand on the porch of the main cabin and just breathe in an effort to collect himself. Staring out at the incredible view was like meditation for him, but for the first time ever, he couldn't seem to tame his thoughts. "Sam, honey," Anne said as she met him on the porch, carrying a sleeping Molly in her carrier. "I need to start up the dryer, and you know what a racket it makes. Can I just leave her with you for 10 minutes while I load it up? I gave her some formula, burped and changed her, and now she's sleeping. She should be good for a while." Sam glanced down at the baby. She was so tiny, so pure. An unfamiliar protective instinct kicked up inside of him. "Of course, I'll just, Sam looked around the porch helplessly. He had stacks of prep to do for his meeting with Wallace, but he wasn't about to keep Anne from her chores. Besides, he could access all the files he needed from his phone. "I'll just work out here. Back in a minute, don't worry," Anne said as she hurried inside. Sam gingerly grasped the carrier and raised it off the ground as if he was handling an explosive, then tiptoed to a nearby rocking chair. He placed it next to the chair and sat down slowly, tentatively, before he pulled his phone out of his pocket, keeping one eye on the baby. The old floorboards creaked when the chair rocked, and he froze. Once he was convinced that she was still sleeping, he focused on his phone. Wallace had asked for a 5-year comparison of his camp's attendance rates, and Sam was still pulling data from old records backed up on the cloud. He would have finished it if it weren't for the non-stop drama of the morning. Sam glanced down at the baby. How in the world was he going to do this? And during the most important season of his career? The distant sound of wheels on gravel set his heart pounding. Wallace, all ready. Sam rushed to finish plugging the numbers into the spreadsheet as the black Tesla got closer. Wallace parked and got out of the car slowly, taking a moment to stretch out his back before heading to the cabin. It was hard to believe the man was pushing 60. He had the lean frame of a runner, and even though his hair was gray, his black-rimmed glasses and slim button-down made him look like the hip young Silicon Valley tech investor he'd been when he'd amassed his fortune. He'd relocated to Colorado after cashing out, and now spent his time angel investing in promising small businesses throughout the region. "Hey, Sam." He waved when he spotted him on the porch. "Beautiful day, huh?" Sam glanced at the sleeping baby and opted to take off his hat and wave it at Wallace instead of risking waking her by calling out. He crept carefully down the stairs, keeping one eye on her carrier. "Welcome, glad you're here," he said when he was out of earshot of the sleeping baby. "Place is looking great, Sam. I see you took my advice on the landscaping." Wallace had suggested cutting back some of the pines that bordered the main cabins, and the second he and the hands had finished the job, Sam realized that the man had been right. The little bit of groundskeeping opened up the space beautifully. "I listened to all of your advice," Sam answered, realizing too late that it sounded as though he was sucking up. But it was the truth. He looked up to and admired Wallace, none of which changed the fact that he also needed Wallace. A wail echoed down from the porch, and Wallace's eyebrows shot up when he spotted the carrier. "What's this? A baby? Did you lower the age for your campers and not tell me?" he joked. Sam managed a strangled laugh, even though his heart was in his throat. How was he going to spin his new addition in a way that wouldn't put off his potential investor? He knew little about Wallace's family life other than the fact that he had an adult son and a long marriage. Given how he'd devoted his life to growing his business, Sam guessed that family wasn't a priority for Wallace. Not quite. Sam beckoned Wallace to follow him to the porch and hoped that being completely honest was the right move. "Well, look at her," Wallace said, kneeling in front of the carrier. "Who does she belong to?" Sam cleared his throat. "Me." "What? I didn't know you were a father," Wallace said, the shock evident in his tone. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" He paused and tried to find the right way to explain Molly. "Let's just say that she was a sudden change for me, a surprise. But she's here now, and we're going to make the best of it." Wallace gave him an appraising look, and Sam's heart stopped. "I get it. Good for you for stepping up, son. She's precious. What's her name?" "Molly. Speaking of stepping up," Sam said, desperate to pivot from baby to business, "I just want to reiterate that I'm excited at the prospect of running more than one type of camp at a time. With your support, we'll be able to do half-day, full-day, and overnight camps in tandem, and once we get our template set, we can start looking towards a franchise model." "Uh-huh," Wallace answered, still gazing at Molly, who had stopped fussing for the moment and was now smiling at him. "But you've got a lot on your plate now." Sam froze. There was no way he could let Wallace think his attention would be divided because of the baby. As if on cue, Molly arched her back and let out a grumpy, discontented huff that Sam worried might be the precursor to a wail. "She's not happy in the carrier, I think," Wallace said. "Might want to take her out." Sam was still trying to process why Wallace seemed more interested in the baby than mapping out their business strategy as he gingerly lifted Molly from the carrier. "Why don't we head inside? I want to show you the numbers you asked about," Sam said, as he held on to Molly awkwardly while she kicked her legs and fussed. "Sure. Once I see them, I'll be better able to help you make projections based on your hard data." They stepped inside the cabin, and Molly started really crying. Anne was still nowhere in sight, so he tried the jumpy back-patting thing he'd seen Ariel do. "You sure you're okay to meet right now?" Wallace asked, pointedly focusing his attention on Molly. "Yeah, Anne will be back in a second to help out with Molly," he said, praying it was true as the baby's cries got louder. They both turned when the front door swung open, but Sam's hopes fell when he saw that it was Ariel. "Forgot my knife bag," she said, barely glancing at them and pointing to the table where she'd left it. She'd changed into a more casual pair of jeans and a hoodie, her dark hair swirling around her shoulders. Sam couldn't help but notice that she looked even prettier dressed down. "Wallace, this is Ariel," Sam said, refraining from giving any details. "Pleasure," Wallace replied. Ariel gave him a terse nod that bordered on rude. By this time, Molly was in a full-on meltdown, her shrieks echoing off the high ceiling. Ariel glanced at Sam and continued for the door, but stopped when Molly kicked up the volume 3 more notches. "You need the pack and play," she said over the noise. "The what?" Sam asked. She sighed and walked to the stack of Monica's supplies that Sam had dumped in the corner of the room, pulling out an oblong black bag that was at the bottom. "This." "That's a good idea," Wallace agreed. She might be happy to get some tummy time. Sam couldn't believe the billionaire investor had just said the word tummy. Okay, he replied haltingly. I'll, set it up, I guess. He walked to Ariel slowly, then unzipped the black canvas bag. The mess of netting and metal bars looked like an IQ test. He had no idea where to begin to shape it into something usable, but he sure knew he wouldn't be able to do it one-handed. He still had Molly in his arms, and for an instant, he debated putting her down on the floor. Sam looked around helplessly. Ariel sighed. I'll do it. In 20 seconds, she had the thing popped open and set up. Sorta looks like a dog crate, Sam said as Ariel locked the last support beam in place. Wallace laughed and shook his head. You don't have much experience with babies, do you? Afraid I don't, he responded. He was desperate to get the meeting back on track. But my campers, now those are the kinds of little ones I understand. Molly was still fussing in his arms, and he looked back and forth from the pack-and-play to Ariel. Was he just supposed to plop her in it on her back? Could she sit up yet? Or was Wallace right about the tummy thing? Here, Ariel said, holding out her arms. Her frustration was evident in the single word. Let me have her. Sam gratefully handed the baby over. Ariel cradled Molly with one arm and pulled a blanket from a nearby bag with a graceful sweep. She spread the blanket in the pack-and-play, placed Molly on top of it, then Burrito rolled her into it. The crying subsided from wails to snuffles. There you go, sweetheart, Ariel said, patting her chest. Let's try a swaddle and a binky first, and if that doesn't work, then we'll move on to tummy time. Binky? Sam asked. Yeah, this, Ariel said, grabbing a small rubber pacifier from the bag. She popped it into Molly's mouth, and the baby went silent. Thank you. Sam sighed with relief. He waited for Ariel to look at him, and then held her gaze, giving her a nod that he hoped conveyed his sincere gratitude. She seemed unmoved. You're really good at that, Ariel, Wallace said with a smile. I still haven't mastered a good swaddle. Sam glanced at Wallace with a confused expression. Grandbabies, he replied with pride. I missed out on so much with my son, but I have no intention of making that mistake again. My wife says that grandchildren are God's way of giving us a do-over. They both glanced at Molly, and Wallace cleared his throat. Speaking of making mistakes, Sam, are you sure you have the bandwidth to handle the expansion now? With all of the changes in your world, he gestured to the pack-and-play, maybe it's best to hold off for a year or so and stick with what you already have in place, what you know you can handle? Sam's blood turned cold. No, there was no way the ranch could survive if they didn't go through with the partnership this year, and they were so close. Sam had jumped through every hoop Wallace had presented and made every change he'd required. He wasn't about to let his doorstep baby derail everything he'd been working so hard to achieve. I've got it covered, Wallace. Please don't worry. Do you, though? Who is going to take care of the little one? I know that Anne already has her hands full with her other responsibilities. He noticed that Ariel had paused at the door with her hand on the knob. The idea took shape quickly, so fast that he didn't have a chance to decide if it made sense. He just had to trust his instincts, go with his gut. Oh, no. I have someone else who's uniquely qualified to watch her this season, Sam said, sounding more confident than he felt. He glanced at Ariel, who was frozen in place. She turned around and shot Sam a look that could melt steel, but thankfully didn't say a word to contradict him. Excellent, Wallace replied. Glad you've got everything figured out. Why don't we get to work then? Wallace's phone rang and he squinted at the screen. Oh, it's Paris. Sam, I need to take this. Do you mind if we press pause for 15 minutes or so? Sam watched Ariel disappear out the door with a slam. No problem, he said as he sped after Ariel while trying not to make it look like he was chasing after her. I'll just, give you some privacy. Once he was outside, he realized just how quickly Ariel was walking away. It seemed clear that she didn't want to be anywhere near him. How in the world was he going to get the woman who seemed to hate him to agree to help him? Chapter 5. No way. Ariel stomped down the cabin's front stairs in a haze of disbelief. There is no way I'm going to be his nanny. I don't care how cute that baby is." She heard the door swing open behind her, but kept striding forward without turning around. "Ariel, can I talk to you for a minute?" Sam's voice echoed behind her. It would be rude to make him chase her down, but after what he'd done to her, he didn't deserve courtesy. She kept walking. Her entire world had just turned upside down thanks to Sam Carden, and now that she didn't have a plan for the season, it felt like her future was in jeopardy as well. "Hey, hold on for a second. Please, Ariel. Please." She couldn't miss the desperation in his voice. Now he knows how it feels to be out of options. Good. Then, in a delicious instant, Ariel realized that she was in the power position. "Yes?" She stopped, crossed her arms, and raised an eyebrow at him. He shrugged sheepishly, fiddling with his hands as if he didn't know what to do with them. "I have a feeling you know what I'm going to ask you." He looks so nervous. I love it. "I do." "Well, can you? Will you? Name your price, Ariel. Just please say you'll be Molly's nanny for the summer." Ariel paused to consider the idea and realized how close he was standing to her. They'd been closer before, when passing the baby back and forth, but in this moment, it was just them, and it was impossible not to be aware of him. Tall, lean but muscular, and completely at home in his worn jeans and scuffed-up boots. He was a quintessential Colorado cowboy. He also got better looking the closer you got, which was an incredibly unfair advantage, given that he'd already been gorgeous from a distance. Up close? Whoo, boy. His skin was lightly tanned but not weathered, and she pondered if he was the rare outdoorsman who believed in sun protection. She let her eyes dart down his body for an instant, too quick to really take stock of him, but long enough to register that she liked what she was seeing. No, I don't. He's a terrible, selfish person. She was about to answer when the unmistakable sound of crying seeped through the door. They both turned to look, but neither one moved. "Better go get your daughter," Ariel said with a fake smile. "Sounds like she needs her daddy." Sam pursed his lips, then started to jog back to the cabin. He stopped abruptly and turned back to her. "Please wait here. Just one sec." Ariel shrugged as he ran backwards to the cabin with a pleading look on his face. Let him worry. She inhaled deeply in an effort to remain calm and was met with the sweet smell of fresh air, pine needles, and flowers. She took the opportunity to really look around her, at the camp that was supposed to be her home for the summer. No matter how upset she was with Sam, she couldn't deny that he had a piece of paradise here. The entire landscape was a brilliant emerald green, dotted with flowers ranging from bright white to deep blue. The sky seemed endless, and the mountains in the distance disappeared into the clouds, making her think about cotton candy, which was just one of the creative surprises she'd planned to make for the campers that summer. "Dang it, Sam." "Okay, here we are," Sam called to her in an exaggeratedly slow, smooth drawl, as if he was trying to gentle a nervous thoroughbred. Ariel stifled a laugh when she saw how Sam was holding Molly. He was walking with his knees slightly bent, as if trying to be a shock absorber. Molly was lying across the tops of his arms, tucked in the crooks of his elbows sideways and facing out, almost in Superman position. Sam held onto her top arm and leg awkwardly. Despite the unique carrying position, the little baby was smiling. Ariel could almost imagine the baby thinking, "Daddy's so silly." "You got her to stop crying. That's a start," Ariel said, trying not to sound too complimentary. "But you're holding her all wrong. Let me show you." "Ugh, stop being helpful." "That would be fantastic, thank you." Sam exhaled as he gently handed Molly over. "Like this," Ariel demonstrated, placing Molly's body against hers, cradling her bottom with one hand and placing a gentle hand against her back. Molly snuggled against her, and Ariel instinctively gave her a little hug. "Baby smell. Don't inhale. Don't do it." "You're so good with her," Sam said. It was obvious he wasn't just trying to butter her up. He seemed to genuinely admire her skill. "Years of babysitting. I've had a lot of practice." He perked up. "See? You're perfect for the job." she bristled. "No, I'm perfect for the kitchen. That's my job, Sam. The one you hired me for, and the one you took away from me." Sam closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, I really am. But can you at least try to see my side for a minute? This ranch is everything to me. Absolutely everything." Ariel snorted. "Up until this point, I mean." He backpedaled quickly and glanced at Molly. "My whole life and legacy are invested in the land beneath our feet. It's my last link to my family. But it's in jeopardy, Ariel. Did you hear about the forest fires last year?" She nodded. "We were right in the path of it, and we took a major hit. Land and fencing burned to a crisp, lost a few horses. One of the outposts burned to the ground. The expenses to fix everything are bleeding me dry. If I can make this deal with Wallace, if I can get his investment, it's not only a chance to get everything back in working order, but to secure my future, and the futures of everyone else who relies on me." He reached out and placed his hand on the back of Molly's head, and she cooed and leaned towards him. Ariel hated that his words moved her. It was getting harder and harder to stay angry at him, especially while holding his sweet baby in her arms. "But what about your mom? Anne, was that her name? Can't she help?" Sam shook his head. "She's not my mom. She's the ranch housekeeper, and she's already got too much on her plate. Part of the expansion will include hiring more staff so she can relax a little. I know she'd be happy to pitch in with some occasional babysitting, but it wouldn't be fair to ask her to become a full-time nanny on top of everything else that she does." Ariel didn't comment on the fact that the energy between Sam and Anne seemed more familial than employer and employee, but maybe it was due to all of their years working together. They definitely seemed closer than Ariel was with her own family. Her parents weren't exactly the warm and fuzzy type. They cared a lot about giving her and her sisters the tools to excel in a variety of prestigious fields, but they were far less interested in what might actually make them happy. If high-performing kids was their goal, then she guessed they were more or less successful, at least with the other kids. But as for her, that kind of environment, structured around minimal praise and impossible expectations, had never felt right at all. She'd resented being made to feel like an underperforming employee who was constantly on the verge of getting fired. Thinking back, Ariel couldn't recall a single time in which she felt unconditionally supported, or even that someone would be by her side if something went wrong. Sam was lucky that he had an employee who came closer to acting like a loving parent than hers ever had. Sam pressed on. "I love this ranch, and I love my campers. You might not believe it, but I happen to be really good with children. The 5-year-olds, they're the best. I have so much fun with them." Okay, yes, his enthusiasm is adorable, but it doesn't matter. He went back on his word. "But babies?" he continued. "I'm clueless. You, on the other hand, are amazing. It's like you know everything there is to know." "Stop trying to flatter me," she replied, bouncing Molly up and down, trying not to let her heart melt at the way the baby sighed and snuggled closer. "I'm not, it's the truth. That's why I'm asking you, no, begging you, to stay on as Molly's nanny for the summer. It makes sense if you think about it. It's going to be tough for you to find work at this point, especially a job that provides room and board. Try impossible." "Exactly. I'll pay you what we agreed upon, plus a little bonus once the deal is finalized with Wallace." "But what about my audition practice? If I nanny, I won't be in the kitchen every day." "The kitchen and everything in it will be yours whenever Calvin isn't there. I'll even pay for your supplies if you agree to share what you make now and then." Would he still be saying that if he knew how expensive her ingredients were likely to be? The costs could seriously add up. He might have a heart attack once he saw the grocery bills. "If I'm not cooking for kids, I'm not going to be making franks and beans," she pointed out. "I'll want to practice things for my audition. Cooking that's meant to impress a top chef. We're talking haute cuisine. I'll do what I can with staple ingredients, working on my prep skills, but I've got to get the flavor profiles right too, and that means shelling out for some high-end ingredients. I won't go completely crazy. I'm not going to be buying saffron or edible gold by the pound or anything, but I can't promise I won't buy any at all. It's not going to be cheap." She'd budgeted her summer with the idea that she'd be spending a fair share of her salary on those very ingredients. But unless she took this offer, would she have a salary, or a kitchen, or any of the things she needed to get ready for her audition? Oh God, was she really thinking of doing this? Sam looked more curious than horrified. You can eat gold? You can eat most things if you put your mind to it, she deadpanned. But yeah, edible gold is a thing. Sam shrugged. I'm game for some fancy chow I can't pronounce, as long as it tastes good. And if you say you need gold, then get some gold. I'll cover it. You have my word. Sure, but what was that worth? She'd had his word that the camp cook job was hers in the first place. But when things got complicated, his promise went out the window. If she was going to stay, she needed him to know that that couldn't happen again. Look, as important as this ranch is to you, that's how important my work is to me. I need you to know that everything is resting on my audition. It's not just a job, it's my future. So, if you're going to give me your word, I'm going to need you to stick to it. Not just about the ingredients, but about making sure that I have time to do my own cooking, uninterrupted. When I'm cooking, I need to focus. I'll actually be finalizing my own recipes, which takes a whole lot of work and concentration. So my time in the kitchen is my time. Got it? Sam bit back a smile, like he knew he was about to win. Got it. Ariel walked in circles, resting her chin on top of Molly's smooth head. When the baby nestled in even closer against Ariel's neck, she held back a sigh of delight. It's like they're working as a team to take me down. If you agree, you'll be staying in the main house to be closer to Molly, Sam continued. Trust me, it's an upgrade. The cabins are great, but they're a little, rustic. The main house has really nice rooms. Ariel paused. He had a point. The cabin was cute for a few nights, but trying to make the tiny bathroom and cot-style bed work for the season would have been a hassle. She'd have done it, if necessary, but if there was a better option, it would be silly not to take it. And if the rest of the building looked as gorgeous as the woodsy, high-beamed great room they'd been in, she was in for a treat. What are the hours? She asked. Sam paused and then held his palms up with a helpless expression on his face. I have no idea. When she's awake during the day, I guess. I'll take over in the evening. Remember, I'm new at this, as in, brand new. Ariel stroked Molly's back as she stared out at the distant mountain range. It was true, he'd been a father for approximately 2 hours without any time to prepare for it. He was probably in shock and just trying to keep his head above water while life as he knew it changed. Just like her. She considered what her days would look like as a nanny. At 4 months old, Molly would spend a few hours every day napping, and since she wasn't mobile yet, the baby could hang out in the kitchen with her while she worked in between Calvin's shifts. It was far from an ideal setup, but as long as Molly wasn't too fussy, she'd have uninterrupted stretches to practice. She could focus on apps and desserts during the day and save the more labor-intensive recipes for at night once Molly went to sleep or was passed over to Sam's care. Hey, Sam said quietly. Ariel turned to him and was shocked by the raw tenderness on his face. Yes? If it matters, she really seems to like you already. He pointed to his daughter nestled in her arms, and Ariel glanced down at her little face. Molly was dozing against her chest, making little content noises with every exhale. Her tiny fist was curled beneath her chin, as if she'd been having deep thoughts before she'd fallen asleep. Her chubby cheeks were pink from the exertion of slumber. It was the unmistakable look of a baby who was completely comfortable and happy. Ariel sighed in resignation. The answer was already obvious to both of them. Okay, fine, I'll do it. I'll stay and be Molly's nanny for the summer. Sam leapt up and punched the air silently. He beamed at her and moved closer. Thank you. Thank you for doing this. You won't regret it, I promise. He looked into her eyes and placed his hands on her forearms. The heat of his palms on her skin sent unexpected tingles down her spine, and for a moment, the three of them were united. No way. Do not go there. Life is complicated enough already. Ariel moved away abruptly. I hope not. The only thing she worried about regretting was getting mixed up with a cowboy who cared more about the land than the people who lived on it. But she knew better than to make a mistake like that. If nothing else, her latest ex had made sure of that. He'd taught her that no one was going to put her first, so she'd have to take care of herself. Chapter 6. Dude, what the deuce? It was the 7th time Daryl Rivers, one of Sam's best friends, had asked that particular question, and Sam wasn't any closer to having an answer for him. I know, he said instead. You have a daughter. Yep, sure do, just as much as I did the first time you said so. And the second? And the third. Sam reached for his beer. Daryl's shock would be even funnier once he had more of a buzz on. Anne was an angel for sending him to Guy's Night at the Dark Horse Tavern, despite their new addition at home. It was a weekly tradition between him and his buddies that he'd assumed he'd have to give up, now that he was a single dad, but Anne must have been able to see that he needed it. You could use a beer or 3, Anne had said as she'd pushed him out the door, and a chance to talk to your friends. They're going to want to be there for you. You just need to let them. Welcome to the club, man, Colin McCabe said and clinked his glass against Sam's. He was the 3rd member of their quartet. The other member was Michael Townsend, but he hadn't been able to make it tonight. Michael had texted earlier to let them know that he'd found a foal in the middle of a field and couldn't locate its mama, which was a pretty big deal to a horse rancher. Sam would have to catch him up on the news later. Michael was the steadiest of his friends and usually gave the best advice. Sam could use all the advice he could get right now. He was especially counting on Colin in this particular case. All his friends were bachelors, but Colin was the one who actually knew about raising kids. He had a daughter, Bex, who was about to go into kindergarten, and he'd been her primary caregiver as a single dad from the day she was born. Their situations were hardly the same, though. Colin had adopted Bex after his sister had an accidental pregnancy. He chose to step up and become a father and full-time parent, freeing his sister up so that she could pursue her dreams. Sam had fatherhood shoved on him completely out of the blue by a woman who had never even bothered to tell him that she was pregnant. The whole thing was so unfair, both to Sam and to Molly. He deserved to know about her from the very beginning, and she deserved better than to be left in the care of someone who had no idea what he was doing, and no chance to figure things out or prepare. He was going to fumble his way through all of this, and she'd be the one paying the price. At least Ariel agreed to stay, he thought. Sam would be truly screwed if she had left. Be honest, Sam said. How hard is it? Colin nearly spit out his beer. Parenting? He choked before he started laughing. Sam and Daryl watched him for a second before Sam threw a peanut from the bowl sitting on the bar at him. All right, I get it, he said. Colin shook his head. You really, really don't, he insisted. Parenting is the hardest thing I've ever done. I'm not scared of hard work, Sam pointed out, but Colin just scoffed. Trust me when I say you've never worked like this. His expression grew more serious. Look, when it comes to ranching or running the camp, I know you know your stuff. But you've had your whole life to learn how to do both of those jobs, starting back when your dad started having you help out when you were just a little kid, right? Sam nodded his agreement. You've been in training for those jobs for probably longer than you can remember. But this new job, being a dad, there's no way to train for it other than to do it. And it's hard like nothing you've ever known. Sam and Daryl both winced. But you like being a dad, right? Daryl asked. A smile bloomed across their friend's face, and Sam felt the tension in his shoulders relax a little. Bex is the best thing that's ever happened to me, he said with a raw kind of honesty that wasn't normal for their guys' night conversations. Sam knew that Colin loved the little girl, and who could blame him? Sam himself had spent plenty of time with her over the years and knew just how smart and sweet and fun she was. But he was just the honorary uncle, the one who showed up for birthday parties and game nights and things like that. He'd never had to do the tough stuff, and he'd never gotten the payoff of the deep, loving bond Bex and Colin shared. The smile that lit up Colin's face at just the thought of his daughter showed a kind of devotion Sam didn't think he'd ever felt before, but he wanted to learn all about it. That could be me someday, he thought. It didn't feel possible, but even in the few hours that he'd known about Molly, he felt protective of her. That feeling would grow, right? And she'd love him too, as long as he managed to not completely screw this up. Am I going to be okay, Colin? Colin clinked their beer glasses together again. You'll be fine, he said. Eventually. Daryl raised his glass. To being fine eventually, he toasted. Sam rolled his eyes but toasted with him anyway. Eventually, he echoed. They sat in silence for a moment, and then Daryl asked, So, what's the new nanny like? She was supposed to take over for Chef Calvin, right? Didn't Nancy recommend her for that spot? Sam nearly kicked the man under the table. Sometimes Daryl was as clueless as a fish on dry land. He glanced at Colin to see if he'd reacted to hearing Nancy's name. Judging by the way he was gripping his beer, he had, but he wasn't going to say anything. Colin never did when it came to Nancy. She had been the love of his life once upon a time, but she'd wanted bigger and better things, and Colin had wanted nothing more than to stay in Windy Creek. So Nancy had left, and as far as Sam knew, she hadn't looked back. He didn't want to hate her for following her dreams. Everyone should have the right to do that, but it was hard not to feel a little resentful when he saw the way that it still seemed to hurt Colin, just to hear her name. 10 years later, and Sam wasn't entirely convinced that he wasn't still in love with her. Yeah, he said. Apparently she catered some of the events that Nancy planned. She listed Nancy as a reference. So if she's a caterer, why is she your nanny? Colin asked. His voice sounded like gravel, like he was grinding his molars together. Calvin came back, Sam explained. And you know how much I need things to go well this summer. Everything will go smoother if I'm working with a cook I know I can count on, one who knows everything there is to know about the job. Daryl frowned. So, you hired her on as a cook and then booted her the second Calvin stepped back through the door? Sam groaned and drained his beer. I know, okay? Ariel has already given me that particular lecture, all right? Ariel? Daryl waggled his eyebrows in an exaggerated fashion. That's a hot girl's name. He grinned, looking almost like a kid again. He always got like this after a couple of beers. It reminded Sam of being in high school and sneaking out to the pastures for a campfire and pilfered liquor. Sam shrugged. I guess so. So she's not a hot girl? Daryl clicked his tongue against his teeth. That's disappointing. Sam frowned. Now, I never said that. Colin and Daryl shared a grin, and Sam knew that he'd stepped in their trap. He groaned. Okay, yes, she's good-looking. Mile-long legs and this smile that just... He tapered off and looked at his friends who were right on the verge of a pair of teenage girls getting their weekly gossip. That what, Sam? Colin egged on. Tell us all about this fantastic smile. Sam flagged down the waitress and ordered another beer. I'm just saying it's a good smile, he muttered. All I'm hearing is that you couldn't stop staring at her mouth, Daryl teased, laughing when Sam threw peanuts in his direction. Shut up. Real mature, Sam, he thought derisively. You gonna stick your tongue out at them next? I wasn't staring at her mouth. Just her smile, right? Colin asked. Sam gave him a deadpan stare. You're pushing it, McCabe. Colin's teasing grin didn't move an inch. Why is it so hard for you to tell us that you're attracted to her? He asked. It's obvious you are, given how defensive you're getting. I'm not getting defensive. Sam heard his own tone and sighed. Okay, he said, after taking a deep breath to calm himself down. Fine, you're right, she's attractive. You find her attractive, Daryl said, and when Sam turned his angry eyes on him, he held up his empty hands. I'm just saying, someone being generally attractive isn't the same thing as you finding her attractive. I can hear it in your voice, man. You didn't just notice. You're interested. Sam sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Yes, he admitted. I am, but it doesn't matter. Why not? Daryl asked. Well, given that I took away her dedicated kitchen space that she was counting on to practice for that fancy audition, she pretty much hates me, he said. And I have to be on top of Cowboy camp more than ever this year. Plus, I'm suddenly a father, even though I don't know what I'm doing. With all of that going on, dating is at the very bottom of my list of priorities. It might not even be on the list at all. Sam wasn't the dating type anyway. He liked having a good time, but he usually kept things casual, not wanting to have to deal with anything that would make his life more complicated. Of course, his last hookup just dropped a baby on his doorstep, so maybe the universe was telling him something. Or maybe it was just enjoying laughing at his expense, like his supposed friends who kept snickering at him all the way through the three of them finished up their beers. Once they were done with their drinks, he figured it was high time he left the bar. Colin wanted to get home to his daughter, and Daryl said something about needing to get back to his leatherworking projects as well, so they all walked out together, waving their goodbyes in the parking lot and promising to meet next week. When he got home, Anne was sitting in the living room. She put her finger to her lips when she saw him and motioned to the pack and play. Sam could see the shadowy figure of Molly through the mesh fabric. "Little cutie went down like a dream," Anne murmured as she stood. "Though she'll probably be hungry in a little while." She eyed Sam. "Are you drunk? Should I stay?" Sam waved her off. "I'm fine," he said. "Stopped at 2 beers, I promise. Go home and get a good night's rest." When she still looked skeptical, he added, "Please. Are you sure you've got this?" "I've got to figure it out, don't I?" Sam asked, a little more gruffly than he normally would speak to Anne. He cleared his throat. "I mean, I appreciate the offer, but Molly isn't going anywhere, so I need to figure out how to do this. I want to be able to take care of her, figure out how to give her what she needs." It couldn't be that hard, right? Yeah, it wasn't ideal that she couldn't talk yet, but he knew how to read body language and other signals. He did it with horses all the time. Most of the time, all it took was paying attention and being patient. He could do that. For his baby girl, he could do that and more. Anne's look was incredibly fond. She reached out and picked invisible lint off of his shirt, sniffling slightly. "You're going to be a good father, Sam," she said. "I can tell." "I'm glad one of us thinks so," he said, but his lips curled into a smile. It meant a lot that Anne thought he was going to be okay. She really was the closest he had to family, and while she loved him, she didn't pull her punches either. "Go home," he reiterated. "I'll figure it out." Anne hummed and squeezed his arm. "You will," she agreed. "What do you mean he fired you?" Nancy asked, clearly still incredulous. "You've been there for less than a day." Ariel sighed. "His other chef came back," she said, doing her utmost to remain calm. "Apparently he has some kind of long-standing relationship with this other guy, and when he wanted the job back, Sam said he could have it." She was trying her best to be fair, even though it was hard. Nancy, on the other hand, was pissed. "I can't believe him. Who does he think he is going back on a contract like that? You should sue. Isn't he your friend? After this? Not a chance. How dare he treat you this way? I've known him since we were kids, and I never would have thought he'd do something so low. I mean, it's been a while since I've really talked to him and we haven't done the best job of keeping in touch. But that's because he was really more She cut herself off. "I mean, we were in the same group, but we weren't really close, one-on-one. But I still thought better of him. You deserve better." Ariel smiled at her friend's passionate defense. She'd met Nancy when she'd catered an event that Nancy's firm had planned, and they'd hit it off right away. Ariel was always Nancy's first pick for a caterer when Ariel was available, and she knew Nancy had been happy to have helped her out by recommending her for this job for the summer. Nancy was an excellent event planner. She loved being able to make all the pieces fit so that things would run smoothly for everyone. She was probably feeling guilty that she'd gotten Ariel into this sticky situation in the first place. What he did was shitty, she concluded. It really was. But Ariel couldn't shake the near panic that had stricken him. "He did offer me another job," she admitted. "Oh? As what, a sous chef? But why would a cowboy camp need more than one cook? It's not like the kids expect gourmet plating or anything, right?" Ariel smiled. Nancy only knew that term because of her. "No, he wants me to work for him as a nanny." Nancy all but choked. "Seriously? Sam Carden has a kid? When did he get married?" "He didn't," Ariel said. "He's not even in a relationship. From what I can tell, it was a one-night stand, and she didn't bother to let him know that she was pregnant. Not until she decided she didn't want to be a mom anymore and that she was going to leave the baby with him. When I arrived, she was basically dropping the baby into his arms. She literally threatened to leave the baby on the driveway. She heard Nancy gasp softly. What a witch, right? Who could do that to their own child, especially a baby as sweet as Molly? Even if she didn't quite like her new boss at the moment, his daughter was adorable, and none of this was her fault. What's he going to do? What do you mean? Does he have a plan, since you turned down the job? Oh, well, Ariel, you didn't actually take the job, did you? What about practicing for your audition? He's promised me that I can have the run of the kitchen in the evening, Ariel said. He even said he'd pay for ingredients. Does he know how expensive some of those can get? Nancy said, sounding dubious. I warned him, Ariel said, but he said it'd be fine. He really wanted me to take the job. He's got no clue what to do with babies. Nancy hummed. No, I guess he wouldn't. Kids, yes. Babies? Well, I know it's not an ideal situation, but at least it's something, right? Did you have any other prospects? Not really. Not at the last minute like this. Yeah, it wasn't the job she'd imagined, but she'd have a workspace to practice in, a full assortment of ingredients to choose from, and at least a little time to herself, plus a salary and a roof over her head. Her situation could easily be a lot worse. Plus, you'll get plenty of eye candy. But no, she wasn't going to let herself think of that. Yeah, her boss was hot like the sun, but that wasn't where her focus needed to be. Just because she had eyes that liked what they saw didn't mean that she would get involved. If you need anything, you know you can call me, right? Ariel smiled. Of course. Thanks, Nance. Don't thank me just yet, all right? You have to survive the summer and rock your audition first. Then you can treat me to one of those fancy dinners of yours. That made her laugh. Deal. Chapter 7. Sam wandered towards the main kitchen as the sun was setting, filled with the contentment of a hard day well spent. The official start of camp was speeding towards them, and he felt that with Ariel's help, he was going to be able to handle the adorable little curveball life had thrown at him, all while managing Wallace's expectations at the same time. He paused in the doorway and discovered Ariel focused on a book on the prep table, humming and bouncing Molly gently on her hip, while the baby made happy little gurgles and patted her cheek. They looked so natural together already that if Sam didn't know better, he would have sworn that they were mother and child. It was a scene out of a photo spread. A beautiful woman and adorable child bathed in the soft glow of the pendant lights above them. Day 1 down. How'd it go? Sam asked after he'd stared at them for a few seconds too long. He was half excited to get feedback from Ariel and half nervous. She jumped but recovered quickly. Hey there, it went great actually, she's an angel. Ariel shifted Molly from one hip to the other. Perfect napper, excellent eater, and the best laugh you've ever heard. Sam felt relief wash over him. Everything was working out. I guess she takes after me. I love naps and eating too. Ariel smirked at him. I'm glad you're here. It's time for me to hand her off to you. I need to focus on this recipe. She picked up a stained piece of paper and waved it in front of her as Molly tried to reach out to grab it. Okay. So, my shift starts now? It's not a shift. It's called parenting your child. Sam ducked his head. Right. Okay. So, should I just carry her around? Or put her in that crate thing? He didn't know why this was all so scary now. He had done just fine last night. Sure, she'd only woken up one time, but he thought he'd handled it really well. But this morning, he had been itching for Ariel to take over. Ariel hid a smile. Why don't you try baby wearing? There's a sling in the stuff that was dropped off with her. What the? It's a way of holding your baby close while keeping your hands free. It's practical and it has bonding benefits as well. I'll show you. She walked over and handed Molly to Sam. He held her face out like a rugby player cradling a ball. She was so wiggly. Sam tried to avert his eyes when Ariel bent over to dig through Molly's diaper bag, but the view was too good to pass up. Her black boat-neck t-shirt fell away from her chest, giving him a prime view of her cleavage. Sam struggled to determine if she was wearing a push-up bra or if it was the angle of the lean that made her shape seem so perfect. He looked away just in time. "Here it is," she said, unfolding a colorful rectangle of fabric and holding it up for him to see. Sam shrugged. "Looks like a rag." "Just wait," she replied as she walked towards him, folding and twisting the fabric. "Hold her right here." Ariel positioned Molly high against Sam's chest and wound the pink and red striped fabric over his shoulder and around Molly, then around his waist like she was doing life-sized origami, securing the wrap with a knot at his hip. "Okay, you can let go of her," she said after she examined her work. Sam widened his eyes and looked down at Molly. "She won't fall out?" "Nope. Trust me." He let go with one hand, hovering it a few inches away from Molly's body just in case, then let go with the other hand. "See? Hands free," Ariel said triumphantly. Sam took a few tentative steps, swinging his arms while Molly made happy little chirping sounds. It felt good having the warm little body nestled against his. "This is cool. I'm like a kangaroo." "That's the idea," Ariel said with a satisfied nod. "Okay, now that you two are set, I'm going to get to work." "Do you mind if we hang out for a bit?" Sam asked. He wasn't sure what he would do otherwise since everyone else was off duty for the day. She shrugged. "It's your kitchen." The response stung. Despite how well he felt everything had worked out for both of them, she was clearly still a little surly with him. Maybe things would get better once they were all settled in a routine. Sam pulled out a stool at the counter and sat down. "What are you making tonight?" he asked, hoping to open her up a little. "Pan-seared shiitake mushroom steak in a red wine, and tahini glaze with salt-flaked new potatoes and shaved balsamic Brussels sprouts." "Steak, yum," his stomach growled. "No, mushroom steak. This is a vegan meal. It's one of the parts of the audition, one of the many meals I'll need to prepare." Sam frowned. "Vegan? I'll pass, thanks." Ariel put a pot down with a thud. "Seriously? Have you ever tried to eat anything other than dairy, meat, and carbs?" "Not really," he admitted once he stopped to think about it. "Calvin's repertoire doesn't go much beyond chicken tenders and macaroni, and Anne doesn't like to cook anymore, so when he's not here I just eat frozen stuff, lasagna or something like that." He shrugged. She ran her finger down the paper in front of her and didn't look up at him. "I'm making enough for two. Would you at least try it?" It felt like an olive branch, and he knew he'd be stupid to refuse it, even if the only mushrooms he'd ever been able to tolerate were on pizza. "I'd love to, thanks. I haven't had dinner yet." He glanced down at Molly. "Did she eat?" "Yup, she's all set," Ariel said as she finished gathering ingredients and tools. "You look really comfortable in here already. I'm impressed." The camp kitchen was huge, big enough for a staff of cooks despite the fact that they'd only ever had Calvin, and even though it was built for utility, it still managed to be a cheerful, light-filled space lined with windows. There was enough counter space to create and serve dozens of meals at a time, and it looked like Ariel had already claimed most of it. The stovetop had 8 gas burners, and there were 2 ovens at the ready. Calvin had amassed cupboards full of tools over the years, half because he pretended to need them and half because he was a gadget guy. Most of them were still in the original packaging. Sam was glad some of the stuff would finally get used. "Calvin showed me where everything is. Nice guy." Another olive branch. She was loosening up. "So, tell me about this audition. Is it normal for chefs to have to do that?" She stared at him for a minute. "You mean you don't know? This audition is for his new reality show about his latest restaurant. Chef Welsh is opening another one in Aspen, and he's staffing it with the best of the best. Anyone who gets hired will probably wind up on the show, at least in the background. So not only am I cooking for him, I have to prove that I can be camera ready if necessary. They're going to film the cooking portion of my interview, which is why it's an audition in addition to a skills test." Sam watched her for a minute and wondered if it would be rude to comment on her automatic camera readiness. Even in a simple t-shirt and messy updo, she looked like a goddess. He opted for a safe answer. "You're going to do great," she smirked at him. "You haven't tasted my cooking yet." "Well, the big words you use make you sound like a pro, so..." He shrugged. Ariel started prepping the meal without hesitation. Not fast, but with an impressive self-assuredness. Soon the kitchen was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of garlic and spices. Sam quickly realized that she was as good in the kitchen as she was with a baby. He glanced down at Molly, pressed against his chest, her warmth feeling like a natural extension of his body. She was sleeping. Looks like she nodded off. Is that okay? He turned so Ariel could see Molly, and she stopped stirring a saucepan filled with a boiling burgundy sauce. Totally fine. She nodded. Her sleep schedule is going to be weird while she gets settled in here, so there's no such thing as too much sleep right now. I'll get her into a routine soon enough. Ariel paused and shot Sam a frown. Poor thing. He nodded. Yeah. Getting dumped with strangers in a new place is a lot of upheaval for a baby. I don't know much about her mom, but I'm guessing she's better off with us. Better to be here with you, Ariel corrected. Her father. A low rumble of distant thunder rolled over the ranch. Shoot! Almanac was right, AccuWeather was wrong, Sam said, peering out the window. Thunderstorm. Ariel followed his gaze to where 3 men were running towards a field. The sky was an ominous blue-black. Looks like you've got a good team out there. They have to bring the horses in? He nodded and stood up, plucking at the sling. We do! How do I take this off? Wait a minute, Ariel sputtered, gesturing at the boiling saucepan in front of her. That's not fair. No way. I'm right in the middle of this. If I stop now, the whole thing is ruined. You said you'd take her after hours. Well, the storm changes things. I need to get out there and help. Isn't that why you have staff? She asked in a panicked voice. Ranch hands and all that? It goes quicker if we all pitch in. Besides, I'm not the kind of boss who sits by when there's work to be done. Sam was pulling the sling gingerly over his shoulder, trying not to jostle Molly awake but failing miserably, with both of them getting trapped in the folds of fabric. She started mewling. Ariel dropped the metal spoon and the clang startled Molly, turning her half-awake cries into a full-on meltdown. Sam grimaced even as he finally managed to get free from the sling. He gave Molly a kiss on the head and walked her over to Ariel. Sorry, I need to look after the horses. Safety first. If you want to talk safety, then maybe you shouldn't be handing me a baby near an open flame. She turned off the burner and moved the hot pan to the back of the stove. She took Molly and wrapped her arms around her protectively. Listen, I think we made a mistake, Sam. If I can't practice, this isn't going to work out. He sighed, angry that the progress they'd been making had evaporated in an instant. I'm sorry, Ariel. I wasn't expecting this storm. I won't make a habit of it. Oh, don't even pretend you can promise that. What, you can control the weather? She fumed at him, but still managed to gently stroke Molly into a state of calm. He paused, almost ready to take the bait, but managed to talk himself down. Look, I've got to get out there now, but I do promise that this is going to work. These are just growing pains. He headed for the door and grabbed his hat off the peg next to it. He hoped he'd sounded more confident than he felt, because a nagging doubt inside of him was expanding into a full-blown worry. Maybe Ariel was right. Maybe it wasn't going to work. Chapter 8. Are you sure this is safe? Ariel looked over at Sam and did her best not to roll her eyes. He was leaning against the bed of his truck, eyeing every car that pulled into the parking lot like they were loaded with explosives. The glaring was made even more ridiculous by the happy, cooing baby who was strapped to his chest. I've come across some deals that turned out to be duds on online marketplace before. Sure, she said. Getting high-quality cooking gear didn't come cheap, but if you bought quality, then some of the products could last you for years. And that meant that there was a booming market to buy them secondhand from people who started cooking as a hobby and decided it was more trouble than it was worth. But every time there was an issue, it was either that the person didn't show up, or the thing that I was going to buy wasn't what was advertised. I've never been in a dangerous situation before, I promise. Besides, this is a nice public space. It's not like I invited this lady over to your house, or agreed to meet her in a dark alley or something. He harumphed. We could have gone to Target or the mall or whatever. With those prices? Ariel snorted. Trust me, the prices you can get for gently used items online are definitely worth putting in just a little more time and effort. It was a good thing that Sam was committed to buying all of the things that Molly would need, and it was even better that he wanted to make sure he was buying brands that had a reputation for good quality. But baby things could be heinously expensive, and it was ridiculous to pay full price for something Molly might only end up using for a few months before she outgrew it. Even if Sam had had unlimited money to spend, she wouldn't have let him waste it when there were budget-friendly options out there that would still let him get the best products. She'd done her research, and the bouncer that this woman was selling was top-rated on all the parenting sites. If it really was in good shape, as the seller had promised, then they were getting an amazing bargain. He sent an incredulous look her way. "I guess we'll see, if this woman ever shows up." Under his breath, she heard Sam mutter to Molly, "If she is a real woman anyway. It could be some 60-year-old dude looking to scam us." He tweaked the baby's nose softly. "You're not allowed anywhere near social media until you're 35. Ariel smiled despite herself. Sam still wasn't necessarily comfortable with Molly, but there was no doubt that a bond had started to form between them. She swore that the baby waited for Sam to come in for the evening. She would save her biggest smiles and cutest coos for when her daddy came through the door. And the smile that he gave his baby in return, it lit up the whole room. He might not know all the ins and outs of how to be a dad yet, but he knew how to love his daughter with all his heart. Ariel would be jealous if it wasn't so adorable. "It'll be fine," Ariel reassured him, rolling her eyes. "Besides, even if a 60-year-old man looking to scam me does show up, you're here, right?" Sam seemed to puff at that. "Right," he said. His eyes dropped to Molly. "I'm right here to protect you," he sing-songed to her, and she cooed in response, sounding delighted. Ariel didn't bother trying to keep the smile off her face. More and more it was a losing battle. "But I am not crushing on him," she thought, determined. Just because she found the way he interacted with his daughter cute didn't mean that she was softening toward him. Sam was still the guy who hired her and fired her without ever giving her a chance. He was still the guy who thought it was more important to give his time and attention to a piece of land than to his daughter. It was hard to let go of something like that, even if Sam was ridiculously attractive. A faded blue Camry pulled into the parking lot, which was the same description that Ariel had been given from the woman selling the nearly new bouncer. The car pulled in beside Sam's truck, and a woman in her 40s with her blonde hair tied up in a ponytail hopped out. She smiled at Ariel. "You're here for the bouncer?" "Take that, Sam Carden." "We are," she said with a smile. "Is the price still $30? The woman nodded. "Absolutely. Honestly, if it was up to me, then I'd give it away. It's just been collecting dust and taking up space in my living room ever since my son outgrew it. But my husband insisted that we get something for it." Ariel nodded along politely. "Sure, of course." It was normal for these interactions to be awkwardly chatty, though it was easy to see that Sam was getting restless. He was practically dancing where he stood, although he did a good job covering it up by pretending to bounce Molly, who looked like she was in heaven. "Anyway," the woman opened her trunk. "It's right here like I said in the post. My little one barely ever used it." Ariel looked it over, scanning it for any stains or frayed cords or anything like that. It looked fantastic, like it was brand new. It didn't even smell funny. "This is great," she said. "Let me grab my purse." She didn't usually carry cash, but she'd made a point of getting some for this since the ad had said that exact change would be appreciated. She already had a running tally of grocery receipts for Sam to pay her back for. Adding this to the list wouldn't be a problem. "I got it." Sam reached into his back pocket and produced a leather wallet. It was ornate and well-made, Ariel noticed. I wouldn't have thought a guy like him would carry something so fancy. "It's okay. I was just going to add this to your tab," Ariel said. Honestly, she hadn't planned on Sam being there for this transaction at all. He was the one who had insisted on coming along when she'd told him where she was going. "No need," he insisted. "I've got it. Keep your money." He took out 2 20s and handed it to the woman. "I don't have change," she said apologetically. "I told that to your nanny," Ariel supplied. "Just keep the change. It really seems to be in good shape, and I'm sure you paid a whole lot more than 40 for it in the first place." The woman took the money. Her smile was fond. It was on our baby registry, she admitted. But yeah, it sells for more like $200 if you buy it in one of the retail stores. You have no idea what you're looking at, do you? Sam laughed, and it was a nice sound. It had no right sounding as rich and warm as it did. Not at all, he said, but then he gestured toward Ariel. I trust her, though. And if she thinks it looks good, and that it'll make my daughter happy, then that's enough for me. Money exchanged, Sam deftly undid the baby wrap and handed Molly to Ariel. Then, he helped the woman maneuver the bouncer out of her trunk and loaded it into the back of his truck. Thanks so much again, Ariel said and shook the woman's hand. I'm sure we'll see each other again, the woman said with a smile. If you need clothes for that age and don't mind that they're decorated in trucks, I can definitely hook you up. My baby's growing so fast. I think I have a dozen onesies that he never even got a chance to wear. Ariel grinned. We'll keep an eye out. With a wave, they watched the woman climb back into her car and drive away. She turned to Sam with a smug grin. See, that worked out perfectly. Sam snorted. Let's get the thing home first and see if it actually works before we call it perfect. If I smack him, will he fire me? He probably wouldn't, but Ariel didn't want to risk it. Can you just admit that this was a good idea? Sam's lips pursed into a line, but then he dipped his head in acknowledgement. If it works and Molly likes it, sure, he said begrudgingly. Sam offered to stop at the diner for dinner, but Ariel declined. She had something that she wanted to practice. I feel bad, he said as he pulled the truck out of the parking spot. You set all this up, took care of Molly all day, and now you're making dinner? Ariel was looking over notes in her phone. She paused and looked at him. You get that cooking is the thing that I love to do, right? Feeding you is kind of not the point. No, I get that, he argued. But don't you want a break? I'll get one later. But you can clean the kitchen for me afterward if it means that much to you. That was literally the last thing that Sam wanted, but he also could admit that it was the least that he could do. Sure, he said, though it didn't feel like enough. What are you making? Maybe I could help you. You can cook? Sam laughed and shook his head. Besides the absolute basics, no, he admitted. He knew how to operate the microwave and use the stovetop for things that came with definitive directions, but he wasn't going to pretend he understood any of what she talked about. But I can help you do the prep work for something if it isn't too advanced. She blinked owlishly. Could you trim some green beans for me? Like pulling the ends off? Yeah. I mean, I usually try to make them prettier than just popping off the ends, but for tonight, let's keep it simple. Sure thing, he agreed. Okay then. Thank you, she said. Her tone was a little stiff, a little awkward, but she didn't sound cold or upset with him, so that was progress, right? Don't thank me till it's done, he warned. I still might find a way to screw it up. She laughed a little at that. Somehow, I think we'll be fine, she said, and then she was back to scrolling through her notes in her phone. She handed over a large bowl of green beans, and Sam made himself busy washing them and settling himself on one of the stools. He started popping off the edges of each green bean, but it was such mindless work that it didn't really take any concentration. He didn't even have to look at what he was doing, could do it pretty much just by feel. So he kept his eyes on her. Ariel never said what it was that she was making, but as she laid one of the most beautiful fillets he'd ever seen into a screaming hot cast-iron skillet, Sam's stomach twisted on itself. There was such a heavenly aroma. You make steak a lot, he said, thinking of the first meal she'd made that he had interrupted. She shrugged. Chef Walsh's menu leans heavily on red meat, not just beef, but venison and bison too. I want to get as much practice with them as I can before my audition, so I know just how they should look and smell when they're cooked to the right point. Sam had eaten gamier meat a time or two himself, but he couldn't say that he cared for it. Regular old beef from a regular old cow was just dandy with him, but it seemed rude to say that, so he kept his mouth shut, looking down at the beans to check his progress. He tried to keep them as similarly sized as possible. She didn't need to tell him that that was important for cooking. His mother had taught him that when he was still a kid. Once Ariel had transferred the steak into the oven to finish cooking, she came to check on his progress. "Oh, those look really good." Sam snorted. "You don't have to look so surprised." Her cheeks turned a soft pink. It made him want to reach out and brush his thumb across them. "You can stop that thought right now," he reminded himself. He hadn't been lying when he told Colin and Daryl that he didn't have time for dating. He truly didn't. Besides, it wasn't like she liked him anyway. "I'm just saying that you kept them really evenly sized without a knife. It's impressive." He felt heat in his own cheeks at the praise, just for a split second. "Oh, well, my mom taught me that if you keep them all the same size, they'll all cook in the same amount of time." Ariel smiled, like he'd said something really smart. It was only mildly insulting. Mostly he just liked being on the receiving end of one of her smiles. "Your mom was a smart lady." "She was," he confirmed. "Thanks." Ariel let him finish up the green beans, and he hung around while she cooked them with some fancy-looking potatoes. When she pulled the fillets out of the oven, they were perfect. She plated them both and looked at him. "Hungry?" "Starved." "Let's eat then." Chapter 9. "I promise, this is the last time," Sam said, holding prayer hands out in front of him, pleading for understanding. Ariel sighed and glanced down at Molly, who was strapped against her chest and babbling contentedly while Ariel worked on her grocery list. She knew better than to believe him. Sam always swore he wouldn't interrupt her time in the kitchen, yet here he was, asking for a favor that would keep her away from her cooking after hours yet again. She glared at him. "Sam, this can't become a habit. I'm serious." "I know, but this is something I can't put off. Wallace is coming down tomorrow night to do a final walkthrough, and I need to finish upgrading those last 2 leaky bathroom faucets. The hot water won't shut off, and they're dribbling scalding water. I can't do it tomorrow because I'll be busy with ranch chores and setup all day. And obviously you can't watch Molly if you're doing plumbing, especially when dealing with scalding water." She sighed. She hated to admit that it was a good reason to need to beg off for the night. There were times when she hated her capacity for empathy. "Exactly." Ariel drummed her fingers on the counter. "I was planning to go to the grocery store as soon as I handed her off this afternoon, but I guess I can take her with me." Relief flooded Sam's face. "Perfect. Let me pay for your supplies as a thank you. I'll give you my credit card." "No, Sam, that's not necessary." "Stop, it's the least I can do. I really appreciate you helping me out again," he said, reaching for his wallet in his back pocket as he walked towards her. "No, you don't understand. I'm buying expensive stuff like filet mignon and Madagascar chocolate, and some pricey wine, too. It's going to add up." He shrugged. "As long as you save a portion of what you make for me, it's totally fine. I drink wine now and again, and I do love a good filet. Best we do around here is skirt steak so tough you can use it as boot leather." She cracked a smile. "Well, the way I plan to make it will melt in your mouth, if you'll actually let me finish cooking it." He cringed. "Yeah, I'm so sorry about your mushroom stuff the other night. I never did ask. You couldn't salvage it?" Ariel frowned and shook her head. "The sauce broke when I tried to reheat it." Sam stared at her for a beat. "I don't understand half of what you say when you're talking about food." "Broke? What does that mean?" "The fat I used separated from the rest of the ingredients, and it turned into an oily mess." She frowned again at the thought of the brown globs floating in what was supposed to be a velvety reduction. "Anyway, I guess we'd better take off now before she gets overtired." "Last time." "I swear," Sam said, holding her gaze with a meaningful look that made her feel surprisingly shaky inside. "Yup, sure." Ariel broke off eye contact and set about gathering her list and Molly's diaper bag. 30 minutes later, Ariel was trying to find everything she needed in Windy Creek's surprisingly well-stocked high-end supermarket. Not knowing the layout of the store slowed down the shopping process, and she found herself retracing her steps, trying to find where ingredients like shallots and anchovy paste were hidden. Molly quickly started making the already familiar sounds of a baby in search of a meal. "Oh, poor dear. Someone's complaining about shopping," a sweet-faced, gray-haired woman said to her with a little smile. She stood on her tiptoes and strained to see Molly inside the wrap on Ariel's chest. Oh, right, babies are conversation starters. Even though she needed to stick to a schedule to get Molly home in time for dinner and bedtime, Ariel paused and smiled back at the grandmotherly woman. "She's always hungry," Ariel answered, pulling the green chevron wrap to the side so she could see Molly. "Ruled by her stomach." The woman melted when Molly gave her a little grin. "Precious, what a beauty. She takes after her pretty mama." The comment stopped Ariel cold. It was the first time she and Molly had left the ranch, and for some reason, she'd never considered that people would mistake the baby for hers. But the truth was, they did share a similar coloring, and they both had big brown eyes, though Molly's were tawnier than hers, like her father's. "No, Oh, she favors her daddy then." "Well, he must be very handsome because you're the most beautiful little thing I've ever seen." The woman waggled her fingers at Molly, then looked at Ariel expectantly. "Is her daddy a handsome man?" He's Images of Sam flip-carted through her mind, from the very first time she saw him to the adorably confused way he looked the first time she strapped Molly to him. "Yes, he's absolutely gorgeous. He's the hottest man I've ever met, but he's also the most annoying, which means his looks don't matter. I'm totally immune to him. 100% vaccinated against the scourge that is Sam Carden." But the truth was, she couldn't stop thinking about him. "Yes, he's a very attractive man," Ariel finally said diplomatically. "Well, you two must make a lovely couple. What a lucky family." The woman tottered on, leaving Ariel alone with thoughts of how Sam made her feel every time he got close to her. Molly let out a little squeal that brought Ariel back to the present moment. "Right," Ariel said, grabbing onto one of Molly's smooth little feet and giving it a comforting squeeze. "Let's keep moving." "I bet we can make it in one trip, Molly girl," Ariel said as she pulled bag after bag of groceries out of the trunk of her car. Molly squealed her agreement, and Ariel smiled. They were a great team. She loaded 4 bags on the arm that was cradling Molly, then grabbed the remaining 2 with her other hand and cautiously walked towards the house. She was 3 steps from the porch when the bottom ripped out of one of the thin bags, spilling everything from the frozen phyllo dough to the precious little vial of saffron onto the ground. Crap. Ariel placed the rest of the bags down and tried to collect everything without flipping Molly upside down. "I don't need this right now. We're both tired and hungry, and I still have to find something for dinner." "Hey, let me help." Sam jogged down the stairs and started gathering the groceries, and Ariel let out a grateful sigh. "Thank you. That took way longer than expected, and we're both getting hangry." He laughed as he picked up the groceries. "Yikes, 2 hungry girls means trouble. Glad I ordered that pizza." Ariel's stomach rumbled at the mention of food. "Really? You'll share?" "I ordered it for both of us. I think Molly's still too young for artisanal thin crust, but I figured you'd appreciate it. It's farm-to-table stuff. Fancy, like what you make." She smiled. He really was trying. "That sounds amazing. Thank you, Sam. I'll feed Molly and then grab a slice." The grocery unpacking went quickly with Sam's help. Once Molly was fed, burped, and changed, they both settled at the massive, weathered kitchen table with beers and lukewarm pizza. "What's that thing she's in called again?" Sam asked with his mouth full. He pointed at Molly in her little seat, perched in the middle of the table. "A bouncer. She loves it," Ariel answered as she grabbed another piece of pizza. "I haven't gotten to see her in it too often," he said, which made sense. Sam had her at night. When would he have a chance to use it? "It really works, right? It wasn't a waste of money or anything?" he asked. "Yeah," she said. "It works like a dream." "What does it do, exactly?" Ariel gently turned the bouncer so Sam could see the control panel. "What can't it do? It vibrates, bounces, the little mobile thing on top spins, and it even has music." "Can I hook it up to a Bluetooth and load up my playlist? Get my girl trained up on country music from the get-go?" Sam moved his shoulders like he was dancing. Ariel giggled. Why is he so adorable? "Sorry, The best it can do is a few lullabies. She took a swig of beer and fought against the heat swirling inside of her. I really need to start writing all of this down. There's so much I don't know about being a dad. Google can help, and I'll be here, at least for the next few months. Sam took her in with a look that Ariel couldn't decipher. Gratitude mixed with awe, mixed with... No, not that. Stop. You know, I've always wanted to be a dad, but not like this. His eyes went wide as he seemed to realize how it sounded. I mean, I'm really happy Molly's is here. If I'd known about her, she would have been here from the start. I wouldn't trade this experience for anything, but I thought I'd have time to prepare, learn how to dad, you know? And honestly, I'd always assumed I'd have a chance to adjust to the idea before it happened. He reached out to touch Molly and pulled back when he noticed she was dozing in the bouncer. But here we are? You're doing great, Ariel replied, and she meant it. No matter how rough things started, Ariel could see that he was doing what he could to meet the learning curve, so to speak. She's already in love with you. The bond between parent and child is truly special. Sam puffed up and grinned proudly. You think she loves me already? I'd say she's taken to you more than me. You're a natural. You two bonded right away. You noticed. They both gazed at Molly until Sam broke off and glanced at Ariel. It's weird. You two even look alike. Same coloring. Ariel blushed. Someone said that at the grocery store. She shrugged. People see what they want to see. She felt the weight of Sam's gaze but didn't turn to meet his eyes. I think she's the prettiest thing I've ever seen. Wait, is he... Molly stirred and her eyes fluttered open. When she realized that she had an audience, she let out a whine which quickly turned into a full-blown cry. Nap's over, Sam said, giving Ariel a hopeful look. So it is. You're up, Daddy. She nodded to the bouncer, giving him no choice but to take care of his crying child. Right. Sam's expression turned serious, as if he was approaching a wild horse instead of his surly daughter. Ariel watched as Sam reached into the bouncer. Watch her head. Careful, her arm is caught in the strap. Ariel bit her tongue to keep from giving tips or corrections. Sam needed to figure this out for himself. Sam gentled Molly out of the bouncer and cradled her against his chest. It was a vast improvement from the first time he held her, and the baby instantly quieted to snuffles. There you go, Ariel exclaimed. You've got this. Sam smiled as he rocked Molly back and forth, resting his cheek against her head. Thanks to you, I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't walked into my life. He stared at her in the fading light, and she was looking way better than was fair. Look away. It's nothing, Ariel said, brushing off the compliment with a wave. It's everything. And in the darkness of the kitchen, Ariel had to wonder if she'd walked into his life for a reason bigger than just childcare. Chapter 10. Sam drained his second cup of coffee and watched the sun rise through the window overlooking the sink. You see that? He whispered to Molly as he stroked her back. That's all going to be yours. Everything the light touches. He smiled and gave her a kiss on the top of the head. We'll watch that movie together someday. He turned at the sound of footsteps. You two are up early, Ariel said with a yawn. She was barefoot and wrapped in a silky green kimono that, coupled with her tousled hair, made her look like she belonged in a painting hanging in a museum. Nervous for opening day tomorrow? Lots left to do? She padded to the coffee pot and touched Molly gently on the back of the head as she passed them. Actually, no. It's a ranch tradition to finish up daily chores and prep early in the day and then take the afternoon off, Sam replied. We all need a break before the madness begins. Ariel took a sip from the chipped mug and closed her eyes. Ah, you do make good coffee, Mr. Carden. Thanks. I'm not totally helpless in the kitchen. Anne thinks mine is better than hers, if you can believe it. Speaking of being in the kitchen, if you have today off, that means you can watch Molly. I'd like to spend some extra time practicing. I need to work on my homestyle menu. It's not as challenging as some of the other recipes, but it's a lot to cook, and I just want to make sure I time everything properly. Homestyle, huh? Sam asked as the idea started to take shape. "What are you making?" "Cheese tray to start, then buttermilk fried chicken, potato salad, biscuits, apple walnut salad, and cherry pie with sweet cream glaze." Sam's mouth watered at the list, and every dish was perfect for what he wanted to suggest. "You're welcome to join me to try it once I'm finished," she added, seeming to catch the hungry look in his eyes. "I have an even better idea. You don't have to say yes, but I want to throw it out there. I usually head to the lake on the day before camp begins. It's a special place for me, and I like to take a break there to sort of meditate and collect myself." Sam wondered if he was revealing too much, but he pushed on. "Would you maybe want to come with me and Molly? We could turn your meal into a picnic." He knew it was dangerously close to date territory, and he held his breath as she paused to consider the offer. Ariel broke into a slow smile. "A picnic? That sounds wonderful, actually. I could use some downtime in the sun. Yes, I'd love to." She looked genuinely excited. Molly let out a happy little squeal of agreement. "Fantastic. We'll get some chores done around here while you cook. Then we can pack up and head there together." "Looking forward to it. Thanks for the invitation. I think it's going to be fun." "Excellent. Molly and I will be around, so just holler if you need me." He paused. "Or her? Or us? Anyway, does noonish work for you?" "That's perfect. I'll get started now." Ariel was already pulling out bowls and ingredients as Sam left the kitchen. Asking her to go to the lake with him had been a leap of faith, since the two of them were still on shaky ground personally, but he also had a feeling that she was just the type of person who could appreciate his special hideaway. It was a magical spot where his grandfather used to take him to fish and swim, and after he passed, it had become a special reminder of the man he loved so much, who had raised him after the loss of his parents. Sam had never taken anyone to the lake, and he was equal parts nervous and excited to share it with Ariel and Molly. Sam walked out to the porch with Molly clutched against his chest. She seemed more interested in his coffee cup than the beautiful vista in front of them, but he knew that would change in time. He remembered how his father used to use his hand to trace the mountains in the distance, telling Sam that they were merely caretakers of the land to preserve it for the next generation. He clung to the memories of his parents, replaying them over and over like old movies. They were all he had left of them. Sam made his way down to the barn. He could feed the horses and top off water buckets with one arm. Plus, he wanted Molly to get used to the rhythm of daily life on the ranch. Soon she'd be begging to help him, just like he used to do with his dad when he was a boy. Molly kicked gleefully against him, reminding him that he now had so much more to look forward to. Teaching her how to ride, showing her how to start a campfire, helping her recognize and identify the trees and plants on the property. His legacy and his family's legacy would live on through her. Still, Sam felt uncomfortable questions percolating in the back of his mind as he unwrapped the hose from the stand. Would he be doing this parenting thing alone, forever? As much as he needed Ariel, he understood that she was only temporary and that she would leave them behind at the end of the summer. But she fit into the ranch so well. After their bumpy start, they'd worked out a daily rhythm that seemed to suit all three of them. Every day it was getting easier. It felt natural. And at the end of every day, when it was time for him to collect his daughter from Ariel, he couldn't figure out who he was more excited to see, his adorable little girl or the beautiful woman caring for her. "This is incredible," Ariel breathed as she leaned forward in her seat to try to take in the view through the truck's windshield. Sam looked over at her and grinned. "I thought you'd like it. When you said lake, I never imagined this. I mean, the mountains, the pine trees, the flowers, the sky." She pointed in front of her like she was trying to translate the beauty for him. He loved the awe in her voice, mostly because he shared it. He still felt it even after all the years of going. "It's my little secret. Or our little secret now." "Other people don't know about it?" Sam shook his head. "It's part of our property, so it's not open to the public. The livestock never comes out this way, so the ranch hands don't know about it. And as you saw from the dirt road, it's not exactly obvious what's back here." Ariel turned to look out the side window, and Sam took the opportunity to peek at her legs again. He'd never seen her in shorts before, and he couldn't stop staring. Long, sleek, leanly muscled. He wasn't sure when she had the time to work out, but Ariel had the strong legs of an athlete. He pried his eyes away a second before she turned back to him. "Where should we set up?" He was touched to see her glowing with excitement. "There's a little patch of trees right over there," he said as he pointed to the edge of the lake. "We can wade in the water a little bit. It's probably already starting to warm up." "We could skinny dip." She laughed like she'd cracked a ridiculous joke, but Sam let his mind drift to thoughts of them peeling off their clothes in the warm sunshine. It wasn't the worst idea. He parked his truck and Ariel got to work unpacking, because this wasn't a quaint wicker basket kind of picnic. No, Ariel had loaded an entire cooler's worth of food and drinks, as well as extra snacks for Molly, along with a lightweight cotton blanket to spread the feast on. That, plus the go bag of baby supplies and necessary equipment, took up half the space in his truck bed. "You can get Molly out of her car seat, okay?" she asked him as she lifted the heavy cooler without a struggle. The woman kept surprising him. She wasn't a delicate, shrinking violet. She was a take-charge badass. And he liked it. "Can I help?" he asked as Ariel spread out the blanket and began unpacking the food. "Yeah, you can set up her pack and play while I get everything ready. Put it right by the blanket. I have a feeling the outdoor air is going to make her sleepy so she can nap in it." Sam grimaced. He still hadn't figured out how to set the darn thing up, but he wasn't about to admit it. He placed Molly on the blanket and got to work, trying to pretend he knew what he was doing. He finished just as Ariel completed setting up their feast. "Ready?" she asked. "Heck yes. Starving." When Sam looked past her, he couldn't believe what she'd done. The food was perfectly displayed on individual serving dishes next to plates he hadn't seen in years, and cloth napkins that didn't look at all familiar. "You call this a picnic? It looks like a magazine spread." "Glad you like it," she beamed at him. "Aesthetics matter in my line of work, so I never go halfway. Now I only hope it tastes as good as it looks. Come sit." She patted the ground next to her, and after tucking Molly into the pack and play with a toy and a blanket, Sam plopped down. "Want me to dish up for you?" she asked with her hand hovering over the potato salad. "Please, but keep in mind that I'm really hungry." Ariel laughed and started scooping. "Got it. You're eating for two." She handed him a loaded plate, then got her own meal ready to go. They ate in silence for a few minutes with only the gentle breeze and birdsong around them. Sam didn't want to talk with his mouth full, but he couldn't stop shoveling in her delicious food. The fried chicken was perfectly crispy on the outside and tender inside. The potato salad was just the right combination of creamy and savory. The biscuits were unlike anything he'd tasted, so buttery and flaky that they bordered on pastry. "Oh my God," he moaned when he finally took a breather. "This is the best food I've ever had. Comfort food." Sam closed his eyes and chewed. "Are you saying you like my basic fried chicken more than my petite filet mignon with red wine reduction? Because if we're going on a cost-per-meal basis, you're eating the equivalent of fast food as compared to fine dining." Sam shook his head. "No, the steak was amazing too. Everything you make is incredible. But this," he gestured with a chicken leg, "this is true comfort food. It's like I can taste the love you put into it." He regretted mentioning love the moment he said it, but he could have sworn he saw Ariel hide a smile. "Well, thank you. That means a lot to me. It's an old family recipe that I've updated. I hope it's good enough for Chef Welsh. My audition will be here before I know it, and it's one of the possible dishes I might be asked to cook." It felt like a deliberate redirect, and a reminder that her future didn't include staying here with him, with them. Sam wanted to kick himself for crossing a line, for crossing all the lines. "I think you're going to do great. Your food is something special." For some reason, he didn't feel like going on about the competition, and they reverted to eating quietly. "It's beautiful here," Ariel said, finally breaking the silence. "So soothing, and it looks like someone agrees with me." Sam followed where she was pointing and saw that Molly had dozed off in the pack and play. "Aw, that's sweet. I used to take naps here when I was little too. I've been coming here since I was Molly's age. First, I came with my parents. Later, my grandfather used to take me. Most of my memories here are with him. Now I come here when I want to feel close to him. You're lucky you had this sort of peace. I'm the middle child of a big family, 5 girls, so there was always noise and no way to find tranquility. Between the instruments and sports, she sighed. Yeah, wasn't happening. He considered it for a moment. I don't know if I'd call myself lucky. I mean, I feel fortunate to be where I am in life, but I lost my parents when I was 9. They died in a car accident. Oh, Sam, I'm sorry. I had no idea. He shrugged. I'm okay. It was a long time ago. He leaned back on the blanket until he was flat on his back and looking up at the blue sky. He had a few go-to expressions when talking about the accident that usually got people to back off, but Ariel didn't seem ready to move on to a new topic. She scooted closer to where he was lying. Time doesn't heal all wounds. It's okay to be sad, Sam. It could have been the raw emotions stirred by being at the lake with his daughter for the first time, or the pressure of everything going on with the camp, but he had to close his eyes to block out the rush of feelings. He breathed in the fresh air slowly, trying not to let the memories get the best of him, also trying not to get swept up in the way he was starting to feel something dangerous and unknowable for the woman he was with. Hey. Ariel touched him lightly on the arm. Sam opened his eyes, and she was even closer to him. She didn't say anything, but instead lowered herself until she was pressed up against his side, with her arm draped around him and her head tucked against his shoulder. You looked like you could use a hug, Ariel said softly. Her proximity was a balm on his soul. Thank you, he said softly, worried that if he spoke too loudly, he might scare her away. I appreciate that. Every time he inhaled, he smelled something sweet, like vanilla. He wasn't sure if it was her shampoo or perfume or just her, but he couldn't get enough of the scent. Her arm was comforting weight on his chest, and before he could stop himself, he picked up her hand and intertwined his fingers with hers. It was a test, to see if she'd move away, but she nestled in closer. The thought came into Sam's head, but he batted it away before he could act on it. He knew that he shouldn't, but then again, there was also no way he couldn't. He sat up on his elbow and stared at Ariel for a beat, his heart racing. He wanted to see if he was imagining what was happening between them, so he studied her face looking for traces of confusion or rejection. But she met his gaze boldly, as if daring him to kiss her. He was more than willing to take that dare. He finally leaned forward and gently placed his lips on hers. It was a delicate kiss, tentative, as if giving her the opportunity to end it with just the tiniest shift of her head. But she kissed him back with an open-mouthed intensity that made it plain she wanted it just as badly as he did. He deepened his kiss, letting his tongue play against hers, and slid his arms beneath her so that he could hold her closer. He felt like he was going half crazy from the sheer pleasure of finally doing what he'd been thinking about since the first time he saw her. He wanted to discover her body with his mouth, his tongue, his fingertips, and finally explore the porcelain skin that looked so soft. He reached down to trace his hand along the side of her thigh and felt her tremble at his touch. She was beneath him now, and Sam had to hold himself back. He usually approached lovemaking with more finesse, but Ariel was making him lose control. Sam, she breathed in his ear when he ducked his head to trace kisses along her neck. Even the way she murmured his name made him insane. He pulled back to stare into her eyes, to try to gauge what was going to happen next, only to hear the unmistakable cry of a baby that needed immediate attention. "Oh no," Ariel whispered as Sam collapsed against her. "I know what that means. So do I." He inhaled the crook of her neck for a few more seconds, then dragged himself away. Dirty diaper. It was so ridiculous that neither one could hold back laughter as Sam stood up and tried to adjust himself as he prepared for the job ahead of him. Chapter 11. "Are you sure camp started today?" Ariel joked to Anne while she cut carrots into brunoise for the evening's practice meal. I haven't seen a single mini cowboy around this place, and that's half the reason why I wanted this gig." "Just you wait," Anne answered as she folded sheets on a side table near the window. "They'll be starving and swarming like locusts by this afternoon." Ariel smiled. Anne's workaholic, no-nonsense temperament was similar to her own, and the two women had quickly bonded. Instead of staying in the laundry room to do her folding, she always brought the basket into the kitchen to gossip with Ariel and dote on Molly. Calvin was outside with goodies for the campers, and Molly was dozing, which allowed Ariel a few minutes of uninterrupted practice. "She's still asleep?" Ariel asked, nodding to the bouncer. Anne peeked in. "Sort of. I think she'll be awake soon. She's restless." Ariel glanced up from the delicate cuts she was making. "You're really good with her. You notice everything. How many kids do you have?" "Me?" Anne folded faster. "None by blood. My sweet Sam is the closest thing I had to a son." Ariel smiled. For the first time, she could admit that Sam was indeed sweet, despite her initial impression of him. He'd been slowly winning her over ever since. And then everything had changed with that single magical kiss by the lake. She felt her cheeks growing hot at the memory of it. There hadn't been any repeats since then, unless you counted her playing it over and over again in her mind. "Are you itching to have babies?" Anne asked. "You seem really taken with Molly. Are you a broody hen?" "No, not even close." Ariel chuckled as she swept the tiny carrot pieces into a bowl. "My career comes first for now. I've been working towards an opportunity like this audition for a long time." "So you're excited to have the chance to work under someone like Chef Welsh, are you? Cooking what he wants you to cook?" Hearing Anne phrase it that way made Ariel pause. Under him. Yes, she was more than qualified to helm a kitchen on her own, yet here she was desperate for the chance to work as just a team member in a 5-star kitchen, cooking meals that she had no hand in inventing. "He's an amazing chef, and I'm sure I'll learn a ton," she pointed out. "Plus, I'll probably get a lot of opportunities just from being in the background on his show. It'll raise my profile even if I'm not front and center." Anne snorted. "You don't strike me as a background kind of woman." "Is it that obvious?" Ariel smiled. Molly made a grumpy, mumbling sound, and Anne immediately dropped the sheet she was folding to run over and scoop her up. "I hope you don't mind," she said as she bounced the discombobulated baby. "Not at all, I appreciate it. I'm almost done." Ariel started cleaning her workspace. "Oh, I could never mind holding this sweet baby." Anne pulled back so she could look into Molly's eyes. "You're going to get so spoiled in this house. Do you know that, little girl? Yes, you are. Your daddy and I are going to give you the sun, moon, and stars." Ariel listened to Anne talk about all the ways they were going to spoil Molly, and she was struck by the fact that she couldn't even imagine what it felt like to be spoiled by a parent or grandparent. It wasn't that her parents were harsh, necessarily, but they weren't very warm-natured in general, and with as many children as they had, things like encouragement and affection got spread thin. There never seemed to be enough to go around. Even getting scraps of individual attention was tricky, unless it was earned through a trophy or award. So they each had to find their own ways to get noticed. Being the smartest or most athletic or most musical usually guaranteed a few minutes in the spotlight every now and then. She was happy Molly wasn't going to have to fight for attention. She could tell the baby was going to grow up surrounded by love and would never feel she needed to do something spectacular in order to earn it. "Oof," Anne said, wrinkling her nose. "Someone needs a diaper change." "I'll take her," Ariel replied, heading to her with her arms outstretched. "Never you mind. I'll do it. I can hear the boys coming up from the lower paddock. Why don't you go out and watch? You can see Sam in action. It's magical. These sheets can wait." "You don't mind?" "Go!" Anne shooed her away. "I'm loving every minute of this, dirty diapers and all." The sound of chattering seeped into the house, and Ariel took off her apron to head outside and watch. Sure enough, a herd of little boys in cowboy hats headed up the driveway, led by Sam. They were dressed in dusty jeans and t-shirts, each wearing the ranch's signature yellow bandana around their necks. Ariel guessed that they were between 6 and 8 years old, the perfect age to be completely under Sam's spell. He was more animated than she'd ever seen him as he led the group up, looking like the Pied Piper. 2 other counselors handled the boys at the end of the line, and Chef Calvin was set up at a nearby table with cups of cider and a tray of cookies. This is more organized than I imagined. She didn't want to attract his attention, so she stayed out of sight. After getting to know the grown-up side of him, it would be a treat to see Sam in action, keeping the focus of 20 rowdy kids. "Okay, line up, gentlemen, just like I showed you," Sam said, clapping his hands to get their attention. "Line up, line up." He smiled as the boys scrambled. Little by little, an attempt at a height-ordered straight line appeared in front of Sam. "Zach and Ben, I think you got mixed up. Check your spots again, please." The 2 smallest boys at the end of the line looked at one another and quickly switched places. "Yes, you did it, guys, that was fast," Sam said with a satisfied nod. "Now before we get our snacks, we need to thank Chef Calvin. Can we sing that thank you song I taught you?" The boys all shouted yes. "Ready? 1, 2, 3. 20 little voices sang an adorable song about having dirty boots but good manners, because they always said thank you, and they always said please. Sam sang along at the top of his lungs with his head thrown back and his eyes closed. Why did I leave my phone on the prep table? This would have gone viral in a heartbeat. "Okay, boys," Sam said as they finished. "Off you go to get snacks. We'll take a break for a little bit, then we're gonna get right back to cowboy business." The boys cheered before heading for the snack table. Sam smiled as he watched them collect their cookies and juice. "That was amazing," Ariel said as she joined him. "Hey, I didn't know you were out here. Where's Molly?" Anne insisted on changing her diaper. She said she wanted me to see this. She was right. They're so cute. But how do they all know the song already? It's only the first day. A few of the 8-year-olds are returning campers. They really love it here. I can see why. You're like a mix of drill sergeant and class clown. She laughed and saluted him. "No." Sam shook his head. "They're not here for me, they're here for the cowboy experience. Horses, roping lessons, that sort of stuff." "I wouldn't be so sure about that, Cowboy Sam. You better hope your future franchisees can replicate your magic." She realized that it probably sounded like she was being heavy-handed and pouring on the compliments, but they were genuine. This was a completely different side of Sam, and she liked it. After seeing how tentative he was with Molly, it was refreshing to watch him looking like a kid whisperer around his campers. I need to cut the guy a break. Babies are new to him, but he obviously has childcare skills. And anyway, he's doing better with the baby stuff already. There's more to him than I thought. Yikes, don't let Wallace hear you saying that. I mean, it's nice of you to say and all, and I thank you for it, but we'll be offering a turnkey business opportunity to our franchisees. Excuse me, Cowboy Sam? A little voice sniffled from behind him. Sam turned around and knelt, so he was face to face with the blond boy wearing a white cowboy hat and a huge frown. What's wrong, Clayton? His lower lip protruded further, and he looked as if he was on the verge of tears. I dropped my cookie and now it's all dirty. Aw, Bud, did you? Sam looked genuinely concerned. Well, that's okay. I'm sure Chef Calvin has extras. Why don't you go over there and ask him real nice, okay? The boy's face transformed. Okay. Sam smiled as he watched Clayton skip away. I love these kids. I can tell, and it looks like they love you back. You're wonderful with them. It's really cute. He met her eyes, then looked away. I want to kiss you again. So bad. Is it obvious? Neither one had said a word about the kiss, and they weren't about to with little boys scattered everywhere around them. That didn't stop her from thinking about it, though. You want cute? I've got a special guest lined up tomorrow to show the boys some roping. Why don't you come watch? I think Molly would enjoy it, too. The way the kids get all wide-eyed is just about the cutest thing I've ever seen. That sounds perfect. I like getting her outside in the fresh air. It wears her out so she naps better. Then it's a date. Sam grimaced at his word choice. I mean, it's a plan. It starts at 9. Great. And if you're hungry, I'm making hand-rolled ricotta agnolotti with roasted cauliflower velouté tonight? He gave her a blank look. Pasta and veggies. I'm in. Thank you, ma'am. He tipped his hat to her and walked back to the cluster of kids, and Ariel did her best to pretend that she wasn't watching his backside. By the time Ariel saw Sam again, she was taking the roasted cauliflower out of the oven. Hi, Cowboy. Anne called dibs on putting Molly down for the night. she called over her shoulder, "and you're right on time." Ariel neglected to tell her that Anne told her to have fun on their date. She'd reminded the woman a dozen times that it wasn't a date. She'd literally made him dinner the night before, so there was nothing special about this. But the older woman had simply shrugged and told her to have fun anyway, looking infuriatingly knowing. Well, Anne might think she had their number, but she was wrong. It wasn't a date. Definitely not. It was a dinner between an employee and her employer. Maybe a meal between friends, at a stretch. It couldn't be a date. No matter how much Ariel wanted to kiss him again. She wasn't going to date him. She'd sworn to herself that she wouldn't. Having a romance with a hot cowboy was not anywhere on her to-do list, and she didn't have the time or the emotional bandwidth to add one more thing. Sam let out a quiet whew. "This smells great." Ariel felt more than saw him come up behind her. "You made cauliflower actually seem edible," she snorted. "It's always been edible. It's a vegetable." He chuckled, and without even looking at him, Ariel could imagine the smile on his face. She shivered and tried to ignore the butterflies that were rocketing around her belly. "You've kissed him once. Why are you acting like this?" "You can't tell me that you ate vegetables willingly as a kid," he argued. Not entirely willingly, maybe, but she had eaten them. Leaving vegetables behind on your plate just wasn't done in her parents' house. Not that they'd yell or anything. They'd just be disappointed that Ariel wasn't a good girl who'd clean her plate, like her sisters. She got a lot of that growing up. The "we're not angry, we're disappointed" lecture. As if she needed another reminder that she didn't measure up to the rest of them. When it came to food, though, she'd managed to turn things around in the end. She'd spent a lot of time as a kid wondering if there was some way to make over steamed broccoli or limp asparagus actually taste good. And when she'd finally gotten old enough to mess around in the kitchen, she'd gotten to work on experimenting and had ended up finding her passion. She loved finding the deliciousness in every ingredient and every combination, and then sharing her discoveries with others. She was still half lost in old memories when she turned, and she jolted when she saw just how close Sam was to her. Their noses could have brushed. Kissing close, she thought in spite of herself. "I wasn't a picky eater," she insisted a little breathlessly. The thread of their conversation was beginning to unravel, however. "All kids are picky eaters." Ariel shook her head. "They don't have to be. You just have to introduce vegetables in a way that makes them irresistible." He smirked, and it sent a shiver all the way down her spine. She had to stop herself from staring at his mouth. When was the last time she wanted someone to kiss her so badly? And what makes something like cauliflower irresistible? That made her smile, confident this time instead of tripping over herself. "Well, that I can show you in about 5 minutes. Go pour a glass of wine or something, okay? Dinner will be up as soon as I get it plated." Sam smiled and did just as she asked, poured 2 glasses of wine from the bottle that she'd opened to breathe. Ariel plated their dinner, finishing it with a little sprinkle of Parmigiano Reggiano. She brought the little block of cheese with her to the table. She could feel Sam's eyes on her as surely as she would feel his hands as she grated some of the cheese into olive oil and sprinkled in some fresh ground black pepper. "This looks fantastic," Sam said. "It tastes even better," Ariel assured him, smiling. "You're a little cocky," he pointed out, laughing when she sputtered. "How dare he?" "I like that about you," he said. "You're so confident about who you are. It's refreshing." Ariel took a bite of pasta and hummed softly. It was good. She was good. "Dig in," she said, "and tell me all about your campers. How'd the rest of the day go?" Sam smiled and launched into a story, though he paused to groan in appreciation when he took his first bite of food. Ariel could get used to that sound, a happy, well-fed Sam, smiling and laughing about his day. There was something magical about it. "You're losing your mind," she told herself. "Keep your eye on the bigger picture. Right. Chelf Welsh and her audition. That had to be her focus. She only cared about gauging Sam's reactions because they told her that her food was as good as she hoped it would be. That was useful feedback, but she couldn't afford to get complacent. She still had a lot more practicing to do before she'd truly feel ready. but at least she had a willing food taster to bounce recipes off of. The fact that he was hot was irrelevant, but when Sam threaded their fingers together over the table and smiled at her, Ariel knew she was in trouble. She didn't think there was a woman alive who wouldn't fall for a smile like that. "Thanks for dinner," he murmured, squeezing her hand slightly. "Thanks for eating it," she replied, and resolutely did not shake herself out of his grip. Chapter 12. "Isn't this fun?" Ariel bounced Molly gently as they walked down the incline to the lower paddock. "We're exploring." Ariel's first week at the ranch had been so busy that she'd barely had time to check out the sprawling property, but being outside with Molly in the crisp morning sunshine felt like the perfect start to the day, and one she was determined to repeat whenever possible. The fact that Sam was waiting for them at the bottom of the hill was just an added bonus. "It's so darn pretty here." Everywhere she looked was green and lush, like a movie set, rugged and untamed, but not messy. Ariel could tell Sam had worked hard to get the ranch ready for the season and the partnership to come. She could appreciate that he was as serious about his career as she was about hers. She still worried that she wasn't getting as much kitchen time as she needed, but hanging out with Molly had to come first. "Right, Miss Molly? We're a team." Ariel smiled at the baby. Molly smiled and babbled back at her, and Ariel gave her a quick squeeze. She's irresistible. She'd done enough babysitting to realize that Molly was a practically perfect baby. She always seemed happy. She napped for hours without waking up at every little noise, and she seemed to love exploring the world around her. "You hear that?" Ariel asked her as they got closer to the paddock and could hear voices. "That's the sound of a pack of little cowboys getting ready for a new adventure. I can't wait to see this." As they rounded the bend, she spotted Sam standing in the middle of the paddock, surrounded by the campers. Beside him stood a young man with warm brown eyes and red hair that was nearly hidden by his Stetson. The boys were rapt as Sam introduced their guest. "This is Shane Claiborne," Sam said, putting his hand on the younger man's shoulder. "He's a Windy Creek native, but he spends most of the year traveling with the rodeo circuit." Sam patted Shane's shoulder. "We're lucky enough to be able to snag him for a little while as he travels through the area. Everyone say hi." The boys all shouted their hellos, and Ariel watched as Shane grinned at them in return. "Sam asked me to come here to show you some roping tricks. That sound fine to you all?" The cheers were answer enough, and Ariel watched as Shane walked them through some rodeo roping. Then, he and Sam began pulling campers up to practice the skills themselves. The campers were utterly enthralled by the lesson, like it was the most interesting thing in the world. Two other cowboy counselors leaned against the fence with bemused expressions, just as entertained. One of them sauntered over to where Ariel and Molly were watching at the fence and tipped his hat as he got closer. He looked to be a few years younger than Sam, with a tanned face and white blonde curls beneath his hat. "Well, good morning. This must be the queen of the ranch we've been hearing about." He nodded towards Molly. "I'm Jacob." "Hi, Jacob. I'm Ariel, and this is Molly." "Nice to meet you." He gazed at Molly for a second, then shook his head and let out a low whistle. "Never thought I'd see the day that Sam had a baby." Her hackles went up at his clear disbelief. "Why? Honestly?" Jacob shrugged. "He never struck me as much of a family man. The guy's a workaholic, and nothing matters more than this ranch. He calls it his legacy. I guess his priorities have to change now that he's got a living legacy." He reached out and gave Molly's hand a shake, and she giggled. It was the second time she'd heard that message. Everyone seemed to take it for granted that Sam valued the dirt beneath their feet over the people who walked on it. "He mentioned you too," the cowboy continued. "Oh, did he?" Ariel tried to play it off nonchalantly, but it came out sounding overeager. "Yup, he felt bad about the mix-up with Chef Calvin, but he's really grateful that you're here to help with this little one." It struck Ariel as odd that she was getting more feedback about her job performance from a counselor she'd just met than the person they were discussing. "I'm glad to hear it." Ariel shifted Molly to her other hip. "What comes next?" It was clear that the rodeo roping demonstration was coming to end. Jacob grinned at her. "The best part, riding. We split the group, half go out and the rest stay in the barn and work on pre-ride setup and chores. Then we switch, and then they do post-ride care as a group. The whole day is scheduled to the minute thanks to Sam, the boys dispersed from Sam and the rodeo guy, running for the door to the barn. Ariel watched the two-men shake hands, Sam clearly thanking his friend for his help. While she couldn't tell what they said, she saw the other man, had Sam said his name was Shane, laugh before stepping away to pack up the props he had brought with him. After that, Sam finally glanced up and saw her. His face lit up with a smile and he jogged over. Why does he have to be so hot? Well, hello there, you two. Jacob, you met my best girl, I see. I did indeed. She's a beauty. His glance jumped between Ariel and the baby. Want me to go handle the tax stuff for a minute? Yeah, that would be perfect, thanks. Jacob tipped his hat at Ariel again and headed for the barn. I'm glad you two stopped down. How's Miss Molly this morning? He smiled and leaned close to give Molly an exaggerated kiss, and she giggled and kicked. A ray of sunshine, as always, Ariel answered, smiling back at him. Looks like you're having fun already. Every day, all day. That friend of yours is quite a showman. Sam laughed. He is, at that. He's also a really good guy. Great track record on the rodeo circuit, but he never gets a big head about it. Still the same sweet kid he's always been. Kid? Ariel asked. He'd looked like a full-grown man to her. A pretty hot one at that, even if he didn't hold a candle to Sam. Sam looked sheepish. Sorry, bad habit. I've known him since he was a kid, and he's 7 years younger than me, so I tend to think of him like a little brother. He got into rodeo back when he was in high school and started volunteering to come out and do a demonstration for the campers. Boy had some serious skills even then, and in the years since he's graduated and gone pro, he's made a point of swinging by whenever he finds himself in the area at the right time of year. Won't take a dime for it either. Like I said, a good guy. Looks like the kids really loved it, Ariel commented. That boy with the spiky hair was so proud of himself when he managed to rope something that I thought he was going to burst. Yeah? Sam agreed with a grin. Seeing them learn something new and feel good about themselves for it is the best. Are you going to stay for a bit and watch them ride? It all depends on her, she answered, nodding at the baby. But for now, she seems to be content to watch. Well, that's because she has the soul of a cowgirl. Sam grasped both of her feet in his big hands. We need to get you up on a horse soon, little one. Ariel wrinkled her nose. Really? Is that safe? Sam looked around to make sure no one was close by. Well, I wouldn't go on the record and suggest going for a gallop with an infant, but, well, let's just say I was about her age the first time my dad brought me on a ride with him. She filed away the autobiographical tidbit. Uh-oh, looks like you're on again, Ariel said, nodding towards the crowd of boys streaming out of the barn and heading directly for them. Crap. I guess Jacob and Andrew weren't ready for them yet. Okay, prepare for the Inquisition. These boys could double as police interrogators. He raised an eyebrow at her and turned to meet the pack as they descended on them. Whoa, guys, whoa, slow down, please. We've got a little cowgirl over here who's still getting used to this place and we don't want her to get overwhelmed by y'all. Ariel grinned as the group seemed to downshift as a unit and then cluster around Sam. A little boy in a bright red shirt and black hat squinted up at Ariel and Molly. Who are they? He asked. This is my, Ariel and my daughter Molly? She bit back a grin at Sam's inability to give her a label. He knew she wasn't officially a nanny, and she wasn't the ranch chef. She was, well, after the kiss they shared, she was undefined. The boys oohed and ahed together, then moved closer to the fence. Molly is your baby? A voice asked. Yup. Sam nodded proudly and gave Molly's cheek a gentle stroke. How old is she? Another little boy asked, pointing at Molly. 4.5 months, Sam answered. And how old is she? He continued, pointing at Ariel. Ariel threw back her head and laughed. That's not a nice question to ask a lady. Let's just say I'm old. Nuh-uh, said the little boy she recognized as Clayton with the dropped cookie from the day before. You're not old. You're pretty. A chorus of confirmation rose up, and Ariel felt her cheeks go hot. She glanced at Sam, but he seemed to be avoiding looking directly at her. A voice rose from the rear of the group. Is she your girlfriend? The boys burst into hysterics at the word, and silliness took hold. Cowboy Sam, do you guys kiss? On the mouth? That was all they needed to hear, and the group went wild, screaming with laughter. Molly kicked her little feet and laughed with them while a hot blush took over Ariel's face. How did they know? Is it that obvious? Boys, Sam yelled, trying to get their attention. That's enough. No more questions, okay? You need to go back to the barn and get to work. The laughter died down slowly as Sam shot her an apologetic look. She shook her head to signal it was fine. And there he is, Sam said, pointing to where Jacob was signaling to them from the barn. He's ready for you now. Walk back there nicely, please. You need to be calm when you go into the barn. No stressing out the horses, you hear me? Yes, Cowboy Sam, the boys said in unison as they collected themselves and started walking back to the barn. Once they were alone again, Sam let out a long breath. Told you. Sorry about that. Are you kidding me? Ariel laughed softly and shifted Molly on her hip. They're amazing. I love that age, so full of spunk and sass. You got that right, he agreed, shaking his head. They keep me on my toes, but I adore them all. I can tell. It felt like they had a moment, standing there and sharing a smile. But the moment came to an abrupt end when a very unsettling noise came from Molly's stomach, and a very unsettling aroma filled the air. Uh-oh, Ariel said. Looks like I need to get someone inside. Sam frowned. Shoot, I wanted to introduce you to Shane. I mean, introduce you and Molly to Shane. Was he blushing a little? She thought he might be. Sorry, duty calls, she said. Tell your friend I'm sorry that I didn't get a chance to say hello and that I thought he did a great job. Will do, and I'll see you later? Yeah, she said softly. I'll see you later. Chapter 13. Jacob and Andrew had a handle on things with the campers, and it gave Sam a few minutes to speak with Shane before the man left. He explained about the diaper emergency and passed along Ariel's praise about the presentation. She's right, you know, you did great. The rodeo star, who shrugged in a no-big-deal kind of fashion. It's fun. You know, I'm always happy to show off to such a good audience. This way I get all the applause and I don't even have to get tossed around by a bull, though my time for that is coming soon enough. When are you headed back out? Tomorrow night, headed to Texas for the summer. He checked his watch. I've got to be going soon. Hot date, Shane laughed. Nah, who has the time for that, he said. Can't remember the last time I went on an actual date. I'm going on a mission to extract Kyle Rivers off his ranch for a bit. He shook his head. Guy needs to learn how to take a break. Daryl's been dumping a lot on his plate lately, and Kyle never seems to know when to say no. Yeah, things sure are busy down at the Rivers Ranch these days, Sam commented. He'd heard all about Daryl's new side business at their last guys' night. Daryl had always been into leatherwork as a hobby, but he'd recently turned it into a full-fledged side business. The man had talent. There was no doubt about that. Sam had never seen him make anything that wasn't beautiful, functional, and well-made. The wallet that he'd made Sam for his birthday was fantastic. He got compliments on it right and left. The problem was, well, Daryl wasn't always the best businessman, tended to lead with his heart, without ever stopping to really think things through. Running a side business and running a ranch at the same time sounded like a tall order, even if he did have his brother to help him. Sam could only hope spreading themselves thin like that wouldn't come back to bite Daryl or Kyle in the end. They were good men. He wanted to see them succeed. More than that, he wanted them to stay as close as they had always been. If things got ugly at the ranch, it might cause a rift between the two brothers, and no one wanted to see that. Tell me about it. Kyle says it's chaos. It seemed like the least I could do was pry him loose for an hour or two and stuff him with a burger to fuel him up for all that work. Nothing like a meal at Ed's to cure what ails you. Sam's mouth watered. Just hearing the name of the diner had a Pavlovian effect on him, and on everyone in Windy Creek. Ed's famous diner was the local hangout spot in the town. It was the spot to go after a night out. It was the spot for a first date. Sam hadn't gotten to go to Ed's in months. Get a jalapeno burger in my honor, he said, and Shane laughed. "Sure thing," he said. "But why not get one yourself, on a date with that hot nanny of yours?" Flustered, Sam tripped over his tongue as he grappled for a reply. "We're not, what do you mean hot?" He settled on at last. What happened to not having time for dating? "I didn't say I should date her," Shane pointed out. "I said you should." "Were you listening to the kids earlier when they got all hyped up about the two of us?" Sam asked. "Shane, they're kids. They don't know what they're talking about." Shane just shrugged. "Maybe they don't, but I saw the way that woman blushed when they called her your girlfriend. It sure seemed to me that she liked the idea." Sam shook his head. Sure, they'd had dinner a couple of times, and they'd kissed, but he didn't have the time for anything serious, and neither did Ariel. "You want to talk about not having time to date? I'm dealing with a full session of camp, I'm trying to move ahead with an expansion, and suddenly I've got to learn how to be a daddy to a 4-month-old. Where would I fit a girlfriend in there? It's not like I can wait until things calm down. She'll be gone by then. This is just a temporary gig for her." "That's too bad then," Shane said. "Oh yeah? Why's that?" "Because when the kids were asking if she was your girlfriend, you looked pretty happy with the idea, too." "Phew, Friday is over. Let the weekend begin," Sam exclaimed as he bounded up the steps to the main house where Anne and Ariel were sitting with Molly. "It was an excellent first week of camp," Anne said with a smile. "Congratulations, honey." Sam glanced at Ariel cradling Molly in the rocking chair as the baby squealed in excitement at the sight of him. Ariel laughed and patted her on the back. "Seems like it went really well," Anne added. "All I saw was a million smiles. Wallace is going to be happy with the feedback, I'm sure." "I sure hope so," Sam said as he sat on the top step. "We've been working our butts off." "Language," Anne chided. Sam laughed and reached his arms out for Molly. It was already starting to feel natural to hold her every chance he could get. He knew he had to work hard to fast-track their bond, to make up for lost time, but when she snuggled into his arms, his worries about not being with her during her formative months faded. She acted like she knew he was her daddy. "Chef Calvin said it's the highest attendance you've had in a while. That's great news," Ariel said, watching how Sam gripped the baby. "It is. And hey, sorry you had to skip a few nights in the kitchen. Once we get our seasonal rhythm, that won't keep happening." He saw a flicker pass over her face. "It's fine. I've been focusing on knife skills because there's less chance for waste. I can stop and start when I need to." "Yeah, the boys have loved the treats you've been giving to Calvin to use." Sam wanted to make sure she knew that her efforts were appreciated. The apples cut into waffle patterns and matchstick carrots were hits. Her mouth remained in a tight line. She had to know how sorry he was about keeping her out of the kitchen, but it wasn't like you could schedule a flooded toilet or thrown horseshoe. "You going to cook tonight?" He hoped he didn't sound like he was begging, but the fact was he'd already learned to love her cooking, even the weird stuff he couldn't pronounce. "Are you kidding me? I'm exhausted too. I'll boil some noodles from a box and throw some butter on them. That's all I can offer tonight." "Hold on, you two," Anne interjected. "If we're only at week 1 and you're already this tired, how are you going to make it through the rest of the season? You've been working hard getting ready, and now you need a break to reset yourselves for the next batch of boys coming. The older they get, the tougher it gets. They think they know it all. I want you out of here for the night and get some dinner out somewhere, do you hear me?" Sam looked at Anne with a blank expression while Molly wiggled in his lap. "But she needs dinner and then bed. It's too late to bring her out." "Excuse me, but a certain old lady can handle baby duties for the evening. I didn't have any problem kicking you out last time so you could go catch up with your friends, and I don't have a problem doing it now either. You know I'm more than able to take care of things." Anne rocked faster. "And besides, I haven't gotten enough one-on-one time with that little sweetheart, so hand her over and get going." Sam peeked at Ariel. Heading off the premises last time had led to an unforgettable moment. Would it happen again, and this time without a baby to interrupt? Sam thought back to Shane talking about burgers at Ed's. "I mean, I could go for a burger," he said to her with a purposefully casual shrug. Ariel, do you think you could stomach something a little lowbrow tonight? She huffed. One of my final projects at the Culinary Institute was a spin on classic Americana. I think I can handle it. Hold on a minute. The place I want to take you to is a certified greasy spoon. You're not going to find anything crazy on the menu, but they have the best burgers I've ever eaten. They make these jalapeno burgers that are fantastic. They do this pico mix on top with the perfect amount of diced onions and cilantro. He frowned. You do like cilantro, don't you? Love it. And homemade fries. I could make a meal of those alone. She finally smiled. You're torturing me. I'll beg if I have to. Please take me to this magical burger place. She turned to Anne. That is, if you're sure you don't mind being on baby duty for the evening. Give me that child already, Anne said in a jokey, angry voice with her arms outstretched. Sam handed Molly over to Anne and paused. Before we go, Ariel mentioned before that she didn't have much lunch, so she'll probably want to eat earlier than normal. Yup, okay, Anne said, making silly faces at Molly. And when you put her to bed, make sure to leave her nightlight on, the one that does a little light show on the ceiling, Sam continued. Uh-huh, Anne replied, barely paying attention to him. And if she wakes up, let her cry for a bit. She usually goes right back to sleep. It'll be hard not to rush in and scoop her up, but it's better for her long term if she learns to self-soothe. Listen to you, Ariel said with awe in her voice. I think Anne's got it covered, though. Molly will be fine, and we won't be gone long. He tried not to feel disappointed that Ariel seemed to view going out as more of a pit stop than a chance to spend some real time together, but she was right. They were going to get food. It wasn't a date. Okay. You ready to go? Just let me grab my purse. I'll meet you at your truck. They headed down the front porch stairs, and Sam stopped in his tracks. Call me if you have any questions, Anne, Sam said. About anything. She gave him an indulgent smile. Of course, Daddy, but trust me, she's going to be okay. He knew it was true. Anne was the kindest, most loving and responsible person he'd ever known. His beautiful little girl was in perfectly safe hands, which meant he could focus all of his attention on the other beautiful girl in his life. Why is he staring like that? I'm almost too scared to eat. They'd grabbed the burgers from the crowded diner, ducked into the gas station convenience store to get a six-pack, and headed back to the lake, setting up a makeshift picnic in the back of his truck. Sam seemed worried that the food wouldn't stand up to her scrutiny. She finally took a bite and could tell immediately that they were indeed every bit as incredible as he'd claimed. You were right, she said with her mouth full. It's amazing. He beamed at her. I knew it. I might not be a... What's that word again? Epicure, she said as she stuffed another bite in her mouth. Right, an epicure. He nodded. But I know when food is good. Obviously your stuff is the best, but these are a close second place. Ariel raised an eyebrow at him as she chewed, as if daring him to say more. Hold on, that didn't come out right. Maybe not a close second, but still, you gotta admit these are some fine burgers. He looked nervous, so she punched him lightly on the shoulder. I'm teasing. Yes, these burgers are almost as good as my free-range, slow-roasted chicken with caramelized skin stuffed with brioche and chanterelles. He chuckled. Well, just wait till you try the fries. Ariel laughed and took a sip of beer. Being back at the lake had her in a confusing state of half relaxation and half nervous expectation of what was to come. She kept glancing to the spot where they'd spread the blanket for the picnic, where they'd kissed for the first time. Neither one had said a word about it, but she couldn't stop herself from daydreaming about the way it felt when he'd placed his lips on hers. The view was almost as pretty at night as it was during the day, with the moon low, casting a bluish glow on everything. There were so many stars that they seemed crowded together, making it bright enough for her to see every expression that crossed Sam's face. You're doing a great job, Ariel said softly. She took a swig of beer. Oh yeah? With what? Everything. Camp, Molly? Sam gazed at her with shock on his face. Seriously? Yeah, suddenly finding out you're a father was a lot to take on, and I can tell that you're trying really hard. He beamed at her. Thanks for noticing. I really am. It was clear that the compliment meant a lot to him, but his expression suggested something deeper. Why is he looking at me like that? Is it going to happen again? Oh, I hope it's going to happen again. Ariel stared back until she had to look away. The air was thick with humidity and things unspoken. I'm boiling, she finally said to break the tension. I can't believe it's still so hot out. She held the cold bottle of beer to her temple. Me too. We should have brought our bathing suits, Sam said as he polished off his beer. I know I joked about swimming in it before. There's no way the water's clean enough to be swimmable? Ariel asked. That would feel so good right now. Wait a sec, don't say it. Just keep your mouth shut. The words bubbled out of her anyway. Have you ever gone skinny dipping in it? Her heart was in her throat. There was no turning back either way. If he said yes, they'd be stripping down and everything that happened next would be fair game. If he said no, well, she'd never be able to look him in the eyes again. Yeah, I have, but not in a while. He paused and stared out at the water. It's fun. His words hung in the darkness. He's playing hard to get. Are there any snakes in the lake? She asked. Ariel glanced at him and he shook his head slowly. 0 snakes, you have my word. And the lake bed is nice and pebbly, so there's nothing slimy to step on. Oh, okay, she answered, staring at her feet. That's good to know. They'd moved to the edge of the truck, and she kicked her legs back and forth nervously. Have you ever gone skinny dipping? Sam asked her. I haven't. What? Seriously? She shrugged. I've never had the opportunity. Well, it's a ton of fun. Sam nodded agreeably, as if they were talking about the tacos again and not about potentially seeing one another naked. The sound of cicadas filled in the silence between them. Do you maybe want to, I don't know, maybe try it? Ariel asked. She couldn't tell if Sam choked or laughed, but the sound he made was unlike anything she'd heard him make before. Do I want to? Yeah, I do. A lot. He paused. Do you? She nodded shyly but avoided looking over at him. Yeah, a lot. Well, all right then, let's do this. His voice had a little wobble in it. They both hopped out of the back of Sam's truck, but then just stood there, unmoving. I guess I'll go first, she said, unbuttoning her jeans with shaky fingers. Or we can do it at the same time. Yeah, that's fair. Same time is fair. He sounds so nervous. Ariel slid her jeans off and watched Sam take his off out of the corner of her eye. His legs were better than she imagined they could be, with defined cuts running along the front of his thighs. She paused before slipping her t-shirt over her head. Which bra did I wear? The cute one? Sam was already standing a few feet away in his boxer briefs, looking better than she ever could have imagined. He crossed his arms over his bare chest, making his biceps bulge even more, and she could see the faint outline of his abs even in the shadows. She slid the t-shirt off and shivered involuntarily, despite the heat. She was relieved she'd worn a basic but cute-matched nude set of panties and bra. Better than the granny panties she sometimes resorted to on laundry day. Wow, Sam said softly. She smiled and felt heat rush to her face as his eyes raced over her body. So, I guess we go in the water now? Well, by definition, that wouldn't be skinny dipping. He cocked an eyebrow at her. With that, he turned slightly, stripped off his briefs and splashed into the water, his white skin reflecting the moonlight before diving beneath the surface. Not wanting to be outdone, she unhooked her bra and slid down her panties, then dashed into the deep water before he came up for air. They laughed and splashed around, slowly acclimating to the idea that they were naked and just a few feet apart. Hey! Ariel squealed. Something just touched my foot. She swam toward Sam. What was that? She treaded water with her knees up. A fish? Or maybe it's the monster of Grandview Lake. He let out a blood-curdling laugh, and she yelled and splashed him in the face. Stop it! This is fun, but also a little creepy. You scared? Maybe, she pouted as she treaded water. Well then, let me protect you. Sam swam closer and stood up in the water in front of Ariel. She stopped swimming and planted her feet on the lake bed, but remained crouched so that her body was still hidden by the water. She placed her hand in his outstretched palm delicately, and he pulled her closer in a quick swish so that she ended up just inches away from him. "Hi," he whispered, his voice raw. "Hi," she whispered back. "No more talking." Ariel stood up abruptly, and Sam's eyes went wide as he glanced down to take in her wet skin. Just the weight of his stare was enough to make her shiver with anticipation. She reached over and laced her fingers through his hair, then pulled his mouth down on top of hers. The hunger wasn't a surprise to either one of them. Sam wrapped his arms around Ariel's slick body and held her close as their mouths and tongues explored each other. The water dripping off them heightened the sensuality of the moment, making every caress feel slick with the promise of more to come. They stood crushed together, kissing desperately, until Sam lifted Ariel up as if he was carrying her over the threshold on their wedding day. He never took his lips from hers, kissing her like he'd been waiting to do it forever. Ariel's heart bounced around her chest as Sam placed her gently on the soft sandy incline just past the water's edge. "Can I touch you?" he asked. "I might implode if you don't," she whispered back. Sam let out a shuddery breath. He leaned in and kissed her again, and this time he trailed his lips down her throat, sending little shivers across her skin. He laid her back, and Ariel arched her back, offering herself up to him. "Sam, you're so beautiful," he murmured to her. "I'll take care of you," he promised. "Make love to me," she murmured against his lips. "Are you sure? Please." Chapter 14. "Oh my God, girl, you're gorge. Your skin is, like, perfect." Ariel blushed as Olivia, the tiny makeup artist with baby bangs, patted primer onto her face. She hadn't been sure of what to expect when the email came, summoning her to Vail to shoot promotional interstitials while cooking an entire dish. She knew that the final competition in a few months was going to be filmed, but she never imagined that she might end up on the show as a contestant, even before the actual taping. At the beginning of the process, the prospect of being on TV felt distant and unlikely, but here she was, sitting in a stark white warehouse filled with people flitting around her, getting ready to go on screen. "Thank you. I've been in Colorado for a bit and I feel like it's freshened me up. Must be the clean mountain air." "What have you been up to?" Olivia asked as she started penciling in Ariel's brows. The corner of her mouth kicked up when she thought of Sam and Molly and the crazy road she'd taken to her current job. "It's kind of a long story. I'm, helping out a friend who runs a cowboy camp for kids." "Wow, sounds fun," Olivia replied as she stepped back to check her work. "Any hot cowboys work there?" Ariel blushed. "By definition, aren't all cowboys hot?" True, Olivia nodded. "But based on this glow you've got, I'm betting there's one in particular." "Oh yeah, there's definitely one." All of the emotions from the night at the lake came back in a rush, and she felt her face get even hotter. Ever since that night, it was hard for her to think about Sam without having trembly flashbacks. They'd both been too busy for anything other than longing glances in the few days since, but the promise of more felt unavoidable. And with 2 full months ahead of them, it was basically guaranteed. "You're blushing, Jose. Come look at this girl blushing," she called to the tall, skinny, dark-haired man wielding a hairdryer on a gorgeous brunette in a chair next to them. He tilted the hairdryer to the ground and nodded. "Yup, all red. Are you telling her dirty jokes or something?" "Nope, it's guy talk," Olivia replied as she dug through her supplies. "Ah, okay. That's why she's got those sparkles floating all around her. She's in love." They cackled as Ariel shook her head violently. "No," she protested. "I don't have time to get mixed up in a relationship. My entire focus is on the position with Chef Welsh." Got it, Olivia said as she started applying eyeshadow. "So it's not love, but whatever it is, it works for now?" She considered it. "Yes, we can go with that. Tell me a little about him. Gossiping is fun. It makes the time fly." It was true, and it had been so long since she'd had the chance to get into some girl talk that she jumped at the opportunity to get an outside opinion of what was happening with Sam. "Okay, so he's sort of my boss. I'm his daughter's nanny. He's a single parent, and I live in the house with them, so it's also kind of a co-parenting situation. At first I really didn't like him because he seemed sort of self-centered, but as I've gotten to know him, I'm seeing a different side of him. He's like a tough, sexy cowboy, but he's also really sweet and thoughtful." Olivia puckered her lips and nodded thoughtfully. "Sounds like a good combination. But let's get to the meaty stuff. What does he look like?" Ariel couldn't stop the giggle that bubbled out of her. "Hot as the sun!" Jose had turned off the hairdryer, and both he and the woman he was styling watched Ariel in the mirror. "We want details, lady," he said, twisting a section of the woman's long hair around a curling iron. Ariel smiled, just picturing Sam. "He's got dark hair with a little wave in it, fantastic eyebrows. I'm jealous of the arch." "That always happens," Jose agreed. "Men get all the gifts women wish they had. I bet his eyelashes are incredible too." "They are." "See?" He shrugged. "What color eyes? How tall is he?" Ariel could see that the woman he was styling was just as invested in the gossip as the beauty team working on them. "Dark brown eyes. He's a little taller than you." "Body?" he asked. "Yes, he's got one," Ariel joked. "Ugh." Jose rolled his eyes in mock anger. "What's his build like?" She saw a flash of him naked in the moonlight, his broad shoulders and thick arms supporting his weight as he leaned over her. "Uh-oh, she's blushing again," Olivia said in an overloud voice. "I'm not. Let's just say his body is perfect." "Bravo," Jose said. "Good for you, sister." "What's going to happen if you get this gig, pretty lady?" Olivia asked. "Gonna forget all about him for the bright lights and fame?" She frowned for a moment. For the past few weeks, she'd been able to separate the work she was doing to prepare for the show from what was blossoming with Sam. As much as she wanted the position with Chef Welsh, she found herself leaning into the time she was spending with Molly, Sam, and the rest of the Carden Ranch crew. But being at the taping and getting reminded of the timeline on whatever her relationship was with Sam had brought all of her hopes for her future back into focus. Her last relationship had fallen apart when her ex, another chef at the restaurant where she'd worked, had thrown her under the bus to get a promotion, and then dumped her. She knew that she couldn't count on anyone to look out for her career other than herself. If she was going to succeed, she'd need to give it her all and not let anything get in the way. No matter how tempting it was to fall into Sam's arms and forget about everything else. "I don't know what's going to happen with him. It's all pretty new, to be honest." "That explains the glow," Olivia said with a satisfied look. "Getting brand new man candy does that." She laughed. "Stop. Are you people always like this?" "Yup. Welcome to La La Land, where we want to know all your business." Olivia put the finishing touches on Ariel's blush and contouring and moved out from in front of the mirror so Ariel could see what she looked like. Her mouth dropped open, and she gasped. "Uh-huh. Goddess level," Olivia said with pride in her voice. The brunette glanced at Ariel and gave her a quick up-and-down sweep, then walked away. A woman in a headset walked over to the makeup area. "They're ready for everyone now." "Hold on, I didn't even get a chance to do her hair," Jose pouted, pointing at Ariel. The woman glanced at her phone. 2 minutes, then send her to the set. "Come here quick, baby," Jose said, pointing to his chair. "Honestly, your hair is perfect as it is, but I can tame these little flyaways and add some shine." Ariel sat down as his hands flew over her hair, and sure enough, within 2 minutes, he'd somehow managed to transform it into something camera-ready. "You're ready. Go get him, sis," Jose said. He and Olivia stood side by side, grinning at her like proud parents sending a kindergartner off to the first day of school. She crossed both her fingers at them and headed for the set. "I might be a total novice, but if everyone is as cool and easy to work with as these two, I've got this." Ariel wanted to cry. Why isn't my roux thickening? It was a simple cooking exercise, mixing flour and butter together to form a thickening agent for sauces, but instead of turning a gorgeous caramel color, Ariel's was a pitiful pale yellow with tiny lumps of flour spread throughout it. "You've got about 20 more minutes," the disembodied voice said over the set loudspeaker. Ariel felt beads of sweat form along her hairline as she glanced at the 3 other contestants. The lights were hot, but the beautiful brunette in the workspace right next to her, whom she'd learned was named Katie, looked polished and calm as she poured her completed roux into the haute cuisine étouffée they were making. The guy next to Katie was already 2 steps ahead. Dorian was a tall, dark, and sinister type with tattoos on his forearms and a clipped black beard who'd barely nodded at her when they'd been introduced. She glanced to her left at Joseph, the roly-poly chef who looked like he'd be a blast at parties, but was actually sort of a jerk to her when he'd set up his tools next to her. He was singing to himself softly and acting as though he had all the time in the world, which he did since he was already putting the finishing touches on his dish. "I'm blowing it. I'm absolutely blowing it on something that I can normally do with my eyes closed." She glanced at the huge timer and bank of cameras focused on the contestants and wanted to throw up, but she forced herself to stay calm as she used every trick she knew to fix the pitiful mixture in the pot in front of her. The failure reminded her of the broken sauce in Sam's kitchen that first night, but she'd had an excuse that time. Katie looked over at Ariel as she stirred the saucepan. Did she just tsk me? The room was filled with the delicious scent of warm seafood. Even though Ariel was nauseous from stress, she still felt her stomach grumble reflexively. She scanned the room as she salvaged her sauce and started on the next step, looking for Chef Welsh. When she couldn't find him, she realized that he was too famous to meet with anyone before the first cull. "Okay, folks, we're at time. Utensils down, please," the voice instructed. Ariel finished spooning the meal into a bowl and looked around at the other contestants. They all seemed to be wearing the self-satisfied smirks of people who felt like they'd aced the test. "All I'm wearing is stains." She glanced down at her doomed apron and retied it in the hopes that the sauce splatter would be covered. "Folks, I'd like to introduce Chef Chen, who you probably know is the sous chef at Winterleaf. He's doing the tasting today." The other 3 contestants clapped politely as the petite man walked onto the set. The vibe changed immediately, as Chef Chen was a minor celebrity in his own right. Of course, I'd recognize him anywhere. Ariel snapped out of her fangirl days and applauded with everyone else while he walked closer to the kitchen set. "Welcome to the competition," he said with a bow. "I'm excited to taste what you've prepared. As per the instructions, I'd like you to explain to me the twist you've added to this traditional Cajun dish." Ariel crossed her fingers and hid them in the apron pockets. Chef Chen started with Dorian and worked his way down the line, tasting each dish and listening thoughtfully as they described how they'd tweaked and personalized it. They all sound like they prepared speeches. What am I going to say? She half listened to everyone else while trying to figure out the right way to spin her take on étouffée. "Hello, Ariel," Chef Chen said as he stepped in front of her counter. "Your dish looks interesting. What can you tell me about it?" Her heart was pounding so hard that she swore the mic on her lapel could pick up the sound. "Thank you, Chef. The core of my dish is based on a family recipe passed down by a friend from Louisiana, Chef Calvin. My version mirrors his, but I used Kashmiri chili instead of traditional cayenne, and I pan-fried the shrimp before I added them." He answered with a slight head bob. Chef Chang picked up the fork and took a bite and chewed without making an expression. "Fiery," he said with another nod. "The Kashmiri chili is an interesting addition, but I'm not sure about your sauce. The consistency is off. It's too watery." "Yes, sir. I had a little problem with my roux." "You did," he agreed. "Thank you very much." He walked away and Ariel felt her heart sink. "We're going to break for 3, the voice said over the loudspeaker. "Please remain at your stations." Katie leaned over. "Too watery, huh?" she said, pointing at Ariel's dish. She frowned. "Yeah, I'm a little off my game, I guess." "Huh, maybe if you weren't so wrapped up in your cowboy, you could focus on what's really important?" She sniffed. "Sounded to me like you don't know how to keep your head in the game." Ariel's jaw dropped. "Are you kidding me?" Katie beamed at her, so if anyone was watching the exchange, they'd assume they were having a friendly conversation. "Just calling it like I see it. You might be better suited for ranch life than in a high-pressure kitchen." "Okay, folks, we're on," the voice said, before Ariel could think of a comeback. "Good luck, cowgirl." Katie straightened her shoulders and smiled her newscaster smile at Ariel, then turned to face the cameras. But what if she's right? Chapter 15. Sitting in the booth, tucked into the corner of Ed's, Ariel couldn't help but people watch as she and Molly waited for their lunch. Sam had been busy with the next batch of new campers, so Ariel had taken the baby on a field trip into town. It kept her mind off of what happened at the taping and what happened with Sam at the lake before she'd left. "Here you are, darlin'." Ariel glanced up as a waitress plopped her plate down on the table in front of her. The woman, who wore a name tag that read Mary Elizabeth, was a little older but had big, pretty hazel eyes. "Thank you so much," she said. Mary Elizabeth smiled. "Any time," she said. Those hazel eyes glanced away from her and she frowned slightly. "Excuse me, hun," she said to Ariel, a little distracted. Ariel didn't get a chance to say anything before the waitress stepped over to a man who'd just sat down at a table some 10 feet away. "You can't just seat yourself," she scolded. "There are other sections that would have gotten a table before me." The man shrugged. "I like this table," he said, and gave her an easy smile. "Mr. Perryman." "Call me Jonathan, Mary Elizabeth," the man tutted. "I come here often enough, right?" He gave her a wide smile, and Mary Elizabeth seemed unable to stop herself from smiling in return. Ah, romance. Ariel was fully invested in the conversation and trying to hide it when a little girl with bouncy blonde curls and blue eyes darted over to her table. "She's cute," she said, pointing at Molly. "What's her name?" Ariel smiled. "This is Molly," she said, and held her hand out. "And I'm Ariel." The little girl was about to put her hand into Ariel's when a man appeared behind her. He was tall and had that all-American look to him, but there was a tense look on his face that let her know that he was uneasy. "Bex, let's not bother this nice lady," he said. He put his hands on the girl's shoulders and pulled her back slightly. It was a gentle gesture, but the message was clear. "Do not touch my child." Ariel couldn't blame him. "I'm sorry about her," the man said. "She has a thing about small, cute things." Ariel laughed. "Most little girls do," she said. "And she's no bother. Molly doesn't mind meeting people." She held out her hand to the man this time. "I'm Ariel." She gestured at the baby. "This little lady's nanny." The man hesitated for a moment, but reached out and shook her hand all the same. "Colin," he introduced. "Colin McCabe, and this is my niece, Bex." The little girl beamed at her. "You're new," Bex pointed out. Ariel nodded. "I am," she agreed. "I'm working at the Carden Ranch this summer." "Oh, you're Sam's girl." Colin's expression shifted. That unease melted away. "I'm not—" Well, that might not be true. She didn't know that she was Sam's anything, but she might be. Had he been talking about her? A little thrill shot through her belly at the idea of Sam telling other people about her. About them. "I'm working for him," she explained after far too long. Colin nodded, but he didn't look convinced. "We're all happy for Sam. I'm sure he's going to be a great dad." "He is already," Ariel countered, and Colin gave her a warm smile at that, as if he approved of her coming to Sam's defense. He squeezed Bex's shoulder again. "Come on, Bex," he said. "Mary Elizabeth just dropped off our grub." Bex waved at her. "Bye," she said, then flicked her gaze to Molly. "Bye, baby." Ariel smiled as they went back to their own booth. She looked around at the diner, at the patrons who were with friends or family, or, in the case of the man who had flirted with Mary Elizabeth earlier, completely alone. It had that kind of small-town feel that movies always tried to capture and never quite get right. It was nice here. Looking down at her plate, a burger with a fried egg on top, homemade fries, and a cornmeal hush puppy, Ariel sighed happily, and suddenly felt inspired. Sam watched the boys head out into the ring with Danny. It was the first day of the next session of camp, and the new boys were understandably amped up for their first ride. At 8 to 11 years old, they had a bit more self-control than the first batch, but the mischief still ran strong in them. He could already tell which ones were the ringleaders and which were the followers, and as always, he made a mental note to pay special attention to the quiet boys. He knew all it took was some positive reinforcement from a grown-up to help them blossom. He was also trying to give the counselors a little more responsibility now that they were in the swing of things. Once the partnership with Wallace came through, he wouldn't always be there for the hands-on work. Plus, if he wanted to create a turnkey experience for future franchisees, he needed to make sure his instructions could be replicated by anyone. As much as he loved interacting with the boys, the reality was that sometimes he had to be a businessman first. But a businessman knew when he had to pitch in to get the job done, and as much as he wanted to leave the dirty stalls for someone else to clean, the reality was his entire staff was way busier than normal, tackling the various improvements Wallace kept suggesting. Sam wasn't too good for the job. He grabbed a stall fork, walked to the last one on the aisle, and got to work. The mindless chore allowed his thoughts to wander, and before he could stop himself, his memory had him back at the lake with Ariel. He felt the familiar stirring and tried to focus on something neutral like oatmeal or bicycles, but thoughts of her kept interrupting his mundane imagery. He squeezed his eyes shut to block out the visions. "Stop!" Sam stabbed the fork into the hay with more force over and over, trying to scatter the fantasy out of his head. "Are you mad at the hay?" a voice asked him. Sam turned to find Ariel standing behind him, wearing a bemused expression and carrying a plate covered with a red checkered napkin. "What?" "No, I'm just, trying to keep up with the work. Moving fast, hoping to get it done, you know?" He blushed as if she could read his thoughts. "Oh, do I know about that?" she agreed. "Molly's down for her afternoon nap, so I rushed through this recipe." She held the plate up. Sam leaned against the fork. "What is it?" "An amuse-bouche." She whipped the napkin off with a flourish. "An amuse what?" She laughed. "It's French for mouth amuser. It's a tradition in fine restaurants for the chef to send out a complimentary bite to begin the meal. I got the inspiration for this bad boy at Ed's today. This is a hush puppy with capriole goat cheese and roasted red pepper sauce." I understood part of that description. "Progress." He leaned forward. "Is that a thing for me?" "It is." She stepped forward and handed him the plate. "Looks delicious." He examined the petite fried ball. "Do I eat it in one bite or should I nibble on it?" "Your choice, but my recommendation is to bite it in half so you get the full spectrum of flavors. You use your fingers because I forgot to bring a fork." Sam frowned. "My hands are disgusting." He held one up to show that it was caked with dirt and other less palatable stuff. "I'll feed you then," Ariel answered. "Would that be okay?" She arched an eyebrow at him. "Yes, that would be more than okay." Sam looked around the barn, then lowered his voice. "But can I tell you what I really want to put in my mouth?" Ariel's cheeks went scarlet, and she burst out laughing. "Stop!" They hadn't spoken about what had happened at the lake. This was the first time since it had even been referenced. The air in the barn went still once Ariel's laughter subsided. "Okay, I'm hungry, chef." Sam glanced at the plate in his hands, then let his eyes wander down Ariel's body pointedly. "You're a scoundrel," she said softly, taking a step closer. "And you like it." Ariel picked up the morsel and dipped it in the trail of pale, orange-colored sauce artfully drizzled on the plate. She held it in front of Sam's mouth. "Open up, Cowboy," she whispered. He did as he was told, and she moved the ball closer to his mouth. "Just half, so you can savor it." "I definitely know how to savor things." He growled softly and looked her up and down again. He bit into the snack and stared into Ariel's eyes, then widened them when the flavor hit him. "Oh, wow, this is amazing. I mean, Ed's has great hush puppies, but this blows them out of the water." She smiled. "Glad you approve. Now you can have the rest." He opened his mouth again and she popped the remainder in. Sam closed his eyes as he chewed. "You are a good cook. Chef, I mean." "Not according to Chef Chen." She sighed. "I came in third. They said it wasn't part of the competition and that it was just to get footage, but they're all going to remember my runny roux." "Nope. "We're not going there," Sam said, hoping to head off the furrow that always appeared between her eyebrows when she talked about the taping. Ariel sighed as she dipped her finger into the sauce on the plate, then sucked it clean absent-mindedly. "Oof, please don't do that," Sam pleaded. "What? You don't like it when I do this?" She took another fingerful and popped it in her mouth, then drew her finger out slowly while keeping her eyes locked on his. Sam let out a low groan, then looked around the barn. "You know, we could actually... there's a private spot up in the hay bales. Is that a fact?" Ariel took a step closer to him. They slowly closed the distance between one another, taking turns glancing around the barn to make sure no one was near. Right as Sam was about to reach out and grab Ariel, they heard the steady crunch of gravel as someone approached the barn. They quickly jumped apart. "Cowboy Sam?" a little voice called out. "Are you in here?" "Right here, buddy," he called out as he backed even further away from Ariel. "Back stalls." A dark-haired boy rounded the corner and sagged in relief when he saw Sam. He pointed over his shoulder with a frown. "That horse? Who did Danny put you on for the ride, Christopher?" His bottom lip trembled. Jolene. Jolene was one of the gentlest mares in the barn, reserved for the smaller boys, which Christopher definitely was. "What's going on with sweet Jolene, bud?" He knelt in front of the boy. She's a little grumpy, I think." Sam hid a smile. "Is she really? She's spooky today?" He nodded solemnly, then glanced at Ariel. "That your girlfriend?" She laughed. That's Ariel. She takes care of my daughter Molly. Now, are we sure that Jolene is the issue here, or is it maybe... You're a little nervous?" Christopher shrugged and looked down at the ground. "Are you afraid to ride her? More of a pony guy?" He shrugged again. "Why don't we go outside and see what's doing with that old lady, okay? Ariel, can you come with us and tell us what you think?" She smiled at Christopher. "Of course. I'd be happy to give my opinion. I don't know horses that well, so I'll see her differently than you two." Ariel offered her hand to Christopher, and he took it without hesitating. The three walked out of the barn and into the warm afternoon, and sure enough, Jolene was standing at the fence line in the paddock, saddled and ready to go. "Well, hey there, Jolene," Sam said in a cheerful voice. "You looking for a rider?" The horse seemed to nod, and Ariel laughed again. Sam couldn't help thinking it was the sweetest sound. "Look at how pretty she is," Ariel exclaimed. "I don't think I've ever seen a prettier horse. Don't you think so, Christopher?" His eyes were wide. "She's just real big. I think she's the biggest horse here." Sam chuckled. "Not quite. She's just over 15 hands, which actually puts her on the small side compared to other horses we've got." "But to Christopher, she looks big," Ariel said, her tone encouraging Sam to pump the brakes. Right, he corrected himself. "I'm sure she does look big. But you know what? I bet if I put you up there in the saddle and stood next to you, Jolene wouldn't feel quite so big and scary. You might even discover you like it up there." Christopher took a half step behind Ariel, still holding her hand. "No thank you, sir." Sam smiled at the boy's good manners moment even in a time of stress. Still, he knew from experience that it was crucial to get the boy up on a horse today, or he'd talk himself out of doing it forever. It was the same reason you had to get back up on a horse when you fell off, because otherwise you'd never be able to get past the fear. "Oh, come on, let's just give it a go. 2 seconds. You came here to be a cowboy, right?" He shook his head and disappeared behind Ariel. "Hey, I have an idea," she said in a cheerful voice, turning and squatting so Christopher wasn't hiding behind her. "Do you like magic?" "Yes," he said in a quiet voice. "Well, check this out." She waved her fingers in front of his face, which coaxed a smile out of him, then swooped her hand behind his ear and pulled out a sugar cube. "Ta-da! Look how sweet you are!" Sam shook his head in bemused admiration. Just when he thought he had her figured out, she went and pulled a stunt like that. Christopher started laughing as she pulled 3 more cubes from behind his ears. "Now how about this? Why don't we walk these over to Jolene and see if she likes them? Will you help us feed her?" The little boy nodded eagerly, and the 3 of them walked over to the horse. "Remember what I showed you about keeping your fingers curled back so she doesn't accidentally nibble you?" Sam said. "I know you already know that, but just in case you forgot, watch me." Sam took a cube from Ariel and fed it to Jolene. "Ready to try now?" Ariel asked him. "Okay," Christopher said, only a little hesitantly. "Will you do it with me?" "Of course." Ariel cupped her hand under Christopher's, and they reached out to Jolene together. When her lips grazed their joined fingers, Christopher laughed. "See? She's a nice old gal," Sam said, patting her on the side of the neck. "She is," the boy finally agreed, squinting up at Sam. "Can I sit on her now?" "Sure you can. I'll hold the reins and you grab the saddle horn." Sam hoisted Christopher up onto the saddle, and after a flash of fear, his face settled back into a smile. "Looking good up there, cowboy," Ariel cheered. He waved at her. "Let's take a walk around the paddock. You want me to hold the reins, or can you do it?" "I can do it," he answered, grabbing onto them. "Watch." Christopher gave Jolene a nudge with his heels, and she ambled into a walk while he sat perfectly in the saddle. Would you look at that? You know what you're doing after all, kid. Should you and I go find the rest of the group out on the trail? I'll ride on Paco." "Yeah, let's go," Christopher exclaimed, looking every bit the confident rider. "Okay, Ariel's gonna hang with you while I saddle Paco up really quick. Be right back." Sam turned to jog back to the barn but paused as he passed Ariel. "Rain check on the hayloft, got it?" Ariel blushed and nodded. Chapter 16. At the end of the day, Sam told her to get dressed. It was the 4th of July, and Windy Creek was doing its annual firework display downtown on the high school's football field. It was a big local event. Everyone went, usually bringing picnic baskets and catching up with friends while they watched the show. Anne had gone early. Her church group usually made a killing with their bake sale, and she'd volunteered to help set up. Before she'd left, Ariel had heard Sam telling Anne that he'd see her there, but she hadn't realized he meant to make it an outing, taking her and Molly. "She's a little young and will be out kind of late if the fireworks don't start until after dark." Ariel had tried to argue, but Sam was insistent. "We'll leave if she gets fussy or if the fireworks scare her," he told her as she buckled Molly into the car seat that he installed in his truck. "But I'm betting she's gonna love it." "Want to bet on it?" she asked. "Loser makes dinner? My planned dinner versus your frozen lasagna?" Sam smirked. "You're on." They drove around the curves and hills to Windy Creek High School. When they arrived, it appeared like most of the town had showed out. As soon as they got out of the car, Sam was flooded with attention, mostly friends demanding to see and hold the baby. As he'd warned her on the drive over, everyone already seemed to know the story about how he'd ended up with a baby on his doorstep. Word spread fast in small towns, he told her, especially when those words happened to include juicy gossip. She'd teased him a little during the drive, asking him how it felt to know that his one-night stand had become a public topic of conversation. He'd blushed brightly, but had admitted that he actually preferred letting the gossip train spread the news. At least it meant he didn't have to explain the whole thing to everyone himself. "Anyone you meet tonight that's over the age of 50 will probably tell you about how they changed my diapers when I was Molly's age," he'd said. "They can talk about me behind my back until the cows come home, as long as I don't have to go around defining drunken hookups to ladies used to be in a sewing circle with my mama." He hadn't mentioned that there had been plenty of gossip about her, too, but she could tell that there had been in the way that everyone was looking at her. She did her best to shrug it off, shaking hands with everyone and trying to remember all of the names as Sam introduced her to several of his friends. When Colin took her hand to shake, he winked at her. "Good to see you again," he said. "What's it been, 5 hours?" "What's that mean?" Sam asked. Ariel raised her eyebrow at Sam's tone. He sounded possessive, like he didn't like the idea of her talking to another handsome guy. "I met Colin while I was at lunch today," she said and patted his arm. She could almost feel Sam's friend's eyes on the action. His niece found Molly to be cute. "She is cute." This came from the woman Sam had introduced as Sally Weston, the one that Sam tried to convince her would take her in after he fired her as chef for the summer. Sally had been perfectly pleasant while they'd been chatting, but Ariel wasn't a fan of hers. Maybe it was the competitive streak in her. She's a little doll." "Thank you," Sam said, and she would have been able to hear the smile on his face even if she couldn't see it. "Hey, would someone mind getting a picture of us?" he asked. "Molly's first 4th of July. It's a day I'm gonna want to remember." "Amen to that," Colin said, ruffling Bex's hair. "Here, give me your phone," Sally said. "I'll take it." "Oh, I can do it," Ariel offered, reaching her hand out, but Sam caught her hand and pulled her in next to him, handing the phone over to Sally. "No, I want you to be in the picture too," he murmured in her ear. He wrapped an arm around her waist, the other arm holding Molly tucked up against his chest, as Sally snapped off a couple of pictures. Ariel could still feel the warm weight of Sam's hand on her hip, even after he let go. They sat in the bench seats of the football stadium, and Ariel had just dug out Molly's binky when a man stepped into the middle of the field with a microphone in his hand. "Attention!" There was a screech of feedback, and Ariel winced, but thankfully, Molly didn't seem too bothered by it. Before we set off this year's firework display, Michael Townsend has a very special announcement to make. A man who must be Michael climbed the stairs of the makeshift dais and took the mic. He had the air of someone who was important. Everyone seemed to lean in to hear him speak, even Sam. Before we get started, I just want to dedicate this display to Jonathan Perriman. In case you weren't aware, Mr. Perriman voted Teacher of the Year by the students here at Windy Creek High more than anyone else in the history of the school, and I'd imagine he personally taught just about everyone sitting here today. I know we're all grateful for the gift he has been to our community for all these years, which is why I'm sad to say that Mr. Perriman signed the paperwork today to conclude his teaching career. After 35 years, he decided to retire. This coming school year will be his final year. Please join me in a round of applause to thank him for all that he's done. A roar of applause echoed through the stadium. It was almost as big as the ribbon of disappointed-sounding awes that rippled through the crowd at the same time. A lot of kids seem pretty bummed that he won't be sticking around. Plenty of parents, too. Ariel was impressed. She couldn't even remember most of her teachers. She definitely didn't have one who would inspire this level of feeling in her. "Was this guy your teacher?" Sam nodded. "Mr. Perriman teaches sophomore English. He's great with literature, really brings it to life, even for a bunch of dumb kids with no interest in reading or writing or anything that they're supposed to do in an English class. It's sad to think that he won't be teaching anymore." He laughed just a touch bitterly. "I had this weird idea that he'd teach Molly same as he taught me." Ariel liked this side of Sam. He was more open. Just as before with the photos, it felt almost like they were a family, sharing memories and talking about hopes for Molly's future. She shouldn't let herself fall into this kind of make-believe, but it was so hard to resist. "That's sweet," she said. Sam glanced at her and gave her a wolfish kind of grin. "That's me," he teased. "Sweet." The fireworks starting cut off whatever retort she had for him. Ariel was wrong about Molly not liking the fireworks. She'd never seen a girl her age be so enchanted by something. When they headed back to the car, Sam nudged her. "Dinner's on you," he reminded. Ariel rolled her eyes. "As if I didn't already have it planned." Their shared laughter carried them all the way home. "Okay, everyone, dig in," Ariel said as she placed the basket of garlic bread on the table next to the giant bowl of pasta. "Not before we acknowledge the chef," Anne said, raising her glass to Ariel with one hand while trying to keep it out of Molly's grasp. "This looks wonderful, and we all appreciate you and this bounty you've prepared. Thank you, my dear." Calvin, Anne, Jacob, and Danny held their glasses up, then clinked them together, echoing Anne's sentiments. Lit by a string of cafe lights and seated at the long wooden outdoor table in one of the prettiest groves at the ranch, it looked like they were part of a magazine spread. Ariel had used a vintage tablecloth she'd found that Sam swore he'd never seen before in his life, and arranged vases of sunflowers down the middle to create the perfect alfresco tableau. "What are we about to eat?" Calvin asked, hungrily eyeing the serving spoon in the bowl of pasta. "This is a pasta dish that I usually make in small batches, but I needed to scale up the recipe because we're supposed to have something big to present for catering for the audition. When I'm making it for fine dining, it's truffle, leek, and homemade pappardelle, but truffles are super expensive. Are you saying we're not worthy of the good stuff? Danny asked, and everyone laughed. Not at all, Ariel smiled. The issue is not everyone wants to pay for truffles when they're feeding over 50 people, and to be honest, not everyone even appreciates them. Some people think they taste like socks. So, for this dish, I've substituted a variety of wild mushrooms that are more affordable and widely palatable. What else we got? Sam asked, glancing around the table. This is a strawberry walnut salad with champagne vinaigrette, and I made the garlic sourdough myself. And dessert is a hazelnut semi-freddo. Ooh, sounds fantastic, Anne said. A semi-what? Sam shot her a confused look. It's a frozen mousse, sort of like ice cream but not as labor-intensive to make. Well, let me at this grub, I'm starving, Calvin said with his hand hovering over the serving spoon. Can we? Please, help yourselves, everyone, Ariel said. She poured wine for the table as they filled their plates. There was a chummy camaraderie in the air, with lots of laughs and teasing as they began dinner. It was clear that the ranch was more than just a job for everyone. Are you kidding me, sister? Calvin hooted after he took the first bite of pasta. This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. This sauce. Sam nodded. I say that every time I try something of hers. But Calvin, don't sell yourself short. You're an amazing cook, too. Yeah, Calvin. I've never tasted mac and cheese like yours, Ariel agreed as she took a small helping of pasta. My mac and cheese is what got me hired here, he said as he stuffed another forkful of pasta in his mouth. He pointed at Sam. This fella's grandpa tried it at the diner where I was a line cook, and he marched back to the order window and offered to make me head chef here at the ranch. I took off my apron that very day and never looked back. That was 17 years ago. He and Sam exchanged a smile. Your grandpa was a good man, Sam. It was an honor to work with him. Carden Ranch is a special place. Yes, it is, Sam agreed as he took a sip of wine. And that's what keeps you folks here. This earth right here beneath our boots. The creatures in the barn, the stars above us. Pshaw, Anne chastised. We love you, Sammy, and what the Carden family built. We're all here for the blood, sweat, and tears that fuel this operation, not just the land that supports it. Yeah, Danny piped up as he finished his second piece of garlic bread. If it weren't for you, Sam, I'd probably still be working at Walmart. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it never lit me up inside, you know? I was just a city kid, but you saw the cowboy in me and taught me how to live up to it, and now I can't imagine any other way of life. Ariel looked around the table at the glowing faces. It was more than worker camaraderie. They were family, and Sam was the heart that kept them all together. Stop, y'all, you're making me blush, Sam said as he ducked his head. Let's talk about this salad instead. I'm not much a greens person myself, but if every salad tasted like this, I'd become a vegetarian. Calvin threw his head back and laughed, causing Molly to giggle along adorably. That'll be the day. The chatter continued as they worked their way to second helpings, which didn't put a dent in what she'd prepared. I hope everyone will take some leftovers home. We're gonna get sick of this mighty feast if we have to finish all of it here. You don't have to ask me twice, Calvin said as he used a piece of garlic bread to sop up the sauce on his plate. I'm convinced you're going to get that fancy job. I've never had better food. Chef Welsh would be an idiot not to hire you. The group went silent for a minute as the reality of Ariel's looming expiration date hit home, with just the sound of clanking tableware filling the air. Sam caught Ariel's eye for a moment, and they both quickly looked away. Well, that's true, but we don't have to think about that right now, Anne said. You just keep practicing in our kitchen until you feel ready, okay? Ariel nodded. I will. How about that dessert? Danny said, looking around. Be right back, Ariel replied, jumping up. The group tore into the frozen dessert and sat around drinking and swapping stories until late in the evening. Ariel eyed Molly falling asleep in Anne's arms, but didn't say anything about it being way past her bedtime. She was off the clock, and it was up to Sam to make the call. Hey, I'm going to put Molly to bed, Sam said, as if he'd read her mind. Y'all are welcome to stay, though. He reached out to Anne to take Molly, and the baby whined. It's late, I should get going, Calvin said, and Jacob and Danny agreed. "Can we help you clean up, honey?" Anne asked. "No, don't worry about it. It's actually easier if I do it myself," she answered, shooing everyone away. "Don't forget to take some leftovers home with you." After heartfelt thanks and goodbyes, Ariel was left alone under the lights. She cleared up the remnants of the evening slowly, smiling to herself about how wonderful it had been. "Hey, looks like you need a hand," Sam said as he walked out of the darkness. "Hey yourself." She smiled at him as she stacked plates. That was fast. Molly was exhausted, woke up just enough to squirm a little as I put her in her jammies, but then she was asleep again before I even laid her down. Sam looked at the table. "We sure made a mess." "I love the mess at the end of a dinner party. It means everyone had a good time." "We did, and you were a wonderful hostess." She picked up a half-full bottle of red wine. "Care to help me polish this off?" "Sure, I'm learning to like your fancy wines. What kind is that again?" "A Syrah. It's a rich red with hints of blackberries and an earthy finish." She poured 2 glasses and they sat down facing one another across the table. "Cheers to the hostess," Sam said, tapping his glass to hers. "And cheers to our venue sponsor. None of us would be here without you. I hope you realize that you're the glue of this place." "Aw, stop. You want to talk glue? I'd be lost without you holding things together for me. You stepped up and saved me during one of the most challenging times of my life. I mean, a baby?" He shook his head in disbelief. "I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been here." They drank in silence for a few minutes, and Ariel studied Sam as he stared into the distance. "I want you. I want you. I want you." Ariel was desperate for his touch, and it took everything in her power to keep from leaping across the table to kiss him. He looked a little drunk and rumpled, and he was smiling a lopsided, lazy smile that made him look even sexier than usual. He finally seemed to feel the weight of her gaze and turned to her. "I'm going to help you drag all of this stuff inside. You're not cleaning alone," he said as he pointed to the dishes and glasses scattered across the table. Ariel shook herself out of her fantasy and pointed to the wheeled cart next to the table. "I'm going to stack everything on there, then load the dishwasher really quick. It'll go fast. And it'll go even faster with my help. Let's get to it. We can drink while we clean." Between the two of them, they managed to get everything back to the main house in a single trip, laughing at how ridiculous they looked with the cart piled precariously high with dishes. "Can we just leave it until tomorrow?" Sam asked. "I'm suddenly feeling lazy." "No way," Ariel answered from her position by the sink. She picked up a plate and sprayed it off before loading it in the dishwasher. "I hate waking up to a dirty kitchen." "Oh no," Sam pointed at what she was doing. "You rinse before loading." Ariel paused with a plate hovering in the air. "And you don't? Isn't that what the dishwasher is for? You're doubling your work." "Not for caked-on stuff like this." She held the plate out to show him. "That'll never come off unless you pre-rinse. Just load it and see. Live dangerously," he teased. "Number impossible." "Yes." He took a step towards her. "Try it." They stared at each other, trying to hide their smiles. "I'm gonna make you," Sam said, moving closer. "To prove a point." Ariel dropped the plate on the counter, grabbed the sprayer and pulled the cord to its full length, clutching the handle like a handgun. "Not another step, Carden," she warned. "Don't make me hurt you." "I'm not afraid of you, Ariel," he glowered. He moved closer, and Ariel cocked her head and shut one eye as if sighting in on her target. Sam leaped at her, and she let loose a torrent of water, dousing his chest. He continued charging through the spray, undeterred, and managed to wrestle the nozzle away before turning it on her, causing her to shriek with laughter as he sprayed her. "How do you like it?" he asked as he pulsed the water at her. "Stop!" She laughed and swatted at Sam. "I'm soaking." He paused the attack to take her in. "And you still look adorable. Get over here." He grabbed Ariel's wrist and pulled her into his arms. She melted into him as his lips found hers. Sam devoured her with a kiss that made it hard to stand, so she wound her arms around his waist for support. "I've been waiting to do that all night," he whispered, barely moving his lips away from hers as he spoke. "Oh, you too?" she asked, smiling against his mouth. "I thought I was the only one." Nope. I can't stop thinking about all the stuff I want to do with you. To you. He flicked his tongue along her lips. Ariel responded by grabbing his bottom lip in between her teeth and giving it a nip. Oh, really? Like what? Well, I'd like to have you in an actual bed instead of on the sand. She took his earlobe into her mouth and gave it a teasing suck, then breathed into his ear. We can make that happen. Apparently, that was all Sam needed to hear. Let's go, he said in a low voice, pulling her along. They stumbled to the bedroom and tripped over each other as they headed for the bed. Let's get you out of those wet clothes, darlin', Sam drawled softly as he started to tease the sundress trap down her shoulder. Okay, she replied as she took a half step backwards, and with the flick of a wrist, she pulled her simple blue dress over her head. It didn't even occur to her until later that during their time together, she'd thought about the future with Sam without an ounce of doubt in her heart. Chapter 17. Hey, Jacob, can you just double-check Yukon's saddle? It's looking a little loose. Jacob saluted Sam and walked over to assess the saddle as the campers milled around. Sam was wary of getting too close to the horses with Molly strapped to his chest. Even though the horse Jacob was checking on was a total marshmallow, Sam was still gun-shy when it came to keeping Molly safe. When's Ariel taking over? Jacob asked as he pointed to the baby. He shrugged. Not for a bit. She's working on a complicated dessert for my dinner meeting with Wallace, and Molly woke up from her nap early, so she asked me to take over until she's done. I owe her anyway for cooking for me tonight. No biggie. The truth was, he'd do anything for both of the ladies in his life, even if it meant bowing out of some of his usual responsibilities during camp. He had Jacob and Danny and the new guy Pete to pick up the slack, and he wasn't due to see Wallace for a check-in meeting until later in the day. He had plenty of time to prep for their dinner meeting. Hey, Cowboy Sam, you coming on the trail ride with us? Jaden, one of the campers, asked. 20 little heads swiveled to him expectantly. Fellas, I wish I could, but I have to sit this one out because of this little lady. He pointed at Molly and she kicked her legs happily. He was met with a chorus of disappointed awes. What you boys don't realize is that Jacob is more of a daredevil than I am, and he's taking you on the high path today. I never ride that one, so you're going to have a much better time with him than you would if I took you, he fibbed. The cheers made him feel a little better about shirking his responsibility. He did as much as he could, coaching the boys and delegating duties to his employees as they got ready for the trail ride. He was so involved in the pre-departure packing that he didn't even hear the car pull up until Jacob pointed it out. Looks like you've got company, boss. Sam looked over his shoulder, and his heart dropped when he saw Wallace getting out of his Porsche Cayenne. Shoot, he's early, Sam muttered. He glanced down at Molly strapped against him in a pink checkered sling and felt ridiculous. How was he going to manage baby duty while wooing his investor? Sam, Wallace said as he strode to the paddock. Look at you two. Quite a sight. Well, hello, Miss Molly. Aren't you adorable? He leaned over and smiled at the baby. Wallace, I wasn't expecting you until later this afternoon. Welcome. He tried to sound less frazzled than he felt at the sudden change of plans. Yeah, I figured I'd take advantage of the beautiful day and come a little early. Hope you don't mind. Pretend I'm not here. I don't want to interrupt your flow. Wallace flicked his eyes down to Molly, then back up to Sam. She's going back to the main house with Ariel shortly, Sam said, grasping one of Molly's feet. Ariel is cooking a feast for our dinner tonight, and she needed a little more time. I'll text her and see if she's ready for the handoff yet. Sam grabbed his phone and walked away while typing a speedy text. He tried to compose himself before turning back to Wallace. Okay, she'll get back to me any minute. He smiled. In the meantime, would you like to see some of the improvements we've made since the last time you were here? I sure would, Wallace replied, rubbing his hands together. 30 minutes later, they'd finished the tour with no word back from Ariel. Sam was about to call her when Danny called him over to the paddock. Hey, Sam, could we get a hand with Cinnamon? She's jumping like hot grease on a skillet. He hid a grimace as he headed over with Wallace in tow. Cinnamon was a feisty, high-spirited horse. Although she usually managed to keep mellow around the campers, sometimes she got sassy, and he was the only one who could calm her down. Yep, okay. Sam replied as he tried to figure out a way to handle the horse without putting Molly in jeopardy. Sure enough, Cinnamon was turning and kicking when anyone got close to her. Sam watched her from the paddock fence line. It only took him a few seconds to realize what was going on. Hold up, Danny? It looks like she threw a shoe somehow. Or something sticking her. Let's sub her out for Buzz today and get the farrier out here to take a look. He looked over at the crowd of campers. Who was going to ride Sin? A little boy in a tan hat raised his hand. Jackson, okay. Do you mind riding Buzz instead? I like Buzz, the boy answered. Pete, got that? Yes, sir, his counselor answered, then walked over to grab Cinnamon's reins. Wallace watched the handoff and gave Sam an encouraging nod. You could run this place with your eyes closed, huh? Basically. But I bet it's a little tougher with a co-pilot. He pointed at Molly. No, not at all, Sam hastened to say, even though they could both probably see that that wasn't true. If Molly hadn't been with him, he could have gone right up to the horse and sorted the whole situation out faster. I mean, he corrected. Usually she's not with me. This is a special scenario. Most times I'm right there in the middle of things. Wallace nodded. Well, you're making it work. I'm impressed. Thanks. That means a lot to me, Wallace. Sam wasn't sure how much longer he could handle the stress of Wallace's scrutiny with his inability to be as hands-on as he normally would. He needed to hand Molly off pronto. You know what? Let me give Ariel a call really quick. If she was focused on her cooking, then she might not have heard the text come in. Sam walked away from Wallace again and tried to keep calm. Of all the times for Ariel to not answer, it had to be when he needed to impress Wallace. At least Molly was being an angel. The call went unanswered, and Sam swallowed hard as he tried to figure out how he was going to balance impressing Wallace with caring for his daughter. He managed a smile and headed back to Wallace. Nothing yet, but I'm sure she'll be ready for the handoff any minute. That must be quite a meal she's making, Wallace replied. So, what's next? Sam looked down at Molly and struggled to come up with the right answer. 3 hours later, with Molly handed off to Ariel, who'd been very apologetic about her phone battery dying without her noticing, they were finally in Sam's office staring at projections. Wallace leaned back in his chair and gave Sam a satisfied nod. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Everything looks strong. Better than I expected, to be honest. I'm glad to hear it, he answered, not bothering to hide the swell of pride. They'd all worked hard to get where they were. After floundering for the first half of Wallace's visit, trying to care for Molly and court Wallace at the same time, Sam finally felt like he was back in the driver's seat. Even though hanging with Molly had been fun and Wallace had seemed to enjoy it, his fear of putting her in harm's way had held him back from doing his work as he normally would. Not to mention, he'd been terrified the whole time that Molly might start crying. She hadn't, but the fear had been ever present. Sam was about to launch into his 5-year plan when Ariel appeared in the doorway holding Molly. The fading sunlight cast a glow around them, and Sam felt his heart swell at the sight. Ariel was dressed in what he'd come to learn were her serious cooking clothing, slim black pants and a tailored dark gray crossover chef coat with silver buttons. Even though Sam told her it was a casual meal, she looked every inch the professional chef. Gentlemen, I don't mean to interrupt, but we've got about 15 minutes until dinner is served. I just wanted to give you time to wrap up. Sam glanced at Wallace and could see his appreciation for the pair written all over his face. Even though Ariel was in a uniform, she still looked like a goddess. I can't wait to sample what you've whipped up for us, Wallace said. Sam keeps bragging about your cooking. I think he's your #1 fan. She blushed. That's really kind, but from what I've seen, Sam'll eat anything you put in front of him. He actually ate the bay leaf in one of my stews and didn't even complain. Wallace laughed. Nothing like an appreciative eater, and I plan to be one too. Now's as good a time as any to take a break. Why don't we head in and wash up? I'm going to put Molly down, so I'll be ready when you are, gentlemen, Ariel said as she turned to leave. Sounds good, Sam answered as his stomach growled in anticipation. Ariel hadn't mentioned to Sam what she was preparing. telling him instead that she'd researched Wallace and had prepared a meal specifically to his tastes. He knew they were in for something special. The aromas in the kitchen were unlike anything he'd smelled before, heartier and richer than her usual fare. Ariel had set the room as if they were in a fine dining establishment, with Sinatra playing low on the stereo and candles blazing on the table. Sam widened his eyes and gave her a thankful nod while Wallace had his back turned, and she winked back at him. "If I didn't know better, I'd swear I smell sauerbraten," Wallace said with awe in his voice. "You have a good nose," Ariel answered. "That's exactly what I've prepared for tonight. It's a traditional German meal of sauerbraten, red cabbage, and spätzle." "Are you kidding me?" Wallace turned to her with shock on his face. "My German grandmother used to make that for me. I haven't had it in years." "Is that a fact?" Ariel asked, playing innocent like a pro. "I learned this recipe from a German chef in school, and I've been dying to make it again. When I went grocery shopping in town, I saw that the butcher had some lovely rump roast, so I figured why not?" "This one's a keeper," Wallace said to Sam. "You're so lucky to have her on your team." Sam grinned but didn't have the heart to get into Ariel's upcoming departure date. "Please, let's begin," Ariel said as she gestured to the table. They settled in and passed the dishes, and Sam noticed that both he and Ariel were watching Wallace get ready to eat. They exchanged a hopeful look as he took his first bite. "Oh, wow," he said with his mouth full. "Wow." "You like it?" Ariel asked. "It is exquisite," Wallace replied. Sam felt a swell of pride, as if he himself had prepared the dish. "It has all of the flavors I remember, but they're, I don't know, elevated? Refined? It's like you took a home-style dish and turned it into fine dining." Wallace picked up a spatzel. "And this, the perfect texture. Are you sure you're not German?" Ariel laughed. "Nope, Irish, but I love German food. Wait until you see what I made for dessert." "Well, I'll say it again, Sam. You're lucky to have such a talent on your staff. I know Chef Calvin takes care of the day-to-day meals, but perhaps we can explore fine dining options as an add-on to some of the adult camps. Or we could feature cooking classes. Some people might appreciate a break for an afternoon if they're sore from too much time in the saddle." Sam shot Ariel a look, and neither one answered for a moment. "What? Is that a bad idea?" Wallace asked. "No, it's a fantastic idea," Ariel said quickly. "But I'm leaving in a month. This was always just a stopover for me." "And why would you do that?" Wallace asked, adding more gravy to his plate. "You seem to fit in so well here." Sam saw the color rush to her cheeks. "Thank you, I feel the same way. But I have a huge opportunity on the horizon that's too good to pass up. It's something I've been working towards for a long time." She paused. "Have you heard of Chef Welsh?" Wallace nodded. "Of course, I've been to a few of his restaurants. Hanmi in Japan is one of my favorites." "Well, I'm in the process of auditioning for a spot on his staff in his new restaurant in Aspen. They're making a reality show about the opening, and they're dedicating a few episodes to the staffing process. So not only am I cooking for a spot on his team, but I'll be also featured as a contestant of sorts on the show. It's a big opportunity for me to get my name and my talent out there for everyone to see. It'll be good for me whether I get the job with Chef Welsh or not. And it all goes down next month." Sam saw a cloud cross Wallace's face as Ariel spoke. He'd spent so much time studying the man that it was as though he could read his mind. Something was wrong. "So, you're leaving Sam for fame and fortune in a few weeks," he answered. She shook her head. "Not exactly. I'm leaving for the next stage in my career. If the fame and fortune thing happens, great, but I'm more focused on hitting my goals." As if on cue, the baby monitor squawked to life, filling the room with the sound of Molly's cries. "Ooh," Ariel said. "That doesn't sound good. She's been restless lately, so I'm going to have to excuse myself for a bit to calm her. Please keep eating, gentlemen." Ariel hurried from the room, leaving the men to eat in silence with just the sound of their clinking silverware filling the room. "Sam, I need to ask you something," Wallace said, without looking up from his plate as he stabbed at the meat. "Are you sure you can handle everything that's coming?" The question landed like a punch to his chest, and he struggled to keep his expression calm. "Why would you ask me that, Wallace?" He gestured to the doorway with his knife. "You've got a lot going on with the baby, and you'll be losing Ariel soon. You need to hire someone new to take over as nanny and get that person trained up. It just seems like you're going to have a tough few months coming up, and I wanted to give you an out if now's not a good time for the expansion after all." "Hold on, are you backing out of our deal?" Sam could barely get the words out. No, not at all. This ranch is a sound investment. But maybe we should put it off for 6 months or even a year, until you get your footing with being a single parent and have the time to give it your full attention?" The thought of what might happen to the ranch if they waited to go through with the deal almost made him sick. "Wallace, I'm good to go. The ranch is ready, and we're on track just as we originally discussed. I've got a plan for when Ariel leaves. I can manage everything, I assure you." Wallace raised an eyebrow at Sam as he ate the last bit of his dinner. "All right, if you're sure. I'm counting on you, Carden. And so is my grandson Bryce. He's looking forward to a sleepaway camp here." Sam stared at the food on his plate that had tasted so delicious just a few minutes prior. Suddenly, his appetite had disappeared. Chapter 18. Ariel held Molly and watched from the window of the nursery as a pretty woman climbed the porch steps. "She looks young. I bet she doesn't have enough experience." The time had come to find a replacement for her, and Sam had gotten a good response to the job listing he'd posted online. It was all down to the in-person interviews now. This was the third applicant who had come to the ranch to interview for the nanny job, her job. She'd managed to find an excuse to hover nearby as Sam interviewed the first one, a capable-looking woman who had every qualification possible, from a degree in early childhood development to CPR training. The interview was going great until Sam asked her about her comfort with horses, and the woman paused for a full minute before answering. She danced around her answer until Sam mentioned the position would require her to be close to them almost daily, which caused the woman to pick up her purse, thank him for his time, and leave. Sam had laughed so hard he had tears in his eyes. How did she miss the part about this job being on a ranch? He choked out. Even if she didn't notice it in the listing, what did she think she was seeing when she drove here? Did she think the horses were cardboard cutouts? The next candidate, a quiet woman who looked washed out in her gray sweater, had compared baby sleep training to puppy training and used the word discipline too much, causing Ariel to widen her eyes and shake her head at Sam in dismay. Molly had stirred from her nap before the third candidate showed up, and Ariel was eager to get back down to the main room and eavesdrop from a distance. She looked down at Molly, who was still waking up. "We can't have just anyone watching you, right? You're a special little lady. You deserve a nanny who'll love you." Molly yawned and snuggled her head against Ariel's chest so that she was tucked under Ariel's chin. Her heart lurched at the thought of having to say goodbye. And not just to the baby. Seeing the candidates coming through made everything feel real. She and Sam hadn't talked about the future of their relationship and had barely even put into words what they were to one another, and now they were already looking ahead to the time when she'd leave. All of the change on her horizon made her a little nauseous, as if she'd been on a carnival ride for too long. She was sure that she belonged with Chef Welsh, but leaving wasn't going to be as easy as she'd imagined when she first stepped into the role as Molly's caretaker. She heard Sam greeting the applicant right as the FaceTime chime on her phone went off. She looked at who was calling and rolled her eyes at Molly. "This should be fun," she said as she settled into the glider by the window. "Get ready for a lesson in how not to parent, little lady." She took a breath, soothed her hair, and answered the phone. "Hey there." "Ariel, look at you," her mother Rebecca replied, frowning a little as she took in her daughter's appearance through the screen. "You look healthy, sweetheart." Her mom was in her uniform of red-rimmed glasses, arty statement necklace, and cashmere cardigan. Ariel adjusted the phone so her stained t-shirt wasn't visible, and she bit the inside of her cheek to keep from saying something she might regret. "Starting already, Mom?" "What? All I said was, that's your code for fat." "Stop it. Can't we just have a pleasant conversation for once?" "No, because all you ever do is compare me to my sisters." Molly coughed and moved into the frame. Well, I was going to ask what you're up to, but I see you're still nannying, Rebecca replied as her eyes flicked down to Molly, and her face shifted into an appropriate expression. What a darling baby. Ariel ran her hand along Molly's head and gave her a little kiss. She is. She's the best. Her mother's voice softened and her eyes turned wistful. Your sister Franny was a nanny for a summer while she was in college. Remember that? For that family that took her to Bermuda? Of course, that was a long time ago. She laughed. But it turned out the Petersons were a great connection for her. Remember Craig Peterson was a cardiologist and he helped her write her personal statement for med school? She sighed. As if I could forget. Do you get any perks like that? Are you gaining any connections through this little summer job of yours? She thought of Wallace, but as connected as he was, his focus was on Sam, not her. I don't need them, Mom. My interview is coming up in a few weeks and everything is on track. She cringed a little, thinking about how she'd blown it at the taping. We already filmed some interstitials. Oh, you filmed? How exciting! Noreen is going to love that. You know she was on PBS with the rest of the symphony a few weeks ago? She had 3 solos, so she got tons of screen time. Her mother smiled. The camera loves her. She takes after me. Awesome, Ariel answered, not bothering to hide the sarcasm. Oh, your father just got home, Rebecca said as she turned to look towards a clatter off-screen. He was golfing with Tabitha and James and the rest of the partners at the firm. Did your sister tell you James made partner? Now they're both partners. He said he wanted to get there before he proposed to Tabitha, so we're expecting a ring any day now. I haven't spoken to Tabitha in ages. She's usually too busy to answer her phone. How about June? Did you hear that she finished her physical therapy so she can get back to training? She's headed to Switzerland soon to work with someone who specializes in skiing injuries. Thank God her injury happened far enough out from the games. Don't be coy. Just call them the Olympics, Mom. Ariel heard her father asking who was on the phone and a non-committal huh when her mom said who it was. He showed up on screen a few seconds later. Well, hello there, really, he said, reverting to the childhood nickname she hated. How's life out west? She's still nannying, her mom answered for her. Her father's face screwed up in confusion. I thought you were in Wyoming for a commercial or something. Did I get that right? I'm in Colorado, and there's still some time until my audition to be a part of the team at Chef Welsh's new restaurant. I'm probably going to wind up on his reality show. Oh, right, he answered with a nod. Your little cooking thing. The fact that her parents didn't appreciate how hard she worked or the extent of her training drove her insane. They assumed her skills were the equivalent of being a line cook at a diner instead of a chef capable of creating haute cuisine fit for royalty. But because her career didn't give them anything to brag about to their friends yet, it wasn't worth remembering. Molly started fussing in Ariel's lap, as if she could sense the tension in the air and wanted to get away from it. Hey guys, I've got to run. She's hungry. I'll keep you posted about how things work out with the job. Okay, honey, her dad replied, already walking away. Bye, dear, her mom said. You might want to consider a haircut before you have your next audition. You're looking a little shaggy. What? Ariel frowned. I can't hear you. I think something's happening to the connection. Are you still there? Her mom raised her voice and moved closer to the screen. I said you need to get... Ariel hit the disconnect button and smiled at Molly. That's enough of that. Can I make you some gourmet pureed pears, little one? Molly giggled. Pears it is. I'm always happy to cook for such an appreciative diner. She hugged Molly again and headed downstairs, hoping she could spy on the latest applicant. Ariel took the rear staircase to the main room and hovered in the hallway for a minute. I don't really have a favorite age, per se, the young woman was saying. I find every part of childhood magical. Molly's age is fun because it's the wonderment stage, where everything is new and exciting. But then as babies get older, you start to see their real personalities. They become little people, you know? I agree totally, she heard Sam say. I wake up every day wondering what types of adventures we're going to have. Ariel's stomach twisted. Of course she wanted Sam to find the perfect caregiver for Molly, but she also hated the thought of someone stepping into her role. She peeked around the corner as they stood and shook hands. The knot wound tighter when she saw how adorable the woman was. I wonder if Sam considers that a job requirement. She busied herself in the kitchen preparing a snack for Molly. When Sam walked in, the baby squealed with excitement. "Well, hello, sleepyhead," he exclaimed and held out his arms. "Let me take her for a sec. Did she have a good nap?" Ariel handed Molly off and got to work on the food. "As always, you've got a champion sleeper here." She paused. "How was that interview?" Sam shifted Molly on his hip. "Oh, she was great. Qualified, knowledgeable, personable." "Fantastic," Ariel replied with manufactured enthusiasm. "So, she's the one?" Well, what?" He cleared his throat. "I'm just not sold, to be honest. There was something not quite right about her. Yes, she's qualified and seems to know her stuff, but I'm not sure about her." "Seriously?" Ariel couldn't understand the flicker of relief that surged through her. "Yeah, I mean, I like her, but she's just not—" He seemed to struggle to find the right words. "She's not you." It was as if he'd reached out and hugged her with his words. "Sam." He started pacing with Molly, avoiding looking at Ariel. "Of course, I'll have her back for a second interview, so she can meet Molly and I can see how they interact, but I can't wrap my head around someone else taking care of her. Sorry, but you're just too good at your job." "My job? This was never supposed to be my job." "That's kind of you to say," she replied as she busied herself with the immersion blender. "But I'm sure she'll turn out to be a fine fit once you get used to the idea, and Molly's an easy baby." "She is," Sam agreed. "But you've got a magic touch with her." "Thanks." Ariel wasn't sure what else to say, so she turned on the blender to fill the silence. "Okay, all set for Miss Molly," she said, spooning the mush into a dish. "You want some too?" "I'm sure it's incredible, but this time I'll pass. I need to head back out until the next interview at 4. Lots to do." Sam walked over and handed Molly to Ariel, and for a moment their arms were tangled in a loose hug. She tried to deny the feelings pinballing inside of her, but the rightness of the way it felt was unavoidable. She looked down at Molly and felt an undefinable emotion nearly overtake her. This isn't going to be easy. Chapter 19. Sam scanned the list of campers for what felt like the 20th time. There it was, right between Jackson Treadwell and Oliver Young. Bryce Wagner, Wallace's grandson. He paced around the barn, trying to plan for what he was about to go through during the season's first sleepaway camp. It wasn't like everything was riding on the young boy's opinion of his time at sleepaway camp, but it also kind of was. If Bryce Wagner didn't have fun, or if he didn't like the food or accommodations, the deal with Wallace could be pushed back until Sam made the necessary changes. And Sam wasn't sure how much longer he could keep holding on to the ranch without the cash infusion that would come with sealing the deal. But it wasn't like he could single the boy out. The worst thing would be to make Bryce feel different from the rest of the campers. One of the core tenets of Cowboy Camp was keeping everyone on a level playing field no matter their background, degree of horsemanship, or temperament. Sam prided himself on the friendships forged at camp, and he wanted Bryce to be able to experience that without any weird interventions from him or the other counselors that might make Bryce stand out to the other kids. Still, he also needed to be able to focus on getting every little detail exactly right. Sam paused next to Jolene's stall, and she ambled over to him. He knew what he had to do in order to give his full attention to the week, but he was dreading the necessary ask to get it. "She's not going to like this very much, is she?" Sam stroked the horse's velvet nose. "But we don't have a choice. She has to understand." Jolene whinnied an affirmative. "Right? Okay then, it's settled. I'll go talk to her now." Sam muttered to himself as he made his way to the main house, trying to come up with a speech that would make the demand he was about to make sound more like a request. A polite, reasonable request. He checked his phone and realized that Molly was probably sleeping, so he headed for the kitchen. When he walked in, he was greeted by the sound of 70s R&B and Calvin dancing in front of the stove, while Ariel swayed in front of the oven with mitts on her hands. He watched as Calvin threw back his head and sang, and Ariel joined him at the chorus. Sam smiled at how quickly Ariel had found her place at the ranch, then felt the familiar pinch in his temple when he realized that she'd be leaving soon. "Hey, guys," Sam said as he walked in. "Smells great. What are you making?" "Sloppy Joes, baby," Calvin sang in his booming baritone as he stirred the pot. Ariel laughed at him. "I'm working on caramelized puffed rice for my mango mousse." "Is it okay to interrupt you for a minute, or will that ruin your process?" She peered into the oven. "Nope, I've got exactly 6 minutes before I need to get them out. What's up?" "Let's step outside for a second." She raised an eyebrow at him and followed him out to the porch. Sam leaned against a post with his arms crossed and tried to figure out how to broach the subject. "Hey, what's wrong?" She placed a hand on his arm. "You look upset." He could keep it together when they were just talking, but even her simple, comforting touch was enough to make him want to swoop her up and cover her in kisses. Sam wondered if it would be wise to weaken her defenses a little before telling her what needed to happen, but he spotted one of the hands in the distance and opted not to. "I just feel bad because I have to ask you a favor. A big one." He paused. "This first sleepaway camp is important because Wallace's grandson will be attending, and I need to make sure everything is perfect. I'll have to put in extra time, which means you need me to step up and watch Molly more so you can work." Ariel finished for him with a frown. "I get it. I guess I can wake up early and work while she's still asleep. I'll be preparing beef Wellington at 5 a.m. How appetizing. I'm sorry to ask, but you know how much is riding on this deal with Wallace. I can't let anything go wrong. I promise to make it up to you." He could tell by the furrow between her eyebrows that she wasn't happy. "You're going to have to." Her eyes flashed at him, and her voice took on the tone he dreaded. "I also have a ton riding on my audition, and I'm nowhere near ready. I have so much work to do, which means that once Wallace's grandkid goes home, you're going to have to step up and give me a few extra hours during the following days to make up for losing time this week." "Of course, whatever you need. Once this is over, of course." He gave her a sheepish smile. Ariel was about to answer when they heard a crash inside the kitchen and a yelp of pain. "That was Calvin," Sam said, as he dashed for the door with Ariel right behind him. The scene was worse than he'd expected, with Calvin down on one knee clutching his back and the vat of sloppy joe spilled across the kitchen floor. "What happened? Are you okay?" Sam shouted as he ran to help him. "Calvin, you lifted that pot by yourself?" Ariel asked as she picked it up and put it on the counter. His eyes were scrunched shut and he was immobilized. "I tried." "Let me help you up," Sam said. He placed his arm beneath Calvin's and started to lift him, only to hear a pained grunt. "Gimme a minute, boss," Calvin said. "It's okay, take your time," Ariel said to Calvin as she started to clean up the spilled food. She turned to Sam. "If he torqued his back, he's going to need to get up at his own pace. We can't rush him." Sam nodded and started to realize exactly what the surprise injury could mean for the camp during this absolutely crucial week. As bad as he felt for Calvin, the realities of running his business were impossible to ignore. If Calvin was out of commission, he'd need to figure out another way to feed the boys, and it wasn't like he had many options. In fact, he only had one. "What happened?" Anne asked as she came running into the kitchen and spotted Sam and Calvin. "Oh no, are you okay?" Calvin gave her a tight smile. "Been better." He finally rose to his feet 1 inch at a time, ignoring Anne and Sam's offers to support him. Ariel brought a chair to him so he wouldn't have to move far. "So much for that cortisone shot," he said with a grimace as he settled into the chair. Ariel finished cleaning up the mess while Sam and Anne stared at Calvin. "Has this happened to you before?" Sam asked. Calvin nodded with his eyes shut. "Yeah, so I already know that I'm going to be pretty stiff for a while. I won't be totally out of commission, but I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to manage the kitchen, to be honest. Maybe with some painkillers I can—" "No way, Calvin," Sam said, shaking his head vigorously. "I'm not going to put you at risk by making you cook. You need to take it easy until you feel better." "Yeah, but this is a big week for us." The room went silent. "I'll cook." Everyone turned to stare at Ariel, who was on her knees with a pile of messy paper towels in front of her. "It's what you hired me for," she continued. I can handle it. But what about the baby? Sam asked. I can take over with the nanny duties for a little while, Anne said. I'd be happy to watch Molly. Sam frowned. Unfortunately, that's not an option. If this were any other time, we could let your responsibilities slide, but I need you to keep up with housekeeping this week, for obvious reasons. So, if you don't have me cook, who's going to do it? Ariel asked with an edge in her voice. Sam glanced at Calvin, then back at Ariel. But what about Molly? He said helplessly. Now hold on, Calvin said. I think I've got it. All we need to do is a little swap. He pointed at Ariel. Miss Fancy over here can dumb down her recipes for the boys for a week, and I can watch Molly. I think you know I'm the favorite uncle of 9 nieces and nephews. I know what I'm doing, y'all. How will you manage that? You're in pain, Sam asked. I am right now, but it'll fade by tonight. Every day it'll get a little looser. Now, I won't be able to lift them 30-pound pots of boiling noodles anytime soon, but I can certainly lift a little sweet angel when necessary. Ariel crossed her arms and stared at Sam. See, we can do this. Okay, in theory, yes, he answered slowly, but these kids don't want halibut and haricot verts, they want sloppy joes. He pointed to the now empty pot. Oh, come on, give me a break, Sam, Ariel replied with an edge in her voice. Are you forgetting you hired me to cook for them? Did you think I didn't know what I was signing up for? Did you think I haven't been paying any attention to what Calvin's been doing the whole time I've been here? Give me some credit. I can be versatile. I had a whole season's worth of meals worked out for them. Ariel's response gave Sam a flashback to their first day together, when she was angry and frustrated with him. Things between them had evolved into something he'd never expected, yet here they were again, at odds with one another. It's really the only option, Sam, Anne said softly, and I can check in on Calvin throughout the day to make sure he's getting on okay. As always, Anne's input sealed the deal. You're right, Sam said. He looked at Ariel and saw hurt in her expression. He wanted to take her in his arms and kiss her furrow away, but he wasn't sure if she'd welcome it or shove him away. Besides, he didn't have time to worry about her, not this week. He had a business to run, a legacy to preserve. After all, at the end of the day, it was the only thing that really mattered. Chapter 20. I didn't think I could top breakfast, but I did. It was day 2 of sleepover camp, and her brioche and almond French toast and banana split smoothies had the boys asking for thirds. She hadn't mentioned that she'd used special bread, instead calling the dish nutty French toast. She was thrilled the campers were enjoying her sneaky ways of slipping some of her haute cuisine techniques into her everyday cooking. The menus she'd drafted before arriving were simple dishes that she knew would be home runs with kids, but with the clock running down on time before her audition, she knew that she still needed to work on her techniques. Merging the two worlds seemed to be working out for everyone involved. Lunch blew their minds too, Swiss chicken sliders with extra cheese. Of course, she'd snuck in a salad as well to balance it out. It felt so natural to be preparing meals that were about more than just the wow factor. With the boys busy from sunup to sundown, Ariel needed to make sure they were getting proper nutrition, packaged in something tasty enough to have them coming back for more. When Ariel was cooking for the restaurant world, she prepared one-hit dishes that could be as decadent and unhealthy as she wanted, but cooking for growing boys who needed energy required a different mindset. Of course, she loved cooking for fine dining patrons, but cooking for the gaggle of boys felt satisfying in a different way. They didn't care if the chicken was free-range, it was, or if the rose radish garnish by the sandwich was edible, it was. All they wanted to know was if they could have seconds and then thirds, and what was for dessert. Wait until they check out dinner. Ariel was already finding a rhythm to her days back in the kitchen. She missed hanging out with Molly, but she was doing what she'd been hired to do, what she was meant to do, what she loved to do. Cook. She peeked in the oven to check on the cheeseburger and French fry casseroles, then walked to the picture window. Sure enough, Sam and the boys were distant spots on the horizon, heading back from a long trail ride. They going to be starving. Timing the meals was critical. On the first night, she'd been 20 minutes late with dinner due to a mix-up with the pork taquitos, and they'd almost had a mutiny in the dining hall. The nachos had barely held them over, and she'd learned an important lesson about what happens when 20 young boys go without real food for too long. "Smells delicious," Anne said as she swept into the kitchen to grab the utensils. "Need a hand with anything?" "No, thanks," Ariel answered. "We're all good. I'm not going to be late again." Anne stopped gathering the forks and knives. "You're amazing, you know that?" Ariel gave her a quizzical look. "What do you mean?" "You settle into every role you're handed with such grace. You came here thinking you were going to cook, but you jumped right into being a nanny. And now you've shifted back to being a cook again, and you're doing a fantastic job." She blushed. "That's really kind of you to say. I'm enjoying myself here." Anne paused with her back against the swinging door. "We're going to miss you, you know that? All of us." She paused. "Especially Molly and Sam." Anne held Ariel's gaze for a few moments before she pushed into the dining area, and it made Ariel wonder how much the older woman knew about what was going on between her and Sam. "It's not like I even know what's going on between us." "Something smells amazing," Calvin's voice boomed from down the hallway. "Let's see what Miss Ariel is cooking in the kitchen." It still made her laugh to see giant Calvin cuddling Molly in his arms like she was a little loaf of bread. Ariel had been worried that she might not take to him, but true to her sweet nature, she seemed to fall in love with Calvin immediately. "How's the princess?" Ariel asked as she walked over to the pair. Molly pumped her legs with excitement. "She's loving life, just like Uncle Calvin." He paused. "But my back is starting to bark a little." "Yeah, I'm almost done in here. I can take her off your hands soon. What have you got cooking tonight for our little hooligans?" Calvin walked to the oven and peered in. "Ooh, casseroles? Cheeseburger and French fry. I cut the waffle fries myself." "Can't wait to try it." Calvin walked Molly to the counter and sat her on it so that she was leaning against him. "You've got so many great ideas. I'm a little jealous. I always stick with the same dozen recipes. Pizza, mac and cheese, chili. I get a little bored, and I start to wonder if my cooking is any good after all." "Stop. We both know that you're an amazing cook. I wouldn't just use anyone's étouffee recipe for my audition, you know that." Calvin frowned. "Yeah, I wish that had gone better for you. I sort of feel like I'm to blame." "Please. I'm the one who couldn't make a decent roux. You didn't even include the roux instructions as part of your original recipe. You're such a natural that you assume everyone knows how to make it perfectly without any hints or reminders. Usually, I do. On that day, I choked." "Yeah, but I bet your sparkling personality made up for it," Calvin said with a big smile. "No one can resist pretty Miss Ariel, not Molly." Calvin took her little hands in his and waved them around, making her giggle. "And not the big boss." She froze. "What do you mean?" Calvin shrugged. "Sam's not usually this flexible, letting us swap roles. I think part of it is having Molly here, and part of it is you. You've both made him more easygoing." Ariel's shoulders relaxed. "He's not that easygoing," she replied. "He's downright obsessed with making sure everything is perfect this week. I don't think he's had dinner since Sunday. Instead of eating with the boys, he rushes back out to fix stuff or work on numbers in his office. I wish he would slow down a little." Calvin picked Molly up and walked to the window. "You and me both. It ain't healthy. But he's got his eyes on the prize. This week has got him stressed. Have you been watching Wallace's grandkid?" She nodded. "Oh, yes. Every time they're around, I'm spying to see how he's doing. Cute kid, well-mannered, and he always seems to be laughing, so that's a good sign." "Yup, we've got nothing to worry about because we always show these kids a great time." "That we do," Ariel agreed. "How about we grab some dinner before they get here? Then you can head out and I'll be ready for the night shift on Molly duty?" "Yes, please," Calvin answered as he headed for the kitchen table with Molly. "And I promise you, when my back is better, I'm going to make a dinner for you that you won't soon forget. You've got me all inspired. Maybe I'll break out my jambalaya recipe." "Ooh, chef, don't tempt me," Ariel said as she opened the stove and pulled out one of the trays. "How is it possible that even when everything here is upside down, it still feels so right?" Chapter 21. Sam pushed back from his computer and rubbed his eyes. He hadn't intended to work in his office until after 9, but here he was. His stomach rumbled a protest song. The good news was everything was going according to plan. The campers were clearly having a fantastic time. Even Bryce, who seemed remarkably unaffected by growing up surrounded by wealth. Sam had worried that the camp experience might seem too rustic to him, but on the contrary, the kid was always first in line to help muck out stalls. Sam smiled at the thought of him struggling with the weight of the stall fork but not giving up. Sam realized that he was zoning out, staring into space. There was such a thing as pushing himself too hard, and he knew it was time to force himself to shut down for the night. The hunger was making him delirious, and if he ate too late, there was no way he'd be able to fall asleep. He wanted to wake extra early to see Molly for a few minutes before his day kicked into overdrive. Sam said a silent goodnight to the horses dozing in their stalls and headed for the main house, beelining it for the kitchen. He couldn't wait to stick a fork into the leftovers of whatever Ariel had made. If there was anything left over. He wasn't surprised to see the kitchen lights on, but he was shocked when he caught the aroma of something warm and garlicey greeting him as he got closer to the kitchen. "Ariel? What are you doing?" She was standing at the oven wearing a spotless white apron and stirring a saucepan, smiling at him. The glow from the pendant lights made it look like she had a halo. Billie Holiday was playing low, and she'd placed lit candles on the bar in front of the stove. "You need a break, mister, and some decent food. Come, sit." She gestured to a stool. "I was just about to come drag you away from your computer. But it's late. You didn't have to do this for me. I was going to eat leftovers." Ariel threw her head back and laughed. "Leftovers? Have you met these kids? They nearly licked the trays clean." Sam chuckled. "Yeah, no one does hunger like a pre-adolescent boy. What are you making?" "Aglio e olio." Sam's heart sank. As hungry as he wasn't in the right frame of mind to eat something weird. He needed comfort food and lots of it. "Sounds fancy. What is it?" "Oh, it's very fancy." Ariel smiled. "Spaghetti with oil and garlic and fresh buttered bread and a side salad." His stomach rumbled again. "That sounds perfect. Exactly what I need right now. Thanks, Ariel." "I figured. You've been working hard." The room went quiet except for Billie singing about a man who's mad about her. They locked eyes until Ariel had to tend to the sizzling pot in front of her. Sam didn't know if it was delirium from hunger and exhaustion or if the feelings were coming from a real place, but for a moment he felt like he was living in the future. One where he could stumble home after a long day and know that a beautiful woman, this beautiful, amazing woman, was cooking food for him that had been made with love, and that he had a sweet daughter nestled in bed upstairs who would squeal with delight when she saw him. It felt so real that he had to blink a few times to reorient himself to the present. Molly would always be there for him, but Ariel would be gone in a few short weeks. "It's ready," Ariel said as she dished a heaping pile of pasta into a bowl. "Do you want wine or beer?" "Honestly, neither. I'll pass out if I drink any alcohol tonight. Water is fine, but you don't have to serve me." Sam started to get up. "Stop," Ariel commanded and pointed to the stool. "Sit. You've been working so hard you're killing yourself. Let me do this for you." Sam sat back down reluctantly. "I need you to know that I'm not used to this." "Well, I'm glad I can help you," she answered as she filled a glass. "It's nothing." "It's everything," he insisted, "and I should be helping you. You haven't had much of a chance to practice lately." She waved her hand dismissively. "Just being in the kitchen is practice. And honestly, cooking this sort of stuff is so fulfilling. I'm not trying to impress anyone with crazy ingredients or haute cuisine plating techniques. It's more about feeding your soul." Ariel handed him the dish and a small basket of warm bread. "Oh, wow," Sam moaned as he took a bite of bread. "This is incredible." "Thanks," she grinned at him. "And it's the simplest thing ever, just a few ingredients and it gets raves." "So why don't you focus more on home cooking then? Why the high-end stuff?" Sam asked with his mouth full. "Home cooking doesn't get any attention. It's basic. The stuff I'll be cooking with Chef Welsh," she paused and crossed her fingers, "is the kind of food that gets press." Sam wound the pasta around his fork. "But why do you need press? Why not cook what's fulfilling to you? A shadow passed over her face. Do you really want to know? He nodded slowly, hoping she could tell that she had his full attention, that he wanted to hear anything she had to tell him. I think I was conditioned to seek approval. Big family, lots of competition, getting press felt the same as getting love. Ariel frowned. Whoa, that sounds awful, right? A little. It's not as bad as you're thinking, she hastened to add. It's not like my parents stood over us cracking whips or anything, but there was always so much going on at once. It was hard to stand out from the pack unless you did something extraordinary. You're extraordinary, Sam insisted, but Ariel just shook her head. Not in a way my parents would notice, not like my sisters. What are they, brain surgeons? He asked. Ariel paused. Franny's not a surgeon. She's just the head of the ER at one of Chicago's biggest hospitals. Tabitha's the youngest partner at her law firm. Noreen's the first chair flautist for the Chicago Symphony Orchestra, and June's an Olympic skier. And me? I've got my little cooking thing. She shrugged nonchalantly, as if it didn't matter, but Sam could see the hurt in her eyes. The only way they'll take me seriously is if I manage to make a splash. Win the competition, impress everyone, work at the best restaurant under the best chef. For what it's worth, Sam said gently, every single person here will think you're incredible, no matter what you cook. At last, she smiled. Thanks for that, she said. The good news is, I still love making the fancy stuff too, and working with Chef Welsh will be a fantastic stepping stone. I bet this dish right here could be your stepping stone, Sam said, slurping a long piece of spaghetti. It's really good. You're just being nice. It's a throwaway meal, served at every Italian joint in the country. Besides, everything tastes better when you're hungry. Well, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. Sam polished off the last bite and used a piece of bread to soak up the remaining oil in his bowl. He leaned back in his chair with a satisfied sigh. Delicious. Thank you, Ariel. She smiled and began clearing the dishes away. She was brisk and efficient, completely at home in his kitchen. Almost like it was her kitchen, which, in a way, it was. Sam felt his heart swell. The way she cared for him, cooking up a full meal so late in the evening after a long day, lit a fire inside of him. It didn't hurt that Ariel looked even prettier than usual, bathed in dim light, with her hair cascading down her shoulders. You know what's weird? Sam asked. What? Ariel asked, stopping what she was cleaning to lean against the counter and stare at Sam. I'm still hungry. She burst out laughing and pointed to the stack of dirty dishes. How is that even possible? I need some dessert, something sweet. Well, you're out of luck, mister. The kitchen is closed. I didn't make any dessert tonight. Ariel started to turn back to the sink, but he caught her wrist in a vice grip. Well then, you'll do just fine. She met his gaze and there was no mistaking the desire in her eyes. He pulled her closer, barely avoiding knocking dishes off the counter. I'm having my dessert right here, right now, Sam rumbled at her. He pressed his body against Ariel's and felt her gasp when he grabbed her hip. He smoothed her hair back from her neck and nibbled and sucked on the delicate skin. She tasted like vanilla, which only made Sam hungrier for her. Stop, she giggled, trying to squirm away. You're giving me a hickey. What will everyone think? He raised his head. Maybe I should find a more private spot to leave my mark then. Sam didn't wait for her to answer and pulled the neck strap of her apron over her head, then tugged the knot at her waist. He threw the apron on the ground and grabbed at the edge of her black t-shirt, stripping it off her in a smooth motion before Ariel had a chance to react. Her eyes went wide, and she crossed her arms to cover her bra. Sam, what if someone walks in? No one's going to come in here at this hour. His eyes roamed over her greedily. It was a struggle to keep his voice even. I know the rhythms of this ranch. Trust me. I do, Ariel murmured as she moved closer to Sam and ran her hands up his chest. Trust you. The way she looked up at him with her big brown eyes stirred up feelings he didn't recognize. Lust, of course, but there was also something deeper. Something he'd never felt with any other woman. Protectiveness. He wanted to sweep her up and block out the world so that it was just the two of them. Sam hooked his arm around Ariel's shoulders and angled his mouth on top of hers, eliciting a soft moan from her and making him groan. Ariel pulled away without warning and backed up towards the counter, beckoning him to follow with a crooked finger and mischievous look. She hopped up on the counter and leaned back, never taking her eyes off his face. "Oh, is that how we're playing it?" "I'm going to take my dessert on the counter?" Sam asked. "You've got the chef's table tonight. Might as well enjoy it." Chapter 22. "When are we going to tell ghost stories?" Christopher demanded, his little face scowling in the firelight. "You said we were going to take turns telling stories." "Yeah, and what about the s'mores?" Bryce asked. "When do we get those? I'm starving." Camp-out night under the stars was the highlight of the week, and the boys who had experienced it in prior years had hyped it up to the newbies so relentlessly that by the time the big night came, they were all practically insane with excitement. Usually, the night was a mix of chaos and charm, but thanks to Sam's absent-mindedness, things were off to a crappy start. He'd packed for the campfire in a hurry without double-checking his list, and now he realized that he'd forgotten to include the chocolate Ariel had bought for him. Sam looked across the flames at Jacob and Danny with a helpless expression. It wasn't their responsibility to load up the food for camp-out night, but Sam was desperately hoping that perhaps one of them had been intuitive enough to at least double-check. Jacob silently mouthed, "Sorry, boss," while Danny shook his head with a confused expression on his face. His job was tending the horses, not dealing with preteen hunger pains. It wasn't just the chocolate that Sam had forgotten. That day, the morning after his incredible night with Ariel, he'd accidentally assigned one of the boys to the wrong horse, and had just barely managed to catch the mistake before the novice got up on the black diamond-level horse. He'd also promised the guys a new trail for their daily ride, and had been so up in his head that he'd led them down the same trail they'd been riding every day. The boys had piped up midway through, but by then it was too late to shift to the new one. The day had been a chaotic mess, and he was to blame. The fact was, he needed sleep. Ariel had kept him up half the night, and when they'd finally left the kitchen for an actual bed, Molly had woken up for a feeding. The night had left him bleary and barely functioning, and now his campers were paying the price. And it seemed like young Bryce was leading the charge, to Sam's dismay. The last thing he needed was an unhappy Wagner air. "S'mores, s'mores, s'mores," Bryce chanted with a fist in the air. The other boys quickly joined in, and before long their shouts were echoing through the woods. "Guys, enough," Sam said, throwing his hands in the air to calm them down. "We need to figure out—" He was about to break the bad news when he saw headlights flash across the tree line. Someone was driving the bobcat straight towards them. The boys stopped chanting as the vehicle crested the hill and pulled to a stop a safe distance from the horses. "Ariel?" She reached behind the seat and pulled a canvas bag out of the storage section. "Hey, campers, who wants to make some s'mores?" The cheers drowned out what she said next. Sam felt relief surge through him at the sight of her. Once again, Ariel was saving his butt. She shot him a look and waited for the noise to die down. "And I made something extra special for you guys. Are you ready for some jumbo-sized, fluffy, puffed, homemade marshmallows?" It was as if she'd told them they'd all won the lottery. Half of the boys ran in crazed circles and the others pogoed with glee. Sam took the moment of madness to walk over to Ariel. "You didn't have to do that," he whispered to her with a grateful look. "They're easy to make." "It was nothing." The corner of her mouth kicked up. "Besides, I felt like I had to pay you back. It's not every night that a girl has multiple orgasms." Sam chuckled and quickly looked around to make sure none of the boys had heard. "You look exhausted. Are you going to make it, Cowboy, Sam?" Ariel asked, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. He sighed. "Not sure about that, to be honest. Today's just one of those days where I can't stop screwing everything up, and obviously I need everything to be perfect for a certain camper." He nodded in Bryce's direction. "Now I'm supposed to kick off ghost stories. I usually get really into it, but tonight I just don't think I have it in me." "I can do it," Ariel said. "Let me." He frowned at her. "No, it's okay. You've done enough. Besides, these guys expect really scary stuff." "Oh, come on, at least give me a chance. You might be surprised." It was too tempting an offer to pass up. Sam knew he couldn't deliver the kind of energy the boys wanted, and giving Ariel a shot at it would allow him a few more minutes to rest and collect himself for the sleepless night ahead. "Okay, sure, just don't come running to me if you wind up with a bunch of grumpy campers on your hands." Sam stepped backwards with a bow. "Take it away." "Excellent. Listen and learn, Carden." Sam watched as Ariel surveyed the boys with her hands on her hips. "Hey, guys?" Ariel clapped her hands. "Hey, pipe down." She placed her fingers in her mouth and let out an ear-piercing whistle. The boys froze and turned to look at Ariel. "Before we start making s'mores, I want to set the mood with a ghost story. It's short and not at all sweet. Everyone take your spots by the fire." It was like she was a woman transformed. Because she was tall, Ariel was usually an imposing figure, but at the moment, between her posture and her commanding voice, it was like she was the principal of an elementary school. The boys listened to her immediately and ran to their stumps. "All eyes on me," she commanded with mock seriousness. "Trust me, you're not going to want to look away once I start." Sam watched the boys shoot nervous glances at one another. "Have you heard the story of Shirley Jackson and the lost Carden Ranch campers?" Ariel said as she settled onto her stump. The boys shook their heads. "Well, there's a reason for that. People don't want to scare you away from this place, but I think it's time you learned the truth about where you are." She paused. "This camp is haunted." The boys snickered. "Go ahead and laugh. That's what he wants you to do, to lower your defenses and make you easy prey." She pretended to hear something over her shoulder and turned around quickly. "Did you guys hear that? Over by the horses?" They shook their heads in unison, some peering beyond where she was sitting. "It was him," she said. "Old Shirley Jackson. He's back, and he's watching us." She made her eyes go wide, making it clear that having Shirley watching them was a very bad thing. He was a ranch hand here, a long, long time ago. No one liked him. Everybody said he was as mean as a rooster in a bag. But he had a way with the horses like nobody's business. It was like he could put them in a trance. She wiggled her fingers in front of her. He always said, in his raspy voice, "If you climb in the saddle, be ready for the ride." They kept him on for years and years until he was so old and bent over that he could barely see the land in front of him. Sam smirked. Where was she getting this stuff? Her voice went low. One night, he was coming back from a distant field on his trusty old nag Jedediah, and something spooked the horse. No one knows what it was. Some say it was a spirit, but Jed took off. Ariel clapped her hands suddenly, startling the boys. "You've seen the gorge, right? Ridden right by it?" The boys nodded. Well, Jedediah was headed right for the gorge in the dark, and old Shirley couldn't stop him no matter what he tried. He yelled and screamed for someone to help him, but no one did. Jed kept running and running, and... Ariel stopped and looked down at the hands clasped in her lap. The boys leaned in closer. "You know exactly what happened." She whistled and made an arc with her hand like a missile going down. "The horse went over too," a nervous voice piped up. "Oh, no. Jedediah was fine. He stopped in his tracks at the edge of the gorge and sent old Shirley sailing over top of him, right down to the bottom." Splat. Ariel let it sink in before continuing. "Now, rumor has it that old Shirley was alive in the gulch for a few days, hoping that someone would find him. He assumed rightly that Jedediah would head home and that would alert people that he was missing. But they never came looking for mean old Shirley. So his twisted, broken body lay against those rocks, and as he gasped out his last breaths, he was plotting his revenge." She lowered her voice to a whisper, "and praying for death." Sam couldn't believe how dark Ariel's story was, or how scared the boys looked. Ariel leaned in closer to the fire, so her face was illuminated. "The truth is, the ghost of Shirley Jackson is the reason why we've had half a dozen campers go missing over the years. Remember how I told you he could communicate with horses, put them in a trance? Well, now when the mood strikes him, he summons campers' horses, takes control of them, just like the spirit took control of Jedediah, and there's no way to stop them from running wild. He sweet-talks them into the wind and makes the horses do his bidding. One camper? Well, he went over the edge of the gorge, just like old Shirley did. Another disappeared into the mist. The trackers followed the hoofprints until, poof, they disappeared. One got carried away in the river, another went down to the barn but didn't come back. We never know what Surly is going to do, but what we do know is this. She looked around at the silent campers. If you're on your horse and you hear the wind whisper, "Be ready for the ride," in your ear, you're not going to make it home, she finished in a whispered croak. The boys were silent for a beat, then erupted into a combination of no ways, shrieks, and nervous glances at the horses. Sam smiled. Ariel had nailed it. As always, it struck him that she always seemed to triumph, no matter how rough things got. Even at the interstitial taping, he was sure she'd managed to charm her way out of her cooking disaster. Back in the before times, before the pending partnership and his surprise daughter, he had been much like Ariel, a charmer, a winner. But lately, he felt like all he did was screw things up. And he couldn't afford to let that happen, not with so much riding on his partnership with Wallace. His entire future, and his daughter's, was riding on the deal. Without it, they were lost. He knew how important this week was, knew that he had to be totally on his game, and yet he'd gone into the day bleary and off balance because he'd spent the night making love to Ariel instead of getting some much-needed sleep. Something had to give, and he knew what it needed to be. He watched Ariel, so gorgeous in the firelight, so amazing in every way. None of this was her fault. She was incredible, but she wasn't his to keep. He couldn't keep pouring his time and energy into her, not when it kept him from focusing on the things that mattered, the things that would stay. Sam watched Ariel laughing with the boys. They gravitated towards her. He couldn't blame them. He felt the same way. But he'd have to learn to resist the pull, because deep down he knew the inevitable decision he was slowly coming to accept. Chapter 23. She's out? Ariel asked as Sam strolled back into the kitchen at the end of a long day. Out like a light. You must run her ragged, or else she's just a naturally good sleeper like me. Ariel glanced at him as he perched on the bar stool and tried not to think about what happened between them the last time he sat at the counter. Why does he have a perma-frown lately? A little of both, I think. What's on the menu for tonight? It smells weird. The email alert from Ariel's phone interrupted them. She leaned over and squinted at the screen, the knife still in her hand. Oh no, it's from the production company and the subject line is ASAP response needed. So, open it. She glanced at Sam. It felt like he'd been short with her lately, and she wasn't sure if she was imagining it, or it was because he was overworked and tired, or if something was actually wrong between them. She was a little afraid to ask. Ariel wiped her hands off on the front of her apron, scrolled through to the message and skimmed it. Holy cow. She put the phone down and stared into space. The competition is going to be broadcast live, so there won't just be a studio audience, they're going to carry it on the Food Network as it happens. This changes everything. Why does that matter? You still have to do all the same stuff, right? What's with the argumentative tone? Sam, nothing is the same when you're cooking live on television. I can't curse if I make a mistake. If I drop my spoon, everyone will see it since there's no editing. And now I can't include caramelized onions in my recipe because watching onions brown for 50 minutes isn't sexy. She paused. I think I need to revisit everything. Well, everything but what I'm cooking tonight, at least. Speaking of, is there enough of whatever you're making for me? I'm about to pass out from hunger, Sam said, peering at the bowls and plates in front of her. I have 2 servings and I'm happy to share, but this meal is one of my fine dining options. And? Again with the combative tone. It's not an eat-till-you-burst meal. It's a culinary experience. Well, it's either what you're making or cereal, so... She bit back the urge to snap at him. Just give me a few minutes to finish the appetizer, and you can eat that as I prep the rest of it. Ariel took her time plating the first course. She wasn't going to let Sam rush her through what was an important part of the competition. Presentation mattered, and getting this app right took knife skills and a steady hand. She carefully placed the final chive batons and salad mâche leaves on the dish and handed it to Sam. What is this? He wrinkled his nose. It's very white. That's my carpaccio of hand-dived scallops with fresh pepper vinaigrette. He scowled at the plate. What's carpaccio? Ariel felt herself getting angry at his lack of appreciation. It's an Italian appetizer featuring a raw meat or fish. In this case, it's raw scallops. Raw? This is raw fish. Sam held the plate to his nose and sniffed. Shellfish. And it's a delicacy. She thrust a fork at him, then went back to working on the main course. The kitchen was silent for a few minutes as Sam picked at the food. Ariel refused to watch him, but the clatter of his plate hitting the counter told her everything she needed to know. I'm sorry, but I can't eat this. Count to 3. Don't say anything you'll regret. Why not? A couple reasons. I can't get past the raw texture, and there's something in this that tastes like hot dog water. That would be the $92 per ounce Montauk white pepper. She scowled at him. You really are a country bumpkin, huh? Why? Just because I don't like this stuff? I've loved everything else you've made for me and the stuff you make for the campers. You know that. But some of this fancy food is not for me. He paused. And to be honest, I get the sense that it's not for you either. Why would you say that? She looked up from the fish she was slicing into slabs. Because you seem stressed when you cook it. Everything is about timing and the way it looks, not the way it tastes, or the way it makes the diner feel. Your regular cooking is incredible. I mean, I practically lick the plate. I don't understand why you're so focused on making this kind of food that impresses people instead of nourishing them. How did he know? Ariel put down the knife. Yeah, to be honest, I don't love this stuff. It's exacting, and I much prefer to cook home-style. A pinch here, a dash there. But that's not possible with haute cuisine. Then why are you doing it? What are you, my therapist? But she wanted to unload. The stress of the audition was pushing her to the breaking point. Prestige, like I told you before, I think I'm hardwired to seek approval and attention, and winning this spot will do it for me. Yeah, but it's not like you'll get direct credit, he pointed out, sounding infuriatingly logical. All the attention will go to Welsh. You're just going to be a grunt in his kitchen. Okay, ouch. Well? Sam pushed the plate farther away from him. It's true. The audition will be televised, remember? I'll get plenty of attention from that. Yeah, for like 15 minutes, and if you wind up winning, they'll shove you into his kitchen and you'll be forgotten. That type of attention is fleeting, Ariel. If you really want to build a following for yourself, you need to cook for yourself, not for some arrogant fame hound who'll take credit for your stuff. Anger started to claw at her insides, but she kept her face expressionless. You don't know if he's like that, Sam. He's got a dozen restaurants all over the world and he's had his own show for 5 years. I'm guessing he's not an easygoing dude. Aha, someone's been researching my future boss. Are you suggesting I bow out? After all of my preparation? Ariel's throat started to constrict, and she worked to keep her voice from sounding shrill. Because that's what it sounds like you're saying. Sam sighed and scrubbed his hands over his face, looking worn out. I would never tell you what to do with your life. All I'm saying is I think you're making a mistake focusing all of your efforts on this audition and job. But that's just my opinion. You do what you have to do. Ariel felt like she could melt his face off with her eyes. She stared at him until he looked away, as if he realized that he'd overstepped. Yeah, thanks for the input, Sam. I'll keep it in mind. She went back to prepping the fish, getting it ready to pan-sear. The kitchen was silent except for the sounds of her slamming pots around. What if he's right? The thought crept into HRT consciousness. Was the opportunity with Chef Welsh what she needed to kick off the next phase of her career? Or was it a dead end like Sam was suggesting? Doesn't matter. You're too far in now. Hey, are you mad at me? Sam leaned forward with his elbows on the counter. Nope, she lied as she threw a rock-hard block of butter next to the stove, wishing she'd chucked it at his head instead. I'm on your side. It sure doesn't feel like it. She met his eyes briefly, then stabbed the butter with her knife. What are you making now? And am I still allowed to have some? She made a non-committal noise. Not sure if you want it. Remember, I'm not cooking for myself. Oh, come on, stop it. I'm making hake with courgettes, Provençal mussel sauce, and a crispy Parmesan crouton. Ariel stared at him, daring him to make a sarcastic comment. She didn't bother to translate. Okay, that sounds interesting. Uh-huh, she replied as she slid a pat of butter into the pan, letting the sizzle fill the silence until Sam spoke up again. Now I get it, he said as he placed his phone on the counter. You're making a seafood dish. Hake is a kind of fish, like cod. Not that I've ever had cod either. Ariel nodded tersely, and when she didn't say anything, Sam picked up his phone again. I know what mussels are, but I've never had them before, he continued. Provençal cooking focuses on light seasonal ingredients, and obviously I know what a Parmesan crouton is. He put his phone down. Smells delicious already. She worked hard to avoid being charmed by him. You're still mad at him. That's just butter and garlic. Nothing exotic yet. Well, I bet it's going to be amazing. He glanced at the plate of scallops. Sorry I didn't like your app. I'm not a sushi fan either. I forgive you, she lied. Her hands were a blur. Sam stood up and walked over and stood behind Ariel, sliding his hands around her waist and burying his face in her hair. Promise? He whispered against her neck. Ariel's body sagged against Sam's. Maybe it hadn't been a lie after all. It felt so good to be in his arms. She closed her eyes for a moment and savored the way his body felt pressed up against hers until the smell of something acrid reached her nose. My garlic! She shrieked, pushing her butt back against Sam to wrench herself free. It's burning! She grabbed the pot handle and moved it off the burner with a slam. Sorry, Sam said with a sheepish grin. Whatever, it's fine, Ariel snapped. I'll just chop up another batch. I have all the time in the world, right? There was no missing the sarcasm in her voice. She kicked herself as she poured the dark brown mess into the garbage and couldn't help but think that it was a warning that she needed to keep her eyes on the prize. No more distractions. You need to win this. Chapter 24. Nailed it. Sam clapped hard as Bryce came around the final lap of his barrel run. His time was going to be tough to beat. He scanned the crowd and saw Wallace and his son, Kevin, Bryce's father, standing at the gate beaming. He was thrilled they were witnessing the boy at his best. It was the final day of camp, and families were gathered for an afternoon of fun and showing off before they went home. The boys had been refining their skills all week for the mini rodeo, and Sam was beaming at how far they'd come. Bryce was handling his horse like a pro, and he could see the boy implementing some of the rein-handling tips he'd given him. He scanned the crowd again, hoping to spot Ariel and Molly. He knew they'd both enjoy the spectacle of the rodeo, but Ariel had said something about making flan during nap time. Once again, he was reminded that the clock was ticking, and Ariel was ramping her kitchen time to guarantee herself a win in the competition. He cleared his throat and refocused on the ring. Picnic's all set up, Calvin said, startling Sam out of his dark thoughts. We won't be sending those boys home hungry, that's for sure. Plus, the moms and dads will get a chance to see how we've been feeding their kids. Hey, thanks for another great week, bud, Sam said, clapping Calvin on the shoulder. He realized after the fact that the slap might have been a tad too hard and winced. I'm feeling much better. No worries, boss. And don't just thank me. Your girl Ariel was a godsend. We pulled it off. And they had. Everyone stepped up to do what needed to be done, reminding Sam once again that he was lucky to have the right people in place, at least for now. Once the rodeo ended and Sam had given out the awards for barrel racing, lasso tricks, and calf riding, he pointed the crowd to the nearby picnic area decorated with balloons. Okay, folks, let's get our grub on before we have to say goodbye, he said into the portable mic. Boys, lead the way. Sam watched as the boys lined up and started singing the camp theme song. As usual, all of the parents melted at the sweetness of the dusty young cowboys scream-singing about life on the ranch as they made their way to the picnic grounds. He was so focused on them that he didn't notice Wallace walk up beside him. Makes me want to shed a tear, he said, startling Sam. The end of camp is always a bittersweet day. Wallace! He jumped. Hey there, good to see you. He reached out his hand. Gotta say, I'm impressed. he replied as he pumped Sam's hand. Bryce can't stop talking about how much fun he had and how badly he wants to come back next year. He said he made 6 new best friends. Sam wanted to toss his hat in the air at the news, but he managed to maintain a poker face. That's exactly what we go for at Carden Ranch: friendship, stewardship of land and beast, and fun. You've really got something special here, Sam. It's probably obvious that our partnership is a go. He said it so casually that Sam almost missed it. He stopped in his tracks. Wait, are you serious? We're doing this? Yes, indeed. I'd be a fool to walk away from what you've built. We can shake on it now and sign the papers later. Wallace held out his hand and Sam grabbed on and pumped it with childlike glee. I'm in shock. Thank you, Wallace. Sam strained to find Ariel or Anne in the crowd, but couldn't spot either one. Shouldn't come as a surprise to you, son. I love this place, and it's not just the land. Wallace gestured to the horizon. I mean, it's obviously gorgeous, but there's a vibe here I can't put my finger on. Tranquility, connection. Wallace shrugged. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I wish I could stay here and soak it up, and that brings me to my next idea. Sam wasn't sure what to make of the expression on Wallace's face. Now that their partnership was about to be official, he could make all sorts of demands. I'm ready for anything, so tell me what you're thinking. Let's walk, he replied, pointing to the crowds in the distance gathered around the picnic tables. I want to sample what these kids have been eating all week. Sam tried to remain calm as his mind raced to predict what Wallace was up to. Adult camp, Wallace said without preamble as they walked. I want you to give an adult camp a shot. Sam's eyebrows shot up. They'd talked about it as a possibility down the road, but it sounded like Wallace meant soon. You think so, huh? His mind reeled at the possibilities and the amount of work it would take to pull it off. What time frame? ASAP. If it works out, we'd have to revisit our numbers to make room for a change in the calendar and any necessary boarding adjustments to accommodate adults. Wallace paused. I'm willing to throw money at this concept, Sam. Adding adult camps will double or even triple our potential income. Sam held back from adding that it would also quadruple his workload. I'm excited at the possibility, he said carefully, but what exactly do you mean by ASAP? Can you swing it this season? Sam choked and tried to cover it up with a cough. Listen, Wallace said placatingly, I don't need perfection at this point. I just want to see if it's a real possibility before I invest in the concept. In fact, we could do a test run with me and a bunch of my people. Less pressure if we keep it in the family. Sam nearly laughed out loud at the idea that having Wallace and his team on the property would decrease the pressure he felt to make everything perfect. Well, that sure sounds interesting, he said, stalling. Trying to pull off an adult camp during a season already in full swing could rightly kill him, but Sam never backed down from a challenge, especially when it was Wallace, his partner, doing the asking. So, what do you say? Can you swing it? Wallace asked. Sam quickly scrolled through the calendar in his head. They had one brief break, a long weekend that they usually used to regroup and get ready for the next onslaught of eager kids. It was all he could offer. Give them the weekend and save the single extra day to try to get everything done in one that they normally did in 3. How about starting off with a weekend? I've got one open coming up. That sounds perfect. Text me the exact dates and I'll make it work. My wife, Shelby, and I will come. Plus my son, Kevin, and his wife, Larissa, will probably make it as well. I've got a few investor friends I'll invite too. Wallace chuckled. And if they come, they'll probably want in as well. Sam could barely focus on what Wallace was saying. Adding the adult camp meant more long days and late nights, but building up the business's income, maybe even getting additional investors on board, this was what he wanted, what he needed to ensure the survival of his ranch and a legacy for Molly. Bryce ran over and crashed into Wallace, throwing his arms around his waist in a pint-sized bear hug. Grandpa, did you see me? I won. Cowboy Sam taught me what to do. Wallace leaned down and embraced his grandson. I saw. You were something special out there, kiddo. A real cowboy, thanks to Sam. You, Dad, and I are so proud of you. Sam smiled at the tender moment. It was a great reminder that beneath Wallace's all-business exterior beat the heart of a true family man. "We saved a spot for you over there," Bryce said, pointing to a picnic table. "I want you to meet my new friends." "I'll be right over," Wallace said, giving Bryce a pat on the back. "Cowboy, Sam and I have a little more business to discuss." They watched Bryce take off running. They were paused at the edge of the picnic grounds beneath the shade of a massive ash tree. "Really special," Wallace said with an appreciative nod as he gazed at the tables filled with happy families. "One last question, though." "What's that?" Sam's mind reeled at what else he could possibly want. "You figuring everything out?" He made a vague gesture around the property. Sam racked his brain, trying to figure out what the man meant. Finally, he just had to ask. How so?" "Well, I know you're working, but life isn't all about work. You've got that beautiful little girl to worry about, too. Trust me, I learned the hard way that it's easy for work-life balance to get lost in the shuffle. If you're not careful, you'll blink and Molly will be sweet 16. Sam sighed. "I'm doing my best, trust me." He hoped Wallace wouldn't realize that it was a lie. He'd been leaning on Ariel way too much lately, and now with an adult camp so close on the horizon, he'd need her help more than ever. He kept telling himself that once the season ended, he'd be able to make time for Molly. "You're lucky you have such great help in Ariel. Going to be sorry to see her go. Have you found someone to replace her yet?" "Working on it," he said with a tight smile. He could hire Mary Poppins to care for Molly, and he'd still find her lacking by comparison. "Sure wish she could stay on with you. She fits here. You need her. Have you tried making her an offer she can't refuse?" Sam tried to imagine what he could offer Ariel that could compete with the bright lights and fame she was after. She wasn't looking for a quiet life on the ranch. She'd said as much to him. She needed validation, something that would show the world, and most importantly, her family, that she was worthy of their love and attention. "I think Ariel is on to bigger and better things." Wallace frowned. "I'm not sure it gets much better than this, and I'm convinced that as long as you've got her around, you can do anything. You need to find a way to make her stay." And with that, the billionaire walked over to join his family. Chapter 25. "Everything's packed?" Sam asked Ariel with a look of panic on his face. "For the third time, yes. I prepped the meals and Calvin put everything in the baskets," she answered in a testy voice. "But Larissa has dietary—" "Yes, I'm well aware of Larissa's dietary restrictions, Sam. Her lunch is gluten-free and vegan. I made sure that Wallace has his imported sparkling water, too. The Clayton's roast chicken was free-range, as specified, and I made Shelby's sandwich on lettuce leaves instead of bread." You'd never guess they were easygoing, given what picky eaters they were, even though Wallace and his friends and family had extremely specific dietary requirements. They'd been a pleasure to have around. Wallace's former colleague Troy Clayton and his beautiful wife Erin looked like models who had stepped out of a retirement planning ad, and Wallace's son Kevin and his wife Larissa brought a youthful exuberance to the group. Even still, Sam's nerves were driving her insane. Ariel stacked the overloaded baskets one on top of the other and glared at Sam. "Anything else, Your Highness?" I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be a jerk. It's because this is the first time you're taking them on a group trail ride and picnic. I know. It's going to be fine. You've done this a bunch of times already." "Yeah, but never with adults. Believe it or not, the kids are easier. Most of them already know how to ride, and the new ones aren't embarrassed to say when they need help. The dynamic is totally different with adults. Shelby's never really ridden before, and Kevin likes to think he's an expert and tries to get out in front of me on the trail, even though he has the worst form I've ever seen. When we did the cattle drive ride, it was a nightmare." "Sorry to hear it." "Anyway, I guess I need to load these up. Thanks again." Sam picked up the baskets and stopped. "And sorry I've been a mess for the past few days." Well, that's one way of putting it. Ariel watched Sam struggle with the baskets just as Molly started squawking into the baby monitor. "Guess nap time is over," he said over his shoulder as he headed out the door. Just in time. She gave him a sarcastic salute and stuck out her tongue as he walked out the door. Ariel looked around the messy kitchen and sighed. Calvin had left early due to back problems, so it was up to her to clean up while trying to watch Molly at the same time. And then there was the 4-course dinner the group was expecting once they returned home and showered up after the trail ride and picnic. She'd been up late the night before, prepping as much of it as she could in advance to lighten her load, but there was still plenty to be done. Just call me Cinderella. The change with Sam had been subtle, but there was no ignoring that it had happened. The sweet glances and stolen kisses were long gone, replaced by Sam's new businesslike micromanaging approach to dealing with her. Sure, he was under a ton of stress thanks to Wallace and his crew critiquing his every move, but he didn't have to treat Ariel as though she was nothing more than the hired help. The only positive was that the shift in Sam helped her feel more confident about leaving. Whatever had happened between them had never been built to last, and now she was on to bigger and better things. Sam could focus on his precious ranch, and she could win the competition and move on to her spot in Chef Welsh's kitchen. Molly squealed on the monitor again. Sweet Molly. Leaving Molly was going to be harder than she'd imagined, but she couldn't think about that yet. Not if she wanted to get through the remainder of her time on the ranch in one piece. Leaving Sam? Whatever. The more he treated her like hired help, the easier it was going to be to walk away from him. But that mouth, that body. A tremor ran through her at the thought of their nights together. The sex had been amazing, but that's all it had been. Just sex. The way he'd been acting towards her lately made it abundantly clear. Whatever had been building between them, the spark that had seemed like the beginning of something real was lost to the demands of the ranch. She hurried to get Molly up as she mentally prepped what was to be an important meal for Sam. Once again, he gets exactly what he needs, and I'm the one tap dancing in the background to make it happen. What about what I need? "Oh, it smells scrumptious in here," Shelby Wagner said as she walked into the kitchen, catching Ariel completely off guard. She stood up straighter and smoothed the front of her apron. "Thank you. Just finishing up on the brie and cranberry apps. The pork loin and Hasselback potatoes are already in the oven, so that's probably what you smell." Molly shrieked a hello from her nearby bouncy chair that quickly turned into a demand for attention. Shelby bounded over to her. "You really don't have to do that," Ariel said apologetically as Shelby lifted Molly from the bouncy chair. Despite her polite words, she felt secretly, guiltily grateful for the help. She was holding a paper-thin sheet of delicate phyllo dough above a jelly roll pan and wouldn't have been able to step over to calm Molly for a few minutes. "Nonsense," Shelby cooed. "I've got baby fever, and my son refuses to give me another grandbaby." She cradled Molly against her chest and bounced her up and down. "Oh, I miss this stage so much." Shelby didn't seem like a typical rich man's wife. Sure, she was always impeccably dressed, and her white hair was cut in a glass-smooth pageboy that never looked messy, but she was warm and quick to smile. Even though she was wearing a light brown cashmere wrap that probably cost more than a month's rent, she let Molly pick at it with her sticky little hands. "Isn't she the cutest baby?" Ariel asked as she continued working on the appetizers. She almost felt embarrassed for asking the question, but it wasn't like she was fishing for compliments on her own offspring, even though there were moments when Molly did feel like she was hers. "She's absolutely darling, but her daddy's not so bad either. Reminds me of my Wally in his youth." Ariel giggled at the nickname. It was another reminder that no matter how important he was out in the world, Sam's big-time investor was just a guy. "Did you all have a good time here at the ranch?" "No question," Shelby enthused. "I feel so refreshed, like I've been to a spa. It's crazy to think we've only been here for a few days. I imagine after a full week, I'd simply melt." Ariel grinned as she cut the dough into triangles. "Yeah, this place does that to you. I'm glad to hear you enjoyed it." Shelby walked Molly to the counter and sat down with her so that she could watch Ariel as she worked. "What's this I hear about you leaving?" She tried to keep her face neutral. "I am, yes. It's something I've been working towards my whole career. A wonderful opportunity with Chef Welsh." "How exciting! You'll be his sous chef? Second in command?" "Not exactly." Ariel's hand slipped, and the small slice of brie tumbled onto the pan. "Not right away, at least. But if all goes according to plan and I win the televised audition, I'll be in his kitchen in his new Aspen restaurant. Oh, this is the TV show I've heard about. Ariel nodded. When are you leaving? Soon. Ariel didn't feel like talking about the particulars of her rapidly approaching departure, but she also didn't want to be rude to one of Sam's VIP guests. She opted to change the subject. So tell me what you enjoyed most about your time here. Aside from the food? She laughed, causing Molly to giggle with her. Honestly, I loved learning about life here on the ranch. It's a different world than what I'm used to, and it's fascinating. Sam is such a wonderful teacher and guide. I swear, every woman who visits is going to fall in love with that man, me included. Ariel could feel the weight of Shelby's gaze, but she avoided looking up at her. She didn't respond. Are you going to miss it here? Shelby asked. I hate to think of saying goodbye to Molly. I'm going to miss her so much. Of course you are. There's so much to love about this place, especially this little one. But you have a plan, it sounds like. Shelby made little shushing noises at Molly. Wallace always had a plan too, even when we were young, back when we first met. Ariel laughed as she finished scooping out the cheese. I bet he did. Understatement of the century. He was amazing. Shelby's gaze jumped between what Ariel was doing and Molly. He'd set his mind to something and work hard, and before you knew it, he'd have it done. Wallace likes to win, at all costs. Molly cooed her approval. You know, age and hindsight shine a light on a life, Shelby continued. Wallace and I have talked about it quite a bit, discussing what he's learned. Any tips for someone still trying to figure her stuff out? Ariel felt like she was about to get a masterclass in how to be successful. Shelby's smile lit up her face. Sure, I have plenty, and I'm sure Wallace would be happy to talk with you about it as well. But our main takeaway? Ariel put her knife down so she could focus completely on what Shelby was about to say. Don't mistake a win in the workplace for a win in real life. Ariel frowned. I'm not sure I understand that. It means there's more to life than just a big house and impressive bank account. Wallace told me his one regret in life was missing Kevin's childhood. You can't get those years back, you know? The kitchen went quiet. Even the noise from the other guests in the great room seemed to fade into the background. It's not easy to see the big picture at your age, and if you're anything like Wallace, which I suspect you are, you're all about setting goals for yourself and achieving them. But I hope you'll take the time to consider what really fills your soul, not just what you think you need to accomplish to impress people. Wallace told me that if he could go back and do it all over again, he'd work half as much and be twice as happy. Wow, that's surprising. Wallace didn't seem like the type of man to do anything halfway. I suppose it is. But that's part of the reason why he's doing what he's doing now. Business investing and advising. I wouldn't be surprised if he's had a similar conversation about priorities with Sam. Wallace pushes his people, but he also helps them understand the importance of what really matters. Teamwork, family, friendship. Shelby paused. And finding the right person to share the journey. Ariel felt her cheeks go hot and reached for the bowl of cranberry puree so quickly that a little of it sloshed onto the counter. She made a frustrated noise. Well, I'm happy Sam has Wallace on his side. They make a great team. They do, Shelby agreed. The kitchen went quiet again as Ariel busied herself with the apps. Do you mind if I steal away this little lady so everyone can admire her? Shelby asked. You really don't have to, Ariel replied, hoping that the desperation on her face wasn't too obvious. The rowdier Molly became, the tougher it was for her to finish everything. I'm going to use her as a decoy to tempt Kevin and Larissa. You'd be doing me a favor. She smiled at Shelby. Of course. Good luck with that. Same to you, young lady. I hope you get all the wonderful things you deserve. There she is, Wallace said as Ariel came through the swinging door from the kitchen. A round of applause for the incredible chef. Ariel blushed, wiping her messy hands down the front of her apron as the group clapped for her. The table was testament to a well-received meal, filled with empty plates and drained bottles of wine. Thanks, everyone. I'm happy you enjoyed it. She took a little bow and backed into the door, ready to disappear again. Not so fast, Wallace boomed. Join us for some wine, please. I brought a case of my special reserve to celebrate. You deserve a glass or six after that incredible meal. She glanced at Sam and he shrugged. Molly was dozing against his chest. Don't be shy, Shelby said, pulling a chair up to the table, between her and Sam. Sit. She glanced around the room and discovered that every eye was on her, so she had no choice but to comply. Okay, sure. She settled into the chair as Wallace overfilled a wine glass and handed it to her. She took a sip and swooned. Delicious. Is this a Bordeaux? It is. You've got an excellent palate, Wallace answered. Hey, she could moonlight as a sommelier, Kevin said. No way. She's too valuable exactly where she is, in the kitchen, Troy Clayton said with his eyes locked on her. Speaking of... He trailed off and looked at his wife, Erin. Erin widened her eyes at Troy. I didn't think we were going there now in front of everyone, but okay. She shrugged and leaned forward in her chair. Ariel, we're opening a new restaurant in Key Largo. Our first. It's a gastropub, and based on everything you've made for us this weekend, we think you'd be a great fit for head chef. We'd love to talk to you about the opportunity before we leave tomorrow. What? They're offering me a job in Florida? Sam stared at her with an expression she couldn't read. He shifted Molly in his arms. It took Ariel a few seconds to collect herself. She'd looked up the Claytons before they arrived, and based on her research, she was sure that they'd spare no expense to build an incredible casual dining restaurant, the kind of place where her type of cooking, the stuff she loved, would take center stage. In another world, it would be an offer she couldn't refuse. That's, an amazing and very unexpected compliment. Thank you so much. I love Florida, and the gastro-pub concept is a favorite, but to be honest, I'm on a path right now that's all mapped out. But thank you again for thinking of me and for loving my food. That's right, she's going places, Wallace boomed. His cheeks were red with the flush of a few too many glasses of wine. And if she wasn't trying out for Chef Welsh, we'd keep her trapped here at Carden Ranch. Sam needs all the help he can get. Everyone at the table joined in with his booming laughter. Ariel snuck a glance at Sam, and even though he was smiling too, she knew him well enough to recognize that it looked forced. She couldn't tell if it was due to Wallace's teasing or the fact that her departure date was speeding towards them. Whatever the reason, Sam was slowly becoming someone that Ariel wasn't sure she recognized anymore. Chapter 26. Ariel stood on the porch next to Sam and waved as the luxury SUVs and sedans pulled away the next morning. Molly was down for her nap, leaving the two of them with a few minutes of solitude after the Wagner crew left, and before they had to get into gear to prep for the next batch of campers. They were all much nicer than I expected, she said, watching the cars kick up swirls of dirt. Yeah, I'm still in awe that Wallace is so easy to work with. You'd think with all of his money and achievements he'd be an absolute jerk, but he's solid. They were all great. She nodded. I like Shelby a lot. She and Wallace make a good team. Sort of like us, Sam said. He smiled shyly. Sam's words caught her off guard. A team? How, exactly? What are we to one another these days? What do you mean? She asked haltingly. He gestured around him. This. All of this. Thanks to you helping me out, it all came together. Seriously, if you hadn't been here to save my butt a few billion times, I wouldn't have signed the deal with Wallace, and Carden Ranch would be dead in the water. And that's why I was hoping we could talk for a few minutes. There's something more that I wanted to discuss with you. Ariel kept her face expressionless as a feeling of hope began to bubble up inside of her. It used to feel like there was more. Now I just feel like your employee. Can we sit for a few minutes? He led her to the rocking chairs on the porch that looked out across the beautiful landscape. Sure. Ariel unclipped the baby monitor from her pocket and sat down. What's going on? Well, first, I want to say thanks again for all you've done around here. I'm not sure I say it enough. I'm trying to make up for that, actually. I appreciate it. She couldn't resist throwing in a dig. It wasn't always easy. I know. He huffed a little, then smiled at her. I threw you in the deep end, but you rose to the challenge no matter how tough it got. He sounds like a manager giving a performance review. Is that what this is about? I've been doing a lot of thinking. Wallace and I had a few late-night talks, and he said some stuff that really opened my eyes. Ariel's heartbeat sped up. Was this what Shelby meant? Really? About what? Big picture stuff. The ranch, family, and how you fit into it all. Wow. Okay. Shelby's words flitted through her head. Finding the right person for the journey. Sam went quiet, and it seemed like he was working up the courage to say whatever he had to say. Ariel ran her fingers down the smooth wood on the arm of her rocking chair, waiting for him to spill all the feelings he'd been bottling up for the past few weeks. I know this is coming out of left field. Wouldn't be the first time, Sam. She laughed softly, feeling lighter than she'd felt in ages. He stopped rocking and looked into her eyes. Ariel, I'm hoping you'll reconsider staying. She planted her feet on the porch and came to a stop so abrupt that the rocking chair smacked the back of her head. Seriously? He nodded. I need you, more than I realized. Wallace helped me see that. She felt an unexpected prickle in her nose. The words sounded perfect, but they left her feeling incredibly flustered. None of this had been in her plan. But was it possible that plan could change? Did she want it to? The way her heart was leaping had her thinking that she did, but only if she could be sure it was the right choice. Sam, I don't know what to say. I mean, you're catching me off guard here. She swallowed hard. There's a lot of stuff that's been unsaid, and I think we need to sort through it first. I agree. That's why I wanted to talk to you today. She smiled shyly, her heart thumping madly in her chest. You first. You brought it up. He cleared his throat. I know I don't have as much to offer as— Stop, she interrupted him. You can't compare the two. A job in a kitchen and a calling? He finished her sentence. Am I right? Isn't that what it is? She frowned, not sure what he meant. That's one way to look at it, I guess. Being here, working for me. Sam continued in a rush. I know it's not what you visualized for yourself, but it feels right. And I think you agree. A sick feeling started to roil inside of Ariel. Wait, working? I mean, no one can care for Molly the way you do. She took to you immediately, and I can tell you feel the same way. So I want to formally ask you if you'd stay on and continue looking after my daughter. Please stay on as Molly's nanny. She didn't know if she should laugh or cry. The question was absurd on so many levels that she couldn't even think about all he was leaving unsaid. She'd thought this conversation was going to be about their relationship, but that seemed to be the last thing on his mind. You're asking me to give up on the show, she replied without inflection in her voice. On being a chef. Well, yeah, Wallace and I both agree that you're a perfect fit here, and you taking care of Molly frees me up to do everything I need to grow the ranch. It makes a lot of sense. No, actually, it doesn't, Ariel replied with an edge creeping into her voice. You're asking me to give up on something I've worked half of my life to accomplish, to reorient my entire career so you can go out and achieve your dreams. Is that what you're saying? He looked horrified. As well he should. Ariel? No, that makes it sound terrible. That's not what I mean at all. But if you stop to consider what you're asking me to do, you'll see that's exactly what it is. Sam, I'm a trained chef. Yes, I love Molly, but I'm not about to throw everything I've worked towards away just to be a nanny. Sam's eyes were wide with shock, as if he couldn't believe how she was responding to his idea. But you're not just a nanny. You're everything to her. Ariel shut her eyes and took deep breaths to try to calm herself. It's not fair for you to try to guilt-trip me into staying, she said, her voice rigidly steady. Well, it's the truth. You're a part of her life now. Things might be different if you'd say that I was a part of your life too, but that's too much to hope for. I can't stay, Ariel said in a quiet voice, and if you knew me at all, you'd understand why. Sam resumed rocking, and neither one said a word. She longed for the baby monitor to sound off, to give her an excuse to walk away from the awful conversation. Instead, only the zippy chirp of cicadas filled the silence between them. Feelings aside, if Sam had asked her to stay on to cook for the camps, she might have given it a second thought. She'd enjoyed creating the simple meals for the boys while Calvin was out of commission and then amping up her offerings for the adult camp. Even though cooking at a camp was a far cry from creating masterpieces in a 4-star restaurant, at least she'd still be able to use her training while making the kind of food she loved. If Sam had asked her to stay because he cared for her, well, then she'd have no doubt, but he hadn't. "You're really going." Sam said it like he still didn't believe it. "You knew it was inevitable, Sam. From the first time I spoke with you, I told you I was only here for the season. I never hid that from you." "I know, but I guess I hoped the magic of this place would change your mind, not to mention the love of that little girl." Sam glanced at her, but she avoided looking at him because if she did, the sadness and confusion she was feeling could all come crashing down around her. She wasn't about to cry in front of him. It was too painful for her to admit that his insulting offer wasn't what was upsetting her the most. It was the void that had grown between them. She'd kept her feelings bottled for too long. The truth was, she missed feeling his touch. How safe she'd felt when she was wrapped in his arms. While they were in the midst of it, when they couldn't keep their hands off each other, their passion had felt so real, like so much more than a fling. She couldn't understand why he'd pulled away so suddenly. She wasn't about to bring it up. She was too proud to question him. If he was going to pretend that they were nothing more than employer and employee, so be it. Ariel opted to brick up her emotions and keep her eyes on the prize. It was all that mattered. "I guess I need to set up more interviews," Sam said, breaking the silence. "You didn't like anyone from that last batch?" He shook his head. "I found something negative in every single one of them. You're not easy to replace, you know." Stop. It was the closest thing he'd said to a sweet sentiment in ages. "Tell me why. Tell me what's special about me. Give me a hint about how you feel for me." "It's true," Sam continued. "Not everyone can care for a baby and cook. You're the total package." Ariel slumped back against the rocker. That's all she was to him, a series of qualifications that he could slot into his precious ranch. "Well, this total package is shipping off soon, so you'd better make a decision fast." She played with the frayed edge of her cuff. I know. He sighed. "Your last day will be here before we know it." "I wanted a few days to train my replacement, but at the rate you're going, there probably won't be time." "I guess I just kept hoping you'd change your mind and stay." It came out as a strangled whisper. Ariel peeked at Sam and saw that he was frowning, staring off into the distance. There was no use staying to debate it any longer. Sam wanted a house servant, and she wanted a career. "I need to cook. Molly's going to wake up soon." Ariel stood up and grabbed the monitor. "Don't worry about making anything for me for lunch. I'll be too busy to eat today." His gaze was still fixed on the horizon. He was baiting her, trying to get her to cajole him into joining her to sample what she'd made. "That's fine, you probably wouldn't like it anyway. Haute cuisine for the audition." He snorted. "Your favorite." She stopped short. "Excuse me?" "We've talked about this," Sam said as he slowly stood up and turned to face her. "Your fancy stuff is good, but it's not cooking from your heart. And I might not have an educated palate, as you love to point out, but I can taste the difference now." Ariel felt her face go hot with anger. "Is that a fact? Well, the good news is you won't have to eat any of my subpar cooking from this point on. Calvin will be happy to provide your meals." She turned on her heel and stormed away. "You don't deserve my food or my heart." Chapter 27. Ariel stood at the window in her hotel room and looked down at the ant-sized people scurrying 20 floors below. She'd hardly slept the night before, partly because of her nerves, but mainly because her room was around the corner from the elevator. The frequent dings and loud voices didn't stop until after 1. She sighed and paced around the spacious, elegant room. The Chef Welsh team had spared no expense, putting her and the other contestants up in executive suites that were each big enough to fit a crowd. She glanced at her phone to check the time, but also hoping a text or two had come in to wish her good luck. Her whole family knew that today was the big day, yet so far no one had said a peep to her. She was due to meet everyone in the lobby for the van ride to the studio in 15 minutes, so she grabbed her purse and knife bag and headed for the door. She peeked in the full-length mirror for what felt like the millionth time, just to make sure she'd picked the right outfit. The last time she'd been on camera, she'd barely given any thought to what she had on, knowing she'd be given a branded chef coat and that she'd only be filmed from the waist up. What she'd learned at the previous taping was that every minute in the presence of the crew and judges could be considered part of the audition. Katie had worn an electric blue dress that verged on cocktail party attire, and Ariel noticed the difference in the way people responded to the two of them. She wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. The soft white cashmere sweater clung to her curves and dipped low enough in front to tastefully highlight her cleavage. Her black jeans showed off her curves, and even though her wedges were well-loved, they still looked good and gave her an extra 3 inches of height. She nodded at herself. "Looking good. Now let's go do this." Her phone dinged just as she put her handle on the knob to leave. The producers were working hard to keep everyone on time, sending reminder texts about what time and where they needed to meet. She was tempted to ignore it since she was early, but she pulled her phone out of her purse anyway as she headed down the hall to wait for the elevator. It was a text from Sam. "Just wanted to wish you good luck today, but I know you don't need it. Show them how amazing you are." Ariel's heart welled up at the unexpected show of support. The run-up to her last day at the ranch had been distant but cordial. Sam had stopped eating her food, which was all the proof she needed that things were over between them. She'd watched him bring in a parade of applicants for her job, but he never mentioned if any of them were a fit. On her last day, she'd said tearful goodbyes to the team, saving the biggest sobs for Molly, who hugged her back with a confused expression on her little face. Sam had offered her a cordial handshake, which broke her heart more than a tearful goodbye. She sniffled and closed her eyes, willing herself not to break into a full-on cry since she needed to look presentable. "Tired already?" a voice asked. She snapped to attention and saw Katie striding towards her. She was wearing a clingy purple lace top with a pencil skirt and heels. Ariel still couldn't figure out how the woman managed to cook in such uncomfortable clothing. "Oh, hi. No, I was just, meditating," Ariel said, stuffing her phone back into her purse. "I slept like a baby," Katie said, her red lips stretching into a smile that somehow managed to look more sinister than friendly. "That bed was so comfy." "Yup, sure was." "Where is that elevator?" Ariel pushed the down button again. "You ready for this?" Katie asked, checking her lipstick in the elevator door's reflection. "I am," Ariel responded without hesitation. "I'm feeling really good about my chances." "You?" Katie laughed. "At this point there's nothing left to chance. Last time I spoke with Chef, he couldn't stop raving about my cooking." Her words stopped Ariel cold. "What do you mean?" "My parents are good friends with Chef Welsh, so we've talked a few times since the interstitial taping. He actually asked me to audition, if you can believe it, so I'd say my chances are pretty good." Katie winked at Ariel as the elevator doors opened. "Hey there, pretty lady," Olivia the makeup artist said, as Ariel settled into the chair in front of the mirror. "I'm happy to see you again." "You too," Ariel responded with as much cheer as she could muster. She leaned in closer to the mirror and pointed under her eyes. "I'm hoping you can do something about these bags." "Let me see." Olivia grasped Ariel's chin and tilted her face towards her. You didn't sleep last night, did you?" "Barely." "You nervous?" She glanced around to make sure no one else was within earshot before answering. Katie was in a distant corner talking with a group of people, and the guys were each sitting at their own makeup stations getting primped. "Yeah, I am." "Don't be. You're gonna do great." She flicked her eyes at Ariel and went back to stacking tubes and pots of makeup on the table. "I can fake that glow you had last time you were here." "What do you mean, fake it? Do I look bad?" Ariel asked in a panicked voice and stared at herself in the mirror. "No, sweetie, absolutely not. You look gorgeous, but last time you were, all sparkly and smiley. I think your nerves are getting the best of you now." She studied an array of false lashes and selected the longest pair. "Either that or you and that cowboy of yours are having troubles." "Is it that obvious?" Olivia didn't say anything else as she swiped a cotton ball over Ariel's face, and after a few minutes of silence, it became obvious she was waiting for some gossip. I probably shouldn't get into it now, but yeah, we're not together anymore. It hurt to say the words out loud. Ah, sweetheart, she pouted. I'm so sorry to hear that. You okay? I am, she replied, then cleared her throat. I made the right decision. How so? Olivia asked as she patted primer onto Ariel's skin. This is where I'm supposed to be. Right here, my focus is my career. It's for the best that I put my time on the ranch behind me. It was a distraction. Ariel warmed to the idea. Once I get through this, I'll feel much better. I'll have clarity on my future, and I'll finally be able to start my next steps. So, it's not possible to figure out your future when you're in a relationship, I take it? Olivia stared at an eyeshadow palette. It's one or the other? Well, no, but… Ariel stammered. Olivia dabbed shadow on in silence. Let me tell you a story, she finally said. When I was starting out in the industry, I met a great guy. He was the coolest, but I'd just gotten out of beauty school, and I was all about the hustle, you know? I'd partnered up with another makeup artist, and we were building our bookings. All I cared about was getting the next job. But this guy was persistent. We went out a few times, and I really liked him, but I wasn't about to miss opportunities. I needed to focus on my career just like you, so I broke it off. Let me guess what happened next, Ariel said. You realized what you'd lost, and you got back together. Olivia cackled. I wish. Turns out the dude married my now ex-business partner, and they have 2 beautiful babies together. And what do I have? An absolutely amazing career and a maternal clock that won't shut up. She held up her left hand and displayed her bare ring finger. Am I proud of my career? Absolutely. Am I jealous of her? You bet. Ariel digested the story as Olivia leaned in to line her lids. So far, her maternal clock was mostly silent, except when Molly would snuggle her head beneath her chin, or when she used to giggle with joy when Ariel would come into her room when she'd woken up from a nap. Sure, in those moments she could feel the pull, but the stronger pull, the one that kept her awake at night, was the drive to prove that she was capable of great things. Just like my sisters. Ariel felt amazingly calm despite the fact that she'd slightly overcooked the appetizer and that there were cameras broadcasting her mistakes live to the entire world. The kale toast beneath the thin layer of caper butter had been dry, a fact that Chef Welsh had been quick to point out to her. He was every bit as intimidating as she'd imagined him to be. Handsome in a slightly overfed, a few years past his prime way, Chef Welsh was keeping all of the contestants on their toes. He'd told Katie that her caper butter was oily, and Ariel had nearly done a victory jig when she saw the woman's confident newscaster's smile fade away. But not for long. Once the results of the first round were displayed on the leaderboard, and Ariel realized that she was in 3rd place, behind Katie. The only reason she hadn't come in last was because Damien had screwed up his plating technique at the last minute. They were now in the final part of the competition, working on the main course, a beef consomme royale atop a savory potato custard. It was a fussy, time-consuming meal, and the prep alone had Ariel well behind her competition. She was good at meticulous precision, but she wasn't used to working on such a fast timetable. She was still cutting up the carrots, celery, shallots, and mushrooms, as the rest of the chefs had already begun the reduction step. She glanced at the clock. Crap. No. There was no way she was going to catch up and complete the meal on time. The realization made her want to throw down her knife and cry, but she knew that she'd wind up memed as the crybaby chef. She needed to save face and finish strong, even if she didn't complete the task exactly as ordered. The idea came to her as she surveyed the pile of perfectly chopped vegetables and glistening slab of meat. She had everything she needed to make a home-style beef stew, except for dark beer, but the bottle of red wine that she'd selected to accompany the meal would do. She glanced at the other contestants bent over their saucepans and decided to throw caution to the wind. There was nothing exacting about what she was about to make. It was a meal she cooked whenever she was stumped for what to make for dinner, and she'd served it at the ranch at least 3 times. It was easy to modify based on the ingredients on hand, and it always tasted incredible whether she used frozen veggies or garden-fresh organic fare. She got to work, humming as she threw the ingredients together in the pot. She could feel the cameras focusing on her as she immersed herself in the familiar rituals. "Ladies and gentlemen, that's time. Forks down, please," a disembodied voice said over the speakers 50 minutes later. Ariel placed a sprig of parsley on top of the bowl she'd just filled and waited as Chef worked his way down the line. "Well, this looks interesting," he said as he peered at Ariel's dish. "You clearly didn't prepare my dish." "I'm sorry to say I did not." She grinned at him, hoping he'd smile back at her. "I knew I wasn't going to be able to complete your dish in time, but I didn't want to end up empty-handed, so I made my go-to beef stew using your ingredients. I hope you like it, Chef." He raised an eyebrow at her, then picked up a spoon and took the tiniest dollop of sauce. "This is—" He put down the spoon and picked up a fork, using it to cut through a nugget of beef. He chewed silently. "This is absolutely divine, unlike any stew I've had. Velvety sauce, tender meat, and the perfect marriage of flavors." "Thank you," Ariel beamed at him as he walked away. I was the only one he complimented. Since they were live, the contestants were told that there would be no dramatic lead-up to the reveal. She barely had time to be nervous as Chef Welsh took his position in front of the cameras. "I have one clear winner this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a rare talent among us, a chef who surprised but delighted me. However, working in my kitchen requires special skill sets, and primary among them is the ability to adhere to my aesthetic, which is why I'm both pleased and disappointed that the winner of this competition will not be moving on to work in my kitchen." He turned to face the line of contestants. "Ariel Rose, your cooking exceeded everyone's, but you didn't prepare what I asked. For that reason, I will say that you're the unofficial winner of this event, but not the chef who will be moving on to join me at Winterleaf. That person is Damian Schwartz." The room burst into applause, and Ariel joined in, trying to blink back tears despite the smile plastered on her face. "You won, but you lost. It doesn't count." Chapter 28. Sam looked down at the resume in his lap, then back up at the face of the eager young woman sitting across from him. Her qualifications were perfect, and she exuded a cheerful vibe. She looked like a smiley fairy tale princess with a pixie cut, but she still wasn't the right fit for Molly. "Candace, thank you for coming in. I'll be in touch if I want to move on to the next step, which is a meeting with my daughter." "Thank you, Mr. Carden. May I ask what your timeline is for making a decision?" He stood up to signal that the interview was over, but she remained in her chair. Well, I don't really have one." He didn't want to tell the hopeful woman that he'd been interviewing applicants for ages, and that she was one of many. It wasn't like he was in a huge rush, what with Anne stepping up to watch Molly. Sam kept the laundry room closed so they didn't have to see the backlog that Anne kept chipping away at any time she had a spare moment. And besides, now that everything was finalized with Wallace, he'd be able to get the additional staff to take Anne off laundry duty like he'd promised. Maybe he wouldn't even need to hire a nanny. "Let me walk you out," he said gently, hoping she'd take the hint. Sam was waving goodbye to Candace in the driveway, just as Wallace pulled up. "Who was that?" Wallace asked as he got out of his car. "Looked too young to be a mom, but too old to be a camper. Is she interested in the adult camp?" Sam chuckled at Wallace's nosiness. The man needed to know everything, but it was a small price to pay for his support. "I'm interviewing childcare candidates for Molly." Wallace stopped in his tracks. "Why would you do that when you have the most perfect person in the role already?" "Ariel left. I thought I told you that? She's been gone for a few days." Sam knew for a fact that he hadn't mentioned it to Wallace because he knew how upset he was going to be. Plus, he hated thinking about the fact that she was gone, but there was no dodging it anymore. "You absolutely did not. You mean to tell me that you couldn't convince her to stay?" Sam set his shoulders, trying not to show how much it still hurt that she was gone. "I tried, Wallace. Believe me, I tried. But she wanted no part in being Molly's nanny anymore. She was insulted that I'd even asked her." For a change, Wallace's eyes weren't darting around trying to take in his surroundings while talking to Sam at the same time. The man was the king of multitasking, but for the first time he seemed totally locked onto their conversation. "Now why would you go and do that?" "But you told me," Sam sputtered in confusion. "You said to me that she needed to stay on." Wallace stared at him in disbelief. "Wow. What?" Sam's palms started sweating. "Son, I told you she needed to stay because you two are in love. How thick do you have to be to not see it? I mean, it's as plain as day that you two are crazy about each other." "No way," Sam scowled. "You're wrong about that, Wallace. The way we fight, no sir. You fight because you're both too stubborn to admit the way you feel." It was a standoff between the two men beneath the hot sun, and neither one seemed willing to back down. "Listen," Sam said, "I have no interest in getting involved with her or anyone. My focus is the ranch. I'm sorry to say this, but I think this is a little out of your jurisdiction, Wallace. I appreciate your input on my business, but I can handle my personal life." Far from backing down, Wallace stepped closer, resting a hand on Sam's shoulder. "Can you though, son? Think about it. You had a baby show up on your doorstep, a child you didn't even know about. And lucky for you, the perfect woman just happened to show up on the same day to save you. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be standing here talking to you. Now, from an outside view, I'd say you could use a little advice on how to handle your personal life from someone who's been around the block a few billion times." Sam bristled but didn't respond. "Let's walk." Wallace made it sound like a command. They headed for the majestic trail, the one that didn't look like much of a challenge until just beyond a patch of pines, where it opened up to a steep drop and an endless view. "Let me tell you a little story, Sam." Wallace was already breathing a little heavy from the uphill climb. "I met Shelby when I was first building TechWise," he continued. "We had some fun together, but I was so focused on growing my business that I didn't pay enough attention to her. She broke up with me. Smart woman." Wallace stopped talking as he navigated a steeper part of the path. "A few months later, we ran into one another at an industry event, and she looked so gorgeous that all I could do was kick myself all night for letting her slip away. Even worse, she was already in a relationship with someone else. So, I made it my business to win her back. I wooed her with everything I had, and eventually she gave in. Said she'd give me another chance. And you know what she told me after we'd been married for a few years?" "What?" "That she regretted ever coming back to me." It was the last thing Sam expected to hear. He tried to keep his surprise from registering on his face. "Kevin was young, and she was living like a single parent because I was never around. It was during our lean years, so it wasn't like we could hire staff to help her. She was stretched to the breaking point. All I cared about was growing TechWise, and I missed so much of his childhood. So much of what could have been a special time for Shelby and me too, learning parenthood together, sharing the laughs and tears, strengthening our partnership. Those are years I can never get back. My relationship with my son will never be quite what it could have been, and my marriage suffered greatly too. We were separated at one point, on our way to divorce, all because nothing mattered to me but my business." They'd reached the edge of the ridge. They stopped at the safety fence and gazed out at the horizon. It was a view that Sam never got tired of, and it was obvious by the look on Wallace's face that he felt the same way. He turned to Sam. "You might think that I've got what you want, the houses, the cars, the travel, all that material stuff. But they came at an incredible cost. My drive to grow my business kept me from focusing on the stuff that truly matters. My relationship with my wife and son was put in jeopardy, and I regret it every day." His jaw clenched. "Obviously, Shelby and I worked through our difficulties thanks to therapy, and Kevin and I managed to build bridges as he got older, but I almost lost it all." "I'm sorry to hear it, Wallace. I had no idea." "Of course you didn't," he snapped. "Part of what I do is maintain my persona for the public, but my mentees, people like you, deserve to learn from my mistakes so they don't make the same ones." "But Ariel left, Wallace. She chose her career over me." He crossed his arms. "Did she, though? Did you offer her your heart, or did you just offer her a job?" Sam flashed back to the night he'd asked her to stay. She'd seemed playful and excited when they'd began talking, but by the end she looked ready to cry. He assumed it was because she didn't want to nanny Molly, but maybe Wallace was right. Or did that even matter now? "Did you see her on the show?" Sam asked. "She didn't win the job, but Chef Welch loved her. She's going to have tons of offers." Sam pictured her smile beaming at him through the TV. It might be too late. "If it's meant to be, it's never too late. I'm living proof." "But she's trained her whole life to cook. It's not like I can fire Calvin to make room for her. What would she do here? I mean, sure, if I'm lucky she might have feelings for me too, but what can I offer her other than my heart? How can I ask her to give everything up just for me?" "You're right, you can't fire Calvin, but there are other options you haven't even considered. I've always wanted to get into the restaurant business." He gave Sam a meaningful look. Sam didn't respond. It was a lot to take in, a lot to admit to himself, that all of the mixed-up feelings he had whenever Ariel was around were rooted in something he never expected: love. "You really think this is the right thing to do? To tell her how I feel?" Wallace reached out and grasped Sam's shoulder. "I'm as confident about it as I am about this partnership. Do it, son." With that, the two turned in unison to head down the trail and back to the ranch. Chapter 29. After a full day of eating nothing, Ariel couldn't stop grazing at the show after-party. She stopped every waiter that passed and grabbed whatever they were offering, from beet and goat cheese Napoleons to squab on a chestnut branch. Everything was incredible, as was to be expected at an event crowded with the top food folks in the country, but she kept thinking about lakeside jalapeno burgers. She imagined that they could soothe the ache in her soul right about now. "I need a drink." After the taping, she'd changed into what she'd thought was going to be a celebration dress when she packed it, a short, sparkly gold stunner with a deep plunge in the front. She knew she looked better than she felt. Her phone was still pinging non-stop as she smiled her way through the crowds. The notifications came from every app and platform. She'd looked at a few of the congratulations from old friends and co-workers. She'd laughed out loud when she'd listened to Nancy's long and very detailed voicemail. It was half ranting about how stupid she thought the judges were, and half gushing about how amazing she did and how proud Nancy was of her. Ariel knew that she shouldn't have, but she looked at the voicemails and texts from her family too. Her eldest sister sent a text. "So what's your plan now?" There was a chance that she was being supportive, but more than likely she was being snarky, like she had known that Ariel was going to fail all along. Ariel would usually be torn up about that, but tonight, honestly, she felt a little numb. The from her middle sister was much the same. "Can you grow up now? Mom is practically beside herself, and it's all your fault. She just wants us to make something of ourselves. It's not too late to find something important to do with your life, you know?" Surprisingly, her youngest sister's voicemail was different. "Hey, Ari," she said. "I saw the broadcast. I'm sorry about the results, but I have to admit that you did a really amazing job. The way you thought on your feet like that. I wouldn't be surprised if you had offers from a bunch of different places. Any restaurant that doesn't want you is crazy." Her voice lowered, like she didn't want to be overheard. "And don't let any of us get in your head, okay? It doesn't matter what you do with your life, or even if you're what our parents would consider successful. Just do what makes you happy. When you were cooking, you looked really happy." It had been touching, especially coming from one of her sisters. At one time, it would have been all Ariel wanted to hear, that someone in the family supported her and wanted her to be happy. But it felt a little, too late. And while that stung a little, she realized that she didn't need to get their approval anymore. She was tired of waiting for it, chasing after it, so maybe her younger sister was right. She would just do what she wanted and screw what any of them thought. Good advice, she thought as she circulated through all the people. Now, are you actually going to stick with it? She probably could, given the rest of the messages she'd gotten in the last few hours. There were offers pouring in from all over the country, people tossing around offers to try to convince her to be sous chef at this place or that, most of them high-end and incredibly prestigious. Some didn't even care about interviewing her. They'd offered her a place right away. She could, essentially, throw a dart at a map of the state and find work wherever it landed. But she wasn't ready to think about any of it yet, though. Everything still felt too raw. Of course, Damien had the biggest crowd around him, but Ariel found herself dealing with her own assortment of admirers. She'd already done interviews with Food and Wine, E! News, USA Today, and People, and it seemed like everyone that walked by her stopped for a selfie. Her cheeks hurt from smiling. "Can I leave now?" She'd downed 3 glasses of champagne, and her adrenaline high from being on non-stop was quickly morphing into a buzz that could either make her pass out in a corner or dance on tables. But when she envisioned sneaking out and going back to her empty hotel room, she realized she'd be faced with all the thoughts. Where do I go next? And when? And why? Her future was a blank page for the first time in a long time, waiting to be filled in with whatever her heart desired. So why wasn't she more excited? Ariel headed for the endless buffet again and nearly ran into the big man himself. Chef Welsh greeted Ariel with an uncharacteristic smile. "There's my rebel." "Chef, hi," she fumbled, trying to balance her champagne glass and appetizer plate with one hand while shaking his offered hand with the other. "I'm glad I ran into you, Ariel," he said in a low voice. "Can I chat with you for a minute?" She blanched. What could he want with her now that the competition was over? Was he going to scold her for making him look bad? Of course. She put down her dishes and followed him to a private area behind a screen divider. Chef Welsh was even more intimidating up close, and without the buffer of other people watching. "Listen, Ariel, I want you to know that you were hands down the best chef in the competition. I've been watching you since the first taping, and I think you've got something special." Ariel couldn't tell if the buzzy feeling making her head swim was from the alcohol or being complimented by one of the best chefs in the business, right when she needed it most. "Thank you, chef. That means more than you know." Don't cry, don't cry. But even if you had cooked what I'd asked, there's no way you could have won." She tried to keep her face expressionless, but she felt her eyes go wide involuntarily. "Okay, wow. May I ask why?" "Because I see a lot of myself in you." He was studying her. "I've always had a tough time in subordinate roles. I hated being told what to do. Yeah, sure, we all have to pay our dues in the kitchen before we can work our way up the ranks. But there are some of us, like me and you, that are driven to do things our own way. We need to." His expression softened. "Ariel, if I brought you on in my kitchen, you'd be miserable. You're ready to fly solo." She felt her eyes welling up. "Really? You think so? Because He held up his hand to stop her. "I know so." Ariel knew better than to keep talking. She bit her lip to fight off the tsunami of feelings swirling inside. "Go forth and create, young chef," he said. "Cook with your heart, and your food will always find an audience. Got that?" She nodded. "Thank you. For the opportunity, for the advice." He winked at her and disappeared back into the party, leaving her to try to figure out how she could possibly come to a decision when every glittery option in front of her left her cold. Ariel kicked off her strappy gold stilettos and let out an audible sigh. After making the rounds at the party a few more times and eating and drinking more than she'd intended, she'd finally managed to slip out unnoticed. All she wanted to do was shut off her phone and go to sleep. She patted around the room and stopped in front of one of the oversized mirrors. Girl, you've still got it. Her pajamas were calling to her, but she took a few seconds to admire how she looked. It was the most dressed up she'd been in months, since, well, before her time on the ranch. Even though the dress was a little itchy, she reveled in how she looked in it. The abrupt knock on her door made her jump. She'd already gotten a few flower and gift basket deliveries, including one from her family, but it was close to 9 o'clock. Were they still arriving? She peered out the peephole and saw a mass of pink roses, so she unlocked the security chain and opened the door. "Sam?" He held the bouquet out to her. "For you." "Congratulations." His eyes flicked up and down her body. "Wow. You look incredible. That dress is really something." She blushed. It was the first time Sam was seeing her dressed up, and she liked the awe on his face. He was scruffy, with a few days' worth of stubble and tired eyes, as if the pressures of fatherhood and his growing business were getting to him. "Thank you, but what are you doing here?" She took the flowers from him. The collection of pink satin ribbon-wrapped stems was so thick that she had to grasp the bouquet with 2 hands. "Well, first, to give you those." He pointed at the bouquet. "They're a congrats from all of us at Carden Ranch." The hope she was feeling shattered like a dropped glass. "And I was hoping we could talk for a few minutes. I have an opportunity for you." Ariel finally stepped back to let Sam in. She was dumbfounded by the fact that he was there at all, but it was starting to make sense. He was there on official business. She led him to the sitting area. "Wow, looks like you have a bunch of fans," Sam said, pointing to the flowers and gift baskets strewn around the room. "Yeah," she shrugged. "It's been really nice. Surprising, actually." She didn't have a vase for Sam's flowers, so she filled the coffee pot and braced the massive bouquet in the corner of the kitchenette area. "Listen, I'll make this quick," Sam said once Ariel sat on the chair across from where he was perched. "I'm not sure what your plans are, but before you figure out what you're doing next, I was hoping you'd give some thought to a job opportunity." He drove all the way here to say that? "Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I have a bunch of calls I have to sift." I know, I'm sure you do. I watched the show. You were amazing." His eyes locked onto her with an intensity that made her need to look away. She couldn't handle this, confusion clouding her decision-making process. "I'm hoping you'll at least hear me out." He paused. "Well, it's not just me, it's Wallace who wants to meet with you." Ariel felt a tickle of excitement despite her initial disappointment. Wallace was a dream maker, and she'd seen firsthand what his influence could do. He liked her, and she liked him back. It would be rude to not take a meeting with him since they already had a personal connection. "He knows you have a bunch of opportunities in front of you, but he wanted to make his pitch to you in person while you're still weighing your options," Sam continued, sounding a little nervous. "Any chance you could come back to the ranch tomorrow? He's going to be on site all day." "I'm not sure," she answered quickly. The truth was, she had no clue how her day would shape up. The show publicist had mentioned a few possible morning show interviews and meetings with other news outlets and websites. "Can I let you know?" Sam seemed to be hiding a frown. "Yeah, sure. You can call me or text or just show up. Whatever, I know you're busy, but I hope you'll at least hear him out." A silence settled over the room until people got off the elevator and loud talked their way down the hallway. "That must have been fun last night," Sam said, nodding towards the door. "Yeah, I haven't slept well since I left." Ariel stopped herself. "I haven't slept well in a while." There was no need to clarify. They both knew the silent calm that surrounded the ranch when the sun went down. Sam stood up abruptly and clapped his hands once. "Well, okay then. You probably want to change out of that incredible dress." His eyes settled briefly on her cleavage, and she straightened her back ever so slightly to show it off. "Thanks for the flowers, Sam. We'll see about tomorrow." She stood up to walk him to the door. "I hope you'll consider it, Ariel. I hope you'll come." She opened the door and leaned against it. "I'll let you know either way." They paused just a few feet apart. Sam's eyes roamed her face, and the way he took her in made the animal inside of Ariel want to pounce on him. But it was pointless. Sam wasn't a part of her future. He'd made that clear enough. Anything they did in the shadows of the hotel room would end up in regret. "I'll let you know." Sam stepped into the hallway and shut the door behind him. "It's up to you, Ariel," Wallace said in conclusion. "You make the call. All 3 of them are willing to finance you. I'm just the matchmaker. That is, unless you want to do something closer to the ranch, in which case I'll be the one to partner with you." It was the first time he'd mentioned being interested as well. They were sitting on the porch, listening to birdsong. Wallace had just done the introductory pitch for his fellow angel investors, offering her the chance to build her own restaurant from the ground up in either Manhattan, Los Angeles, or Houston. They were far from the only offers she had on the table, but the other opportunities she'd been offered so far were all bringing her on at established restaurants as second in command. Her connection to Wallace had allowed other potential investors to consider bringing her on as the head chef, rather than just being part of a kitchen staff. "What do you mean?" she asked him in an even voice. He shrugged. "I'm making an assumption here, but it seems like you're suited to this type of terrain, this lifestyle. You seem to fit around here. Of course, I think you're talented enough to make your way anywhere you plant your boots, but if I had a say in your decision, I'd vote that you put down roots in a space you're already familiar with so you can hit the ground running." "You're right. I have grown to love Windy Creek. And the people who make up this place, whether or not they're equally invested in me." When she'd arrived at the ranch, she'd glanced around looking for Sam or Anne and Molly, but they were nowhere to be found. She wasn't about to ask for them, though. She was back at the ranch to meet with Wallace, not visit. Still, it was an uncomfortable reminder of her childhood, when her parents never seemed to be around for her. "You don't have to make a decision now. I imagine you're juggling a whole mess of options, but I do want you to know that I think anything you build here would be a home run, in more ways than one." Wallace gave her a meaningful glance and she felt her cheeks go pink. What does he know? "Thank you, Wallace. That's an incredibly generous offer. 4 generous offers, to be exact." Her heart beat faster at the thought of opening her own place. She'd always loved New York. "I need to make some pros and cons lists and sort some stuff out. Can I let you know in the next few days?" "Of course. I do hope that when you go through your decision-making process, you'll consider every piece of the puzzle. Not just the business part, but the lifestyle around it as well, and your support system. The people who'll be there for you when you need them, the ones who care about you." She plastered a fake smile on her face. "Of course I will." Ariel did a quick scan, hoping to see Sam's familiar form somewhere in the distance, but the cowboy who'd gotten her to show up was a no-show himself. Chapter 30. "Don't you dare leave without saying hello to us." The voice rang out behind Ariel, and she turned abruptly. Anne was already halfway down the porch stairs, trying to clutch a wiggly Molly to her chest. "It was like she knew you were here." Molly was shrieking a hello and reaching for Ariel, her chubby little hands grasping the air over and over. The sight of the baby almost brought Ariel to her knees. After the stress of the past 24 hours, everything had her on edge. She didn't want a reunion to cloud her judgment, no matter how happy she was to see them. "Hi, you two," she murmured, as they gave one another an awkward 3-way hug with Molly smushed in the middle. Anne looked just as overjoyed to see her. "I heard you might be back today," Anne said when they finally pulled away. "Congratulations, my dear. We all watched the show, even this little one." She was mesmerized. "Thank you. I loved being a part of it even if I didn't win." "Sounds like that doesn't matter. From what I hear, the sky is the limit for you." Ariel didn't answer and fought off the urge to take Molly in her arms as the little girl reached for her. It hurt to hold back, but she knew it was the right decision. She wasn't a part of the little girl's life any longer and didn't want to confuse her. "Sam's on his way back to the house. He was on a trail ride with the boys, but I let him know you were here." "Oh, Anne, you didn't have to do that." The words tumbled out in a nervous rush. "I have to get back to the hotel. All my stuff is still there. I need to pack up and check out." "Shut up, you're not making sense. Just leave now." Ariel glanced around, and for the first time she hoped she wouldn't see his form galloping towards her. There was no need to talk to him again. He'd done what he needed to do, which was act as the bridge between her and Wallace. Sam was merely helping her as a fellow business person and nothing more. Heck, maybe he even wanted to invest in her concept if she wound up staying in Windy Creek. Molly reached up and placed her hand on Ariel's cheek, and again she had to fight off the urge to grab her. The baby cooed a string of sounds that sounded like the beginning of talking. "She's been jabbering like crazy, but I've never heard her use the M sound like that before." Anne bounded her up and down, making Molly giggle. "What a smart baby you are." "I really need to go," Ariel said, as an unfamiliar panic started to rise inside of her. She felt like she was on the verge of a breakdown. "There's no way I can cope with seeing Sam again." "Well, if you leave now, it looks like you'll be racing a cowboy down the driveway," Anne said, jutting her chin towards the open field. It was Sam riding his horse in at full tilt, practically standing in the stirrups like he was on a Kentucky Derby track. Justine and Anne watched as he rode closer, kicking up a cloud of dust behind him. "I'll leave you to it," Anne said softly. "Good luck." Molly protested as Anne carried her back to the house, reaching for Ariel over her shoulder. Ariel stood by herself in the parking area, watching the spectacle of man and beast hurtling closer. Why does he have to look so perfect? Sam finally slowed the horse to a trot, then a walk, and leaped off in a graceful dismount while the horse was still moving. He made a few comforting noises to the horse as he gathered the reins and headed towards her. "Hey, I wasn't sure if you were going to make it here. Nice to see you." "I texted Wallace directly to set up the meeting," she said. "Figured I'd cut out the middleman." "Okay." He winced. Do you have time to walk with me down to the barn? I want to leave Beau with a hand. He needs a break." Ariel pulled out her phone and checked the time. She'd turned off the ringer during her meeting with Wallace, and she saw that her notifications had doubled, but there was nothing in there that she was really dying to deal with. "I have a few minutes, yeah." They walked down the dirt path to the barn in silence, except for the horse's breathing. Ariel steeled herself for whatever Sam was going to pitch and tried to figure out how she was going to politely tell him that she wasn't interested in going into business with him. That wasn't the relationship she wanted. She watched as he handed Beau off to Jacob, who waved and shouted a friendly "howdy" her way. "Good," Sam said when he joined her again. "Now I can focus. Let's walk." He turned in the direction of the scenic trail. Ariel crossed her arms and avoided looking at Sam as they walked. The last few times they'd been alone together had been filled with misunderstandings and disappointments. She silently lectured herself not to misconstrue whatever Sam was going to pitch to her. Instead, she'd stay focused and professional and absolutely wouldn't allow herself to gaze at his strong forearms or wonder if the stubble on his cheeks was bristly or soft. Sam cleared his throat. "Here's the thing. I haven't been honest with you in a while, and I feel like I need to come clean. Of course, my timing is awful, but I knew I'd kick myself if I didn't tell you what's been on my mind." "Okay." Ariel stared at her feet as they walked. She was wearing the exact same shoes she'd worn the first time she'd showed up on the ranch, her trusty black wedges that could handle everything from greasy kitchen floors to uneven pebbly trails. "Working with you was tough," Sam began. Ariel jerked back as if he'd struck her and stopped walking. "Excuse me?" Wait, hear me out." "That sounded wrong," Sam said quickly. "It was tough because I knew I was accidentally throwing up obstacles that kept you out of the kitchen, and that made you upset, which made me angry at myself. So, there was always this unspoken tension between us. You had clearly defined goals for the season, and I kept screwing you up because I needed your help so badly." "Yeah, sounds about right," Ariel said, feeling a simmer start as she remembered all of the leaky pipes and horse emergencies that forced her to change her plans. "For that, I apologize. I'm really sorry, Ariel." Sam paused. "To be honest, a part of me feels responsible for you not winning, like it's my fault because I kept you from practicing." He said it quietly, but she could hear the pain in his voice. She finally turned to him. "Sam, no, it's not your fault. Sure, there were quite a few roadblocks while I was here, but that's not why I lost. Please don't blame yourself." "Thanks for saying that, but it's going to take me a while before I believe it." The wide path through the birch trees that could fit 4 horses across became narrower as it cut deeper into the woods. Ariel had no choice but to walk a little closer to Sam. "There's another reason why it was hard for me to work with you." Ariel pursed her lips. He should have stopped at the apology. She waited for him to continue. "And? Don't leave me hanging, I'm dying to hear more." Sam moved so that he was in front of her, then stopped so he was blocking her. "Here's the truth. Ariel, I couldn't focus with you around. You distracted me. All I wanted to do when you were near was stare at you. That's not great for productivity, you know? I mean, I was trying to finalize everything with Wallace when you first got here. That was supposed to have my focus, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from you." He gave her a crooked smile. Ariel didn't smile back at him. All he'd said was that he thought she was hot and distracting enough to keep him from working. I've heard the same thing from construction workers. Do better. When her face remained expressionless, Sam stopped smiling. I think what I'm trying to say is that he stammered uncharacteristically, then took a deep breath. Ariel, I need you to know that I fell in love with you. Deeply. Helplessly. It was the last thing she'd expected to hear, and something she hadn't dared to dream. That was part of the reason why I pulled back right before you left, he continued. You didn't give me any sign that you felt the same way, so I tried to protect myself. I put up walls. Hold on, I didn't give you any sign? What are you talking about? Her eyes welled up. That night you asked me to stay and be Molly's nanny? I thought you were asking me to stay because you cared about me. About us. You had a chance to let me know how you felt, Sam, but it seemed like all you were worried about was the division of labor at the ranch. She shoved him away and stormed down the path. Sam chased after her. No, Ariel, it wasn't like that. I thought that if you stayed on as Molly's nanny, we'd have a chance to figure everything out. I wasn't ready to admit how I felt at that point, to you or myself. I was trying to buy some time, I guess. Ariel couldn't hide her tears from Sam. He grasped her arms and stared into her eyes as they rolled down her cheeks. Why are you so upset? Tell me, he begged. Why are you crying, Ariel? She sniffled and tried to pull herself together. I'm crying because I fell in love with you too, Sam Carden. She was tired of fighting and being strong, so she let the weight of everything she'd been carrying flow through her. Her body sagged, and Sam wrapped his arms around her, cradling her to his chest. He kissed her hair and rubbed her back, and in the dappled forest light, everything felt right for the first time in ages. If ever. Ariel, I love you, Sam whispered. I've missed you so much since you left. She leaned back and stared into his eyes. You don't even know, Sam. They embraced again. So, what happens next? Sam asked as he stroked her back. You've got a lot to figure out. No, dummy, it's done. Decision made. There's obviously only one choice. I'm going with Wallace. I'm going to open a restaurant here. She felt like she was about to cry again, so she stopped talking and turned to kiss him instead. Her lips trembled against his, and he seemed to sense that she needed more feedback from him, a tangible acknowledgement of what they'd just told one another. Sam tightened his grip around her and kissed her deeply, as if trying to convey the love he felt for her. I can taste your tears, Sam whispered as he pulled away, kissing her wet cheeks. Never again, Ariel. I will never be the reason for your tears. She closed her eyes. What about happy tears? She whispered as one more squeezed out. Negotiable, he murmured as he cupped her face in his hands. He gently kissed each cheek, then the tip of her nose. Then he smoothed her hair to the side and kissed her forehead. This is a new start for us, okay? As long as I have you and Molly, no matter what happens, everything will be okay. Ariel scoffed. Better than okay, she said and kissed him again. The three of us are going to be so happy. The tenderness between them gave way to something deeper and more primal as their lips found their way back to each other again and again. Ariel pushed against Sam's body, hoping he was thinking the same thing she was. Will anyone be on this trail today? No, Sam answered with a perplexed look on his face. We rode this one yesterday. Why? Ariel untangled her arms from around him and started unbuttoning his shirt. This is why. She traced kisses down his chest. I need you. Now. But... He started to protest right as she untucked the hem of his shirt and ran her hands up and down his naked back, which immediately weakened his resolve. Yeah. Okay. This way. He pulled away from Ariel slowly, like it was painful to not be pressed against her, then took her hand, leading her through the trees to a spot where the light poured through the branches. Here. It was a patch of green so lush that it looked like it had grown there specifically for secret trysts. It's perfect, Ariel said. You're perfect, Sam whispered, placing his finger beneath her chin and lifting it. He placed a tender kiss on her mouth. And I want to explore every inch of you. He picked her up, then gently lowered her onto the soft ground, never tearing his lips away from hers. In his arms, She realized she'd finally found what she'd been looking for all along. It wasn't fame or fortune. It was love. It was acceptance. It was tenderness and appreciation and passion and togetherness. Finally, she was home.